Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents The Billionaire's Alternate Marriage by Tamie Dearen. Narrated by Jennifer Jill Araya. Chapter 1. Riley Malone breathed in the brisk March air as she waddled like a duck, lugging her heavy burden in front of her. She should have stopped when she felt something dripping on her leg. She should have realized the overloaded trash bag was about to rip open. Instead, she ignored the leak and hefted the weighty sack, straining to get it up and into the outdoor trash can. With a cacophony of crashes, bangs, clatters, and thuds, the entire contents spilled out into a stinking, sodden pile on her feet. She gasped, standing in drop-jawed shock, the torn plastic hanging from her hands, rippling in the morning breeze. A 3-foot-wide pile of spilled garbage littered the sidewalk against the garage wall, reeking of something spoiled. Had anything made it into the can? Probably not. Riley screamed silently at her sister. Carly had only been living with her for 5 days, but Riley was already fed up with her. A half-full container of yogurt rolled down to splat on the concrete. More than one convenience store cup had made the fateful crash with part of the liquid contents still in the bottom. Plastic, glass, and aluminum containers were mixed in with the rest of the trash. Because Carly couldn't possibly walk all the way out to the garage to put something in the recycling bin. Yet another reason why Riley didn't like being called her sister's identical twin. They might look alike, but they were far from the same. With a groan, she worked her feet from under the refuse pile and bent to sort the contents. She tried to breathe through her mouth to avoid smelling the stench, yet the fumes brought tears to her eyes. Riley loved her twin. In fact, they talked almost every day. Carly was her best friend and closest confidant. But if they were going to live in the same house, something had to change. Always focused on honing Carly's talents to make her a star, their parents had failed to teach her the basic duties of running a household. It wasn't Carly's fault she'd become a prima donna, expecting someone else to handle common chores she viewed as beneath her. When their parents had moved from their house in Denver, the only home the twins had ever known, to West Texas to take care of her mom's parents, Riley had inherited her sister. Not that Carly, at 33 years of age, still lived with their parents. No. For the past 9 years, she'd been living in Nashville. She'd recorded several hit songs and gone on national tours. She'd earned a fortune. But her husband/agent had mismanaged her money. By the time her popularity had taken a nosedive, he'd left her with debt up to her eyeballs and nowhere to turn but her family. "Please let me stay with you," Carly had begged when she called. "I can't live with Mom and Dad in that dust bowl in the middle of nowhere." Secretly, Riley agreed with her sister's assessment of Dry Gulch, Texas. But it didn't change the fact that her sister was difficult to live with. The garbage disaster was only the latest in a long list of complaints. "I'm going to need some gloves for this," Riley mumbled, using 2 fingers to lift an aluminum can from the pile, while attempting to avoid whatever brownish goo was clinging to its surface. At least no one was around to witness the garbage fiasco. Riley had purchased this place on the outskirts of Denver a month ago, moving from her downtown apartment, and hadn't seen a single neighbor, which suited her introverted personality to a T. Riley spied another aluminum can in the back of the pile, close to the garage wall. Spreading her feet wider, she leaned forward, extending her arm as far as possible, her other arm behind her for counterbalance. The can lurked a bare inch away from her fingertips. "Looks like a minor disaster," said a male voice behind her. Riley jumped at the sound. Her balance faltered. Flapping her arms in desperation, her body seemed to fall in slow motion. With a cry of dismay, she fell onto her hands and knees in the slimy garbage. Something wet soaked into the knees of her jeans.
"I'm so sorry. Are you okay?"
"I'm fine," she murmured, though there was nothing fine about her situation. Which was worse, falling in garbage or having a stranger witness it? "Please let him be the mailman." "No, it needs to be someone I'll never see again. Let him be a door-to-door salesman. That'd be perfect. And let him be old and gray and missing some front teeth. The more hideous, the better. And make him someone who hates country music so he doesn't know my sister."
"Let me help you up."
The voice was close and vaguely familiar. A large sneaker stepped beside her, compressing a plastic carton that oozed brownish-green avocado dip. Then a well-muscled arm came into view on her left, fingers extended.
"Here, take my hand."
Even a cursory glance confirmed her fears. The arm didn't belong to an old man. Typical. She was always consistent, even where bad luck was concerned. At least don't let him be good-looking. She took a deep breath for courage, and immediately regretted it, as nasty fumes accosted her tongue and throat. "Thanks," she croaked out, following up with a hoarse cough. She kept her head down as she picked up her left hand, vainly wiping the grime on her t-shirt, and locked fingers with his. The sizzle was instantaneous and electric. Probably because Riley hadn't had a date in over a year. She'd had a few boyfriends, but none of her relationships had ever lasted more than a couple of months. Not that she cared. She couldn't help comparing them to the one man who'd made her heart speed up, just walking into the room. No one else was as brilliant, as kind, as jaw-droppingly handsome. Unknowingly, Jarrett had set an impossible standard, ruining her for every other man. An unfortunate situation, since he'd never considered her anything more than a friend. They'd met when he was a grad student instructor for her computer engineering class. But she'd made the mistake of introducing him to her sister, who'd snatched him like a ripe peach. Carly had dated Jarrett for almost a year before she'd dashed off to Nashville, never looking back.
"I'm so sorry I startled you."
The stranger's voice jerked her back to the present.
"I thought you saw me wave to you when you came out the door."
"I'm kind of oblivious to my surroundings. Unless you waved a flag the size of Great Britain, I wouldn't notice," Riley murmured, using his grip for balance while she straightened to her knees, then snatched her hand back to safety. She refused to look any higher than his legs, which were encased in some loose pants.
"I hope you won't hold it against me," he said, "especially since we're next-door neighbors."
Ugh, she had a neighbor. Her inner introvert cringed. He probably wanted to be all friendly and chatty. She had to get away. The last thing she wanted was a chummy neighbor to ruin her blessed solitude. As she attempted to stand on her own, her knees slipped in the shifting garbage, and she almost fell again. Suddenly, 2 hands slipped under her arms from behind and lifted her up, legs dangling as if she weighed nothing, which certainly wasn't true. Her new neighbor was strong. When her feet touched the ground, his hands lingered for a moment until she steadied, then withdrew, a whiff of something clean and fresh wafting in the air.
"There you go,"
he said.
"Did you get hurt when you fell?"
With her chin tucked down, she used a curtain of blonde hair to protect her face from her neighbor's prying eyes, lest he recognize Carly's famous features. Riley's constant lot in life was to explain to starstruck strangers that she was not her sister. In defense, she'd taken up the habit of wearing glasses and tucking her hair up into a ponytail, both of which were absent at present. "Nothing hurt but my pride."
"Need some help cleaning up this mess?"
No, I'll take care of it. Her stomach churned. This guy was determined to be nice. If she acted rude in return, the guilt would kill her. But she didn't want to spend the next hour with this stranger.
I'm sorry. I haven't even introduced myself,
he said. Through her hair, she spied his hand, extended for a shake.
My name's Jarrett.
Jarrett? Her breath caught in her throat. He couldn't be that Jarrett, could he? She flipped her hair back and gasped, meeting the dark brown eyes that had haunted her dreams for the past 9 years. A few days' growth of beard emphasized the lines of his broad jaw. His t-shirt did nothing to hide the definition in his chest and shoulder muscles. How was it he looked even better than he had 9 years ago? Her heart whacked itself against her chest, slamming so hard her ribs were in danger of splintering.
Carly?
He froze with his hand in the air, his face blanching like he'd seen a ghost. I'm not Carly. Her throbbing heart sank, and she ducked her head, hoping he wouldn't see the color in her cheeks. I'm Riley. Watching his smile fade in disappointment, she swallowed something the size of Mile High Stadium.
Oh, hi, Riley. I should have recognized you. I guess we're neighbors now.
He jammed both hands into his pockets.
Small world.
She forced her lips into an upward curve that probably looked as awkward as it felt. If only the earth would open up and swallow her. Small world, she repeated. More like minuscule. And cruel.
How long have you lived here?
In the Denver area for 5 years. In this house, only a month, she said. How about you?
I moved back to Denver when I finished my doctorate. My oncologist is here, so I like to stay close.
He didn't elaborate on his health, and she felt uncomfortable asking, even though she'd kept him on her prayer list all those years. How long have you been in the neighborhood? She pointed at his house, which was significantly larger than hers. She'd bought the smallest home in the neighborhood, yet it had 4 bedrooms. In the back of her mind, she still had a vague hope of filling it with a family someday, though the chances of that happening were diminishing rapidly with each passing year.
A year or so,
he said.
I've also got an apartment in town, but I use it mostly in the winter.
He had to be making a great salary to afford 2 nice homes in Denver. Yeah, me too. I've got 4 homes, 1 for each season.
Only 4?
His dimples winked at her. Well, I used to have 5, but I sold my Swiss ski chalet.
I only have 2, but I love this one the most. The privacy is awesome. That and the view.
He gestured toward the mountains.
Several coworkers have houses out here. The real estate agent for this development must target computer programmers.
I think you're right, she said. I saw the brochure at the office. Once I came out here and saw the area, I was hooked. Took every dime I had to buy this place, so I barely have furniture. You could roller skate in my family room.
Not me,
Jarrett grinned, lifting the hem of his pants to reveal the prosthesis replacing the leg he'd lost to cancer as a young teen. She hadn't forgotten, but she knew he had never let his missing leg slow him down. I figured if you could run and ski with that thing, you could skate too.
True, but I never learned how to skate.
That sounds like a challenge, she said. She'd forgotten how much she enjoyed bantering with Jarrett. Since he hadn't mentioned Carly again and the conversation was flowing so easily, Riley wondered if there was a possibility he might be attracted to her. From all appearances, he wasn't married, but he might be dating someone. Who do you work for? She asked, avoiding the real question she wanted to ask. Do you have a significant other? Amusement danced in his dark, sparkling eyes.
I'm with Phantom Enterprises.
Wow, I'm impressed. I'd love to work there, but I've only got my master's in computer engineering. She wanted him to know she had more than a bachelor's degree. I heard it's really hard to get hired with less than a doctorate.
You should apply.
An easy grin slid onto his face.
I know the guy in charge of hiring. I could put in a good word for you.
Oh no, I'd never ask you to do that. She was mortified that he assumed she was asking for favors. Anyway, my job's not bad, and I get to do most of my work from home.
If you change your mind, the offer still stands. We have remote employees, too. I have team members who don't even live in Denver.
He was the most brilliant man she'd ever met. It wasn't surprising that he'd been promoted to head up an entire team. The idea of applying for Phantom Enterprises was tempting, especially if she could work for Jarrett. Only about 7 years old, the company was a multi-billion-dollar corporation and still growing. The corporation's outspoken CEO often showed up on the news, wearing a cowboy hat and boots and brandishing his lime green mechanical hand. If she decided to take Jarrett's offer seriously, she ought to look up the details online. But even the fact that he'd suggested she apply had to mean he was interested in her, right? Thanks, Jarrett. I might take you up on that.
Great.
He cleared his throat.
Do you talk to Carly often?
Her stomach twisted. How could she be so stupid? She should have known he was only being nice to her to find out about Carly. With her heart in her throat, she gave him the information he craved. If you want to see Carly, you're in luck. She happens to be staying with me for a little while.
She is?
The way his face lit up told her all she needed to know. Even 9 years later, he was still pining for Carly. Riley's eyes stung, but she didn't cry. She never cried. Controlling her emotions was her superpower. I'll send her over after she wakes up. I'm sure she'll be thrilled to see you. Riley kept a high, happy note in her voice as she moved toward her garage door, intent on escaping his enticing presence. No use torturing herself with hopes of what could never be. But she was going to give her sister a stern talk before she let her start dating Jarrett again.
Wait.
His hand grabbed her elbow, and she ignored the ensuing tingles. His eyes studied the ground.
Please don't send her to my house.
You don't want to see her?
I want to, but I'm not sure it's a good idea.
His hand came up to push through his dark hair.
I need to get some things straight in my head first.
She shrugged, like the decision was of no consequence to her. But inside her head, she yelled, "What about me?"
I have a great idea.
His eyebrows arched high.
I'm cooking steaks for some friends tonight. Why don't you both come over, say around 5 o'clock?
Gee, thanks, she replied in a flat tone. A chance to make small talk with a bunch of people I don't know. Sounds almost as fun as driving tiny slivers of wood under my fingernails. Besides, she'd rather watch a documentary about cockroaches than witness Jarrett and Carly getting back together. He chuckled.
You can do it. You're not any more introverted than I am.
Yes, but you know all these people.
If you want, you can sit at the children's table.
He must remember she was crazy about kids. No fair! You're hitting below the belt.
Not only will there be 3 kids.
He paused, looking up to the sky while his lips moved in silent counting.
But also 2 babies.
Babies? Her longings battled inside her. She could sit in a corner holding a baby, with her back to Jarrett and Carly.
Please say you'll come.
He really wanted her there. Could it mean something? Maybe tonight was his chance to close the book with Carly and open a new one with her. Fine, I'll come for a little while.
Thanks, Riley.
His knitted brows relaxed.
If you are there too, it'll be easier. I can treat Carly like we're pals, the same as you and me.
Pals, sure. His words hit her like a brick. We're such great pals that you haven't spoken to me since Carly left for Nashville. His jaw dropped, and the air between them curdled with tension. I can't believe I said that. I'm sorry, Jarrett. I shouldn't—
No, you're absolutely right. I was mad at Carly when she left, and I took it out on you.
His hand reached out, and she held her breath, waiting for the thrill of his touch. But he pulled back at the last second, stuffing his hands back in his pockets. It wasn't your fault, she said, feeling guilty for her outburst. At the time, he'd been hurting. And, of course, he had no idea Riley was in love with him. I knew you couldn't stand seeing my face when you were missing Carly.
That's no excuse.
He shook his head.
Our friendship was important, Riley. It still is. I won't make that mistake again. We'll be friends no matter what happens between Carly and me.
He wants to be friends. Lucky me. Chapter 2. Jarrett's feet pounded the pavement in a steady rhythm. He ran with a perfectly even gait, a difficult feat made possible by a state-of-the-art prosthesis on his left leg, along with years of practice. Usually, running was a great way to clear his mind. But today, his mind resembled a hoarder's closet.
Carly.
Carly had taken his heart, and he'd never gotten it back. 9 years ago, she'd made him feel like he was the most amazing man in the universe, back when he was a poor, computer nerd grad student. All this time, he'd thought nothing would make him happier than to see her again, to have another chance. But now, knowing the dream was becoming a reality, he felt sick to his stomach. After the initial shock of seeing Carly's face, he'd been relieved to learn it was Riley instead. At least he had time to pull himself together and figure out what he was going to say when he saw Carly again. What he didn't know was if he would be able to stick to his plan when she was standing in front of him in the flesh. Jarrett turned off the road onto the paved running trail that wound through the foothills, its close proximity to his new home one of the reasons he'd purchased it. He forged up the incline without slowing, pushing his limits. He relished the physical pain, a distraction from the pain inside his mind. He wasn't the kind of man who ran away from problems. He had to face Carly and settle things from their past. But a little extra support would make the task easier, which was exactly why he'd invited the sisters over for steak when his friends would be there. He turned up the music in his ears, hoping the sound would drown out his painful memories. But Carly's face kept intruding into his mind. Or was it Riley's face? He smiled, remembering their awkward encounter earlier that morning. Riley's cheeks flushing with embarrassment from falling in the spilled garbage. She was the innocent in all this drama with Carly. Yet he'd treated her badly. He hadn't thought about how Riley'd felt when he dropped their friendship. She'd suffered for her sister's actions. But Riley was a sweet person and deserved to be treated better. People who didn't know her well might think she was prickly, since sarcasm was a frequent means of communication. But he enjoyed their verbal spars, especially knowing the tender heart she protected with her sharp words. From the way she'd talked that morning, he assumed she was single, though surely she must have been married at some point. Guys would have to be blind not to see how beautiful and smart she was. He supposed her serious expression might scare some men away. She needed a man with gumption. His mind ran through a short list of prospects, single men he worked with. He quickly discarded the idea. None of them were good enough for Riley. He and Riley had been really good friends at one point, born of a mutual interest in computer engineering. In fact, when they'd first met, he'd considered dating her. But then he'd met her sister. Carly was his opposite in every way. Extroverted, funny, bubbly, never serious about anything. She melted his cares away with every burst of laughter. With Carly around, he'd totally disregarded his bone cancer, and the fact that it could come out of remission at any moment, this time not to take a limb, but to claim his life. Carly's sunny attitude had made him feel immortal. And when she left, the sun went with her. He adjusted his stride as the trail started a downward incline. Why had Carly showed up in his life at such a critical time? It couldn't be a coincidence. Was it possible this was a sign from God? Was it possible he and Carly might pick up where they left off? His forehead formed beads of sweat that had nothing to do with his physical exertion. He had to put Carly out of his mind. No time for distractions. Nothing else mattered right now. Not the pending deal with Personix Corporation, not his relationship with Carly. Only finding a way to bring Gabrielle to the States before it was too late. By the time Riley had taken her shower and put a load of laundry in the wash, Carly had emerged from her bedroom and stretched out in her usual place on the couch, still wearing her PJs. "There's nothing good on TV," Carly said, punching the button on the remote at such a rapid pace the changing images and bursts of sound made Riley's head hurt. Though maybe she shouldn't blame that on Carly. It might have already been hurting from her incident with Jarrett. Just her luck. When she finally saw him again for the first time in 9 years, she was on her hands and knees in a pile of putrid garbage. How unfair that Carly would get advance warning, so she would look great when she saw him at the party tonight. Who am I kidding? Carly always looks great. No advance warning needed. "Why don't you have dark circles under your eyes?" Riley slammed her hands onto her hips and glared down at her sister. "Huh?" Carly turned off the TV and sat up. "What are you talking about?" "We're twins. Why do you have a perfect complexion and I look like an actor in Zombie Apocalypse?" "Probably because I take better care of myself than you do. You're perpetually dehydrated. How much water did you drink yesterday?" "Water is yucky." Riley curled her lip in distaste. "Anyway, I can't be too dehydrated. A few minutes ago I was sweating buckets." "How can you be so smart and ignore such important things about your health?" Carly stood and ambled toward the kitchen. "I exercise, and my diet is fairly healthy." Riley followed behind her. "Healthy?" Carly laughed as she opened the cabinet and retrieved a glass. "I'm sorry, but zucchini bread doesn't count as eating vegetables. And you can't substitute oatmeal cookies for whole grains either." "Okay, I could probably eat a little better, but I don't really have time to cook." "Please." Carly rolled her eyes. "Your diet is awful and you don't get enough sleep. And who knows when you took your last vacation?" "I've been working and saving so I could afford a place like this. And now I have to work to pay the mortgage and the utilities. I can't splurge on a vacation." What she didn't say was that her sister had never held a regular job in her whole life, so she wouldn't understand. "It won't do any good to have a beautiful house if you don't live long enough to enjoy it." Carly filled the glass with water from the tap and handed it to Riley. "Drink. If I don't accomplish anything else while I'm here, I'm going to get you hydrated and teach you how to take care of your skin." "I don't have time to spend an hour putting goop on my face every night." Riley accepted the glass, grimacing as she swallowed. She really didn't like the taste of water. "Speaking of goop, if you're going to stay here, you have to start helping out. Starting with taking out the garbage when it's full and separating the trash from the recycling." "You keep them in separate places?" Carly lifted the lid on the empty trash can. "This is the only garbage I've seen." "That's because the recycling bins are in the garage. You have to rinse out your cans and glass and plastic and put them in the bins. They don't go in the garbage." "You mean every time you eat something, you carry the recycling all the way out to the garage?" Her jaw dropped, as if Riley had suggested she walk to the moon and back several times an hour. "The garage door is 20 feet away." Riley smirked at her sister. "Maybe walking out there and back could be your daily exercise." Fine. Carly lifted her chin. I'll help with the recycling if you'll try my skincare regimen, which only takes 5 or 10 minutes, by the way, not an hour. Maybe. Carly's eyes raked up and down her form, her brows bunched in disapproval. Honestly, you need a complete makeover. You never wear anything but jeans and athletic shorts. And what's wrong with that? I'm not trying to impress anyone. Exactly. Carly's narrowed gaze caught hers and held it in a silent reminder of last night's conversation. Yes, I was just complaining that I would never get married and have babies, but that's not the point. Carly crossed her arms, drumming her fingers, an "I'm waiting for you to admit I'm right" expression on her face. Riley groaned and stomped her foot. Fine, I'll let you make me over sometime if you'll start helping with all the chores. That means cleaning, laundry, yard work, everything. For that, you have to let me dress you every day. No way! You'll have me sitting around here in a dress all the time. I work mostly from home, and I need to be comfortable. Okay, I get to choose your clothes every time you leave the house. Deal? Carly's hand extended toward hers. What do I care if she chooses what I wear? All my clothes are the same. Just to be clear, Riley said, doing laundry includes folding and putting things away, including sheets and towels. Carly snatched her hand back. If you make me fold fitted sheets, I promise you'll be sorry. Riley laughed. Fair enough. I'll fold the fitted sheets. Riley stuck out her hand, and Carly shook it, sporting a smug smile. This is going to be fun, said Carly. I can't wait to see you in some of my clothes. Oh, no, I never agreed to wear your clothes. Riley aimed a scorching scowl at her sister. The deal was I could dress you every time you leave the house. I'm sure not going to use anything you own. I mean, why bother? Thank goodness I hardly ever go anywhere. Riley took another drink of water and wrinkled her nose, glad drinking hadn't been part of the deal. She sighed, dreading the next conversation. She had to tell Carly about Jarrett and warn her sister to be careful not to hurt him again. And she had to do it without revealing her feelings for Jarrett. No problem. I've had 9 years of practice hiding my emotions. Let's sit down. I need to tell you something. Riley motioned her sister toward the table and turned their chairs to face each other. Carly chewed her lip. Did someone die? Or am I in some kind of trouble? No one died, but you're kind of in trouble. Riley steeled herself. I met my next-door neighbor this morning. And? Carly's wide eyes betrayed her curiosity. It's Jarrett Alvarez. Crud! To Carly's credit, she had the decency to blush. What did he say? Does he hate me? He doesn't hate you. Jarrett's not that kind of person. But you think he ought to, don't you? Carly's penetrating blue eyes bored into hers, like looking into a mirror of accusation. You've never forgiven me for breaking up with him when I left for Nashville. Riley pressed her lips together. I think you could have treated him better. Did you ever stop to think that I might have broken it off for his sake? Carly's eyes glistened. Jarrett was a great guy. He deserved someone who would put him in first place. I knew I couldn't offer that because singing had to be my priority. He would have been miserable with me. It was exactly what Riley had always thought, but it shocked her to hear Carly say it. She'd thought her sister was too self-centered to think that way. She reached out to squeeze her sister's hand, and Carly's lips trembled. Were you ever in love with him? Riley asked. I thought I was, but now I don't know. Carly shrugged. He was great and all, but he moved way too slow. We dated for 10 months, and he never kissed me. Riley's heart leaped for joy, but she kept her expression neutral. Maybe you should have brushed your teeth more often. Carly laughed and swiped at her teary eyes. He said he wanted it to be special, our first kiss. I guess he kept waiting for the right moment, and waiting and waiting. And then you left. Right. And when I met Anton, he moved so fast he kind of swept me off my feet. I was head over heels in love with him, and now I can't even stand to think about him. You were young and naive, and Anton took advantage of you. Thank you for saying that. A huge tear rolled down Carly's cheek. I kind of felt like I deserved what happened to me. Oh, Carly, no! Riley leaned to wrap her arms around her sister. I hope I didn't say anything to make you feel like that. Carly clung to her, tears wetting Riley's shoulder. I never even read my contracts. Anton said he would take care of everything, and I trusted him. He was a scumbag, Riley said, not mentioning that she'd expressed a similar sentiment before Carly married him. Thanks for not saying how stupid I was to trust him. Carly sat back in her chair and cast her gaze toward the floor. Everyone always talked about how you got all the brains, and it used to make me so jealous. When I left for Nashville, I was determined to prove everybody wrong by making all my own decisions. All I did was prove them right. That didn't prove anything but the fact that Anton was a jerk. You're as smart as I am, but you tend to be impulsive. I know. I wish I could be like you. I wish I were more, boring, Riley suggested. You're not boring, Carly said. I am, but I've accepted it. Everyone always asks me how it feels to have such a talented sister, Riley said. Talk about being jealous. Well, I've made a lot of mistakes, and one of them was Jarrett. And who knew, back when he was a geeky grad student, he'd turn out to be a billionaire? You're kidding me, right? Riley took another sip of water. Jarrett told me today he works for Phantom Enterprises. They pay well, but I don't think he's a billionaire. Carly's mouth gaped open. Jarrett doesn't work there, Riley. He owns it. Riley sucked in air, pulling a mouthful of water with it. After about 2 minutes of violent coughing, she could finally speak. Are you sure Jarrett's the owner? Because I thought that cowboy guy owned it. You mean Cole Miller? He's the one most people know. But there are 4 guys in the corporation, and all of them are equal partners. Finn Anderson is one of them. You've probably heard of him. I forget the other guy's name, but he was Anton's favorite. Anton was a huge gamer, and he was obsessed with Phantom Enterprises. I purposefully never told him I dated Jarrett. Riley's stomach churned as she tried to remember their conversation that morning. No wonder Jarrett had looked like he was about to bust out laughing. Jarrett's a billionaire, and I'm an idiot. In that case, you'll be happy to know he's having some friends over for dinner tonight, and you're invited. Carly's eyes went as wide as her smile. I am? Do you think that means he's forgiven me? I guess there's only one way to find out. Carly nodded, her lips downturned. What should I say to him? Be honest. Tell him exactly what you told me about leaving for Nashville because you wanted to put your career first. And tell him you're in limbo, waiting to get called to Hollywood to be in that movie. It's not a big role, Carly said. I'll probably only be filming for 3 or 4 weeks. You still have to tell him. Riley grabbed her sister's shoulders and looked her square in the face. Promise me, if you guys start dating again, you won't lead him on. I'll be lucky if he even listens to me, much less dates me. Riley stood and started toward her room. Well, you've got all day to practice your apology. I'm going for a hike if you want to come along. You don't have time for a hike. Carly followed on her heels. We have to start getting you ready for tonight. Me? No, I'm not going. Why not? Weren't you invited? I was, but I can't show my face to Jarrett.
Riley picked up speed, heading down the hallway for the safety of her room.
Not since I found out what a fool I made of myself today. Can you believe I congratulated him for getting a job at Phantom Enterprises? My sister, who has zero knowledge of computers, knew he was the co-owner and I didn't. Jarrett probably thinks I live under a rock. Because you practically do, said Carly. Not helpful, Riley growled through tight lips.
As she reached the door to her room, she felt a tap on her right shoulder and turned to look. At the same moment, something brushed past on her left.
Ha!
Carly cried as she sailed into the room and took a flying leap, landing on Riley's freshly made bed just like she used to do when they were teens. She flopped around to face Riley, her smile unfazed by Riley's glare.
You have to go tonight because I need you there. No, I'm too embarrassed.
Carly tilted her head, her eyes narrowing.
Why do you care so much what Jarrett thinks anyway?
Oops, I forgot the cardinal rule. Hide my feelings. She scrambled for an explanation.
Anyone would be mortified, but it's especially embarrassing because he talked about me applying for a job at Phantom. What? He offered you a job?
Well, no. He said he'd put in a good word for me. Carly bounced to her feet, shaking her finger in Riley's face.
That's it! I won't let you throw away a chance like this because of your pride. I'm taking you to this party if I have to drag you by your hair. And you're going to look amazing.
I'm thinking the bleeding drag marks on my legs might be distracting.
Riley, stop kidding around. This is important. Who knows? Your future husband might be at that party tonight.
If only that were true. Chapter 3. I need your advice, Jarrett told Cole as they wandered into the kitchen to give Cole's wife, Brooke, some privacy to nurse their 5-month-old Nicole. It's personal. The first to arrive, the pair had flown in from Houston. You're asking me for advice? I guess you finally realize how wise I am, after I've been telling you so for years. No, I'm just desperate, and you're all I've got. Cole laughed. Lay it on me. I owe you some good advice. If it weren't for you, Brooke and I might not be together. I can't really take credit for that. Jarrett shook his head. You two were destined to be together. I don't think a hurricane-force wind could have kept you apart. Well, it helped that we were already married. At least I didn't have to work up the courage to ask her again. Is that what you need? You finally found the right girl and you want advice about how to pop the question? Jarrett knew Cole was teasing him. He'd told his friends a few years back he had no intention of getting married. Though he didn't give his reasons, and none of them asked why, the unspoken explanation was as plain as day. Carly. His best buddies, all busy in grad schools across the country, hadn't met her while they were dating. All they'd known was her first name, and the fact that Jarrett was in love with her. Carly was like an unstoppable force of nature. She'd asked him out on a date within 20 minutes of meeting him. For almost a year, he'd spent the majority of his days at the sisters' apartment in Boulder, even eating most of his meals at their kitchen table. On weekends, he and Carly would occasionally go out on dates. But since both were on tight budgets, they usually rented movies and hung out on the couch. Riley had been a great sport, never complaining she was stuck as a third wheel. Jarrett had done his best to include her in their conversations, enjoying her wry sense of humor. So when Carly dumped him and left for Nashville, Jarrett had lost far more than the girlfriend he'd intended to marry. He'd also lost the comfortable daily routine he'd grown to love, along with his best gal pal. Okay, it was his own fault he'd lost Riley, but at the time he'd been too messed up to deal with seeing Carly's identical twin. As Jarrett had always been private about his emotions, his buddies hadn't dared to ask him the details. They'd only known the breakup had thrown him into a deep depression, and his desire for marriage and family had never returned. Until now.
I don't want to get married, but I want to be a father.
You want to be a single dad? Cole crossed his arms over his chest, layering the neon green mechanical arm over his natural one. It was no accident that both men wore prosthetic limbs. Jarrett and his 3 friends, co-owners of Phantom Enterprises, had met as teenagers at a computer camp for kids with physical disabilities. The bonds they'd formed had strengthened over each passing summer, and by their senior year they'd determined a plan to one day run a technology company together. The result was Phantom Enterprises. It had succeeded beyond their wildest dreams, making all 4 of them billionaires.
One of my kids at the Puerto Rican orphanage I support got diagnosed with leukemia,
Jarrett explained.
He's only 3 years old. If I can get him to the States, he's got a better than 90% chance of survival. I want to adopt him.
Can you make it happen in time?
The caseworker will only approve me as an emergency medical guardian. She wants him placed permanently with a married couple.
They won't approve an adoption for a single parent?
Single parents are usually allowed to adopt from Puerto Rico, but this caseworker wants Gabe to be with a couple.
A lump formed in his throat.
I'd be a better dad, though. I'll understand what he's going through.
A single dad, huh? Cole grimaced. I assume you've thought this through because you don't do anything on impulse. But you do realize what kind of commitment you're making, right? Parenting is hard, even with a healthy kid and great spouse by your side. Cole glanced toward Brooke, who was attempting to coax a burp out of their now drowsy baby.
I'm not worried about that. I can afford to hire all the help I need.
What about your family? Can they come?
I'm sure my mom and dad will come for a week, but they babysit my sister's kids, so they can't stay long. Juanita's going to help me out. She's an older Hispanic woman, a cashier at my grocery store. She said she'll help me communicate with Gabe.
Cole cocked his head to the side. I won't even ask how this woman found out you were thinking of adopting a kid from Puerto Rico. Jarrett chuckled.
I complimented her hair, and the next thing I knew she was trying to set me up with her niece. From then on, she quizzed me about my life every time I stepped foot in the store.
Did you ever consider shopping somewhere else?
No.
Jarrett shook his head, smiling ruefully.
Juanita is sweet. She reminds me of my grandma.
I have to ask. Cole leaned back against the kitchen island and stuffed his hands in the pockets of his jeans. Is part of this about the possibility you can't have kids of your own? Are you adopting so you won't be pressured to get married and find out you might be sterile? Jarrett had known since he'd first had chemotherapy as an 11-year-old that his fertility might be affected.
You know I'm grateful to be alive. I'd still love to have kids of my own if I can. But I feel the same way about adoption that you do. He'll be my son, the same as if he had my DNA.
Cole nodded, apparently satisfied.
What's his name? The boy you want to adopt? It's Gabriel. They call him Gabe, said Jarrett. I thought everything was on track. The caseworker agreed to give her approval by the end of next week so we could get him here for treatment. But then she explained that my guardianship would end when his initial cancer treatment was over, and Gabe would be placed permanently with a married couple. There's no way I can give him up after being his father for a year.
Ah! Cole's eyebrows arched high. You want to find some girl and do a quick temporary marriage, kind of like I did?
Absolutely not.
An involuntary shiver ripped down his spine. He must have made an awful face because Cole laughed. Haven't you spent a lot of money helping out over there? Doesn't that count for something?
I've spent hundreds of thousands. Half the orphanages were operating without electricity. So we revamped everything and set them up with generators. Not just my children's home, but every orphanage in the country. And that wasn't enough to get approval to adopt one kid? I've been doing it for years, so it's enough for them to know I'm not trying to buy babies and sell them on the black market. I thought knowing I had the money to get Gabe the best medical care would make me a shoo-in. But the caseworker has a different opinion.
He rubbed the back of his head.
It's frustrating because I thought she was on my side. Maybe you should marry the caseworker,
Cole said with a wry grin.
She's 60 and married with 10 grandkids. Okay, scratch that idea. How long would you have after Gabe gets here before he gets placed with someone else?
Cole asked.
If you put your mind to it, maybe you could date and marry the old-fashioned way, or even hire one of those millionaire matchmakers. As I understand it, I've got zero chance unless I start the process on the foster-to-adopt tract. If I'm the emergency medical guardian and nothing else, I'll lose him in the end. If they would only give me a chance, I could prove I'd be the best father Gabe could possibly have. I have no doubt you'd be an amazing dad, but it'll be a lot harder to convince your caseworker, said Cole. I still say a temporary marriage is your best bet, if you want to make sure you have a fighting chance. Once the adoption is final, you could file for divorce. All you need is a solid prenup. Even if I thought that was a good idea, I wouldn't do it after what happened this morning.
Jarrett took a deep breath. Saying it out loud would make it real.
Guess who I found out is living next door to me? Carly. Carly. You're Carly.
Cole's mouth dropped open.
Oh, man! Are you okay? What did you say to her? I talked to her sister, but not Carly. I don't know if I ever told you guys, but Carly has a twin. Sounds vaguely familiar.
Cole rubbed the scruff on his chin.
Is Carly single? Does this mean there's a chance you'll get back together? She's divorced, so it's possible. I'm trying to be sensible about it. A lot of time has passed, and I don't even know if she's the same person.
Jarrett rubbed his suddenly sweaty palms on his jeans.
She's coming over tonight. She and Riley, both. Riley's the twin. Are they identical? In looks, yes. In personality, they're like black and white.
Jarrett smiled.
Or maybe like sugar and spice. You'll see tonight. I can't wait for you to meet them. So this could solve everything, right? You and Carly get together, you could get married next week, adopt Gabe, and live happily ever after. That's definitely not an option. At least not in that order. Isn't she the only woman you ever loved? She is. At least, I think she is. But I don't know how I feel now.
Jarrett rubbed his temples, trying to stave off the headache building behind his eyes.
I was really happy back when Carly and I were together. But I don't know if I can step back into a relationship and pretend nothing ever happened. I don't trust her now. You get that, right? Totally.
Cole nodded.
But you can get it back. You shouldn't give up. Right. But I can't do it in a week or even a month. It's going to take time. If we have any chance of making this work, we have to start over and take it slow. No doubt you're going to take it slow.
Cole chuckled, shaking his head.
You have 3 speeds when you make decisions. Slow, slower, and sloth.
Jarrett knew Cole was right, even though he didn't want to admit it.
All that means is I make careful, smart decisions. But sometimes, by the time you decide, it's too late.
Is that what had happened with Carly the first time? Had he moved too slowly?
Being careful is part of who I am, Jarrett said. I don't think I can change. You can't, and you shouldn't.
Cole slung his artificial arm around Jarrett's shoulder.
But you're not afraid to take a chance and adopt a kid with cancer. That takes more guts than marrying a woman you've been in love with for 9 years. The marriage wouldn't stand a chance if we rushed into it. I have to concentrate on Gabe. This thing with Carly will just have to wait until I figure out the adoption." "Okay." Cole held up his hands in surrender. "I'm just happy you're even considering marriage after years of swearing you'll be single for the rest of your life." "There's one other little complication about Carly," Jarrett said, watching Cole for his reaction to his next revelation. "Her last name is Malone." It took a second for the information to sink in, but eventually Cole's eyes went wide. "No way! Your Carly is Carly Malone, the singer?" "One and the same. She left for Nashville 9 years ago and ended our relationship like it was nothing to her." "And this is why you were so tight-lipped about the breakup? You didn't want us to know who she was?" "Right," Jarrett said, surprised that telling the story hadn't been as painful as he'd anticipated. "It was bad enough seeing her picture splashed all over the news without having you guys know. I didn't want your pity."
"Cole!" Brooke called, waving at him from the family room. "Nicole left a diaper present, and it's your turn."
"I did the last one," Cole said. "Remember, this morning, right after her bath?"
"Yes, but I changed one on the plane."
"I thought that one was just wet."
"Nope, it was a 3-wiper. I predict at least 4 for this one."
Brooke wrinkled her nose, holding the baby out as far as her arms would stretch.
"Sorry, Jarrett. Looks like duty calls."
Cole started toward the family room.
"But maybe you should come with me for training." "No, thanks," said Jarrett. "Gabe's already potty trained. I'll let you have this pleasure all to yourself."
Due to weather delays, it was 4:30 when Bran and Steph Knight and their 3 kids finally arrived from New York, along with Finn and Lori Anderson and their baby. Anxious to talk to them before his neighbors arrived, Jarrett caught Bran and Steph in the kitchen making sandwiches for the kids, while Finn supervised their work and entertained them with an update on his audacious mother's latest antics. Jarrett explained all about Gabe while considering how to break the news about Carly. To their credit, none of his friends even mentioned the possibility that Gabe might not survive. They had always had a positive attitude where Jarrett's cancer was concerned, and expressed the same sentiments toward Gabe.
"We'll all pray you can make this work,"
said Bran, practicing his uncanny skill of looking someone in the eye despite his complete blindness.
"Lori's going to be so mad she missed this,"
Finn said, with a slight English accent he'd acquired from his mother. He glanced over at his wife, who was asleep on the couch, the result of the sleeping pill she'd taken to combat her extreme fear of flying. Their newly adopted 4-month-old daughter, Larkin, was currently sound asleep, strapped to Finn's chest. She'd had retinoblastoma, the same cancer that had caused Bran to lose his eyesight as an infant. Cancer-free with the removal of her second affected eye, she was happy and healthy, though blind. Since she'd been almost completely deprived of human contact the first months of her life, Finn and Lori were attempting to make up the deficit by wearing her as much as possible. "I hope you can get Gabe over here and gain permanent custody," said Steph, as she spread peanut butter on slices of bread and handed them to Finn for jelly, assembly line fashion. "Ford would love getting to play with him, since they're both 3 years old. And I bet Ellie would try to mother him like she always does."
"Our Lily just turned 4, but she acts like she's the same age as Ellie," said Bran. "So she'll probably try to order Gabe around, like she does Ford." "I know it's hard to navigate the adoption system," Finn said, as he put the lid on the jelly. "It took us a year to go through the process for Larkin." "Since Gabe has this medical emergency, I thought I could get a special approval as his permanent guardian, or at least be on track to adopt."
Jarrett glanced at his cell phone, noting the time. It was almost 5 o'clock.
Hopefully his neighbors would come a little late and give him time to prepare his friends.
Well, it's ridiculous that they're giving you a hard time.
Steph pursed her lips. Did you tell them you can afford a full-time nanny?
Believe me, they know how much money I have. And I know they're trying to do what's best for Gabe. But I think it will tear him up to be with me while he's getting treatment, and then get placed with someone else as his parents. I know it will tear me up.
Jarrett cleared his throat. Carly was due to show up any minute, and he still hadn't warned his friends.
By the way, I invited my new next-door neighbor, Riley, to come for dinner. Turns out we knew each other in college. I hope she likes babies, said Finn, tilting his head toward the stairs where Nicole's screams of protest wafted down. Evidently, she was letting Cole and Brooke know she wasn't in the mood for a nap, despite the fact she'd been rubbing her eyes. Locken's even louder than that when she's mad. She loves kids,
Jarrett said, remembering Riley liked volunteering at the children's hospital.
And she's bringing her sister. They're twins.
That sounds fun, Steph said. We just need to make sure they use the hand sanitizer, like the rest of us. Since both Finn and Ellie suffered from cystic fibrosis, which made them susceptible to infections, everyone was careful to avoid spreading germs.
And about Riley's sister. I actually knew her in college, too.
The doorbell rang and Ellie raced for the door. I'll get it.
Wait, said Steph, running after her with a bottle of hand sanitizer. Jarrett called after her.
I didn't finish telling you about...
Don't worry, Jarrett, said Finn, as he moved toward the door.
We won't scare your new neighbors away. That's not what I'm worried about, Jarrett mumbled.
Ellie flung the door open, and Jarrett's stomach turned itself inside out. He stared at the open doorway, waiting to see the woman who'd single-handedly ended his life 9 years ago. His chest clenched tight the moment she stepped foot into the room, her long, silky legs peeking from under a green sundress. Eyes like pieces of sky sought his and sent his pulse racing before aiming at the floor.
Hi,
she said, her lips stretching in an awkward smile when Steph gasped.
Are you?
Finn began. I'm not Carly Malone, but she's coming. She had to take a phone call. I'm Riley. She let her shiny blonde hair fall forward, covering the roses that bloomed on her cheeks. Riley? He'd been so sure it was Carly. She looked different somehow. He couldn't put his finger on it. He felt drawn to her. It must be because he was anticipating seeing Carly again. Glad to meet you, Steph said. Jarrett was just telling us about his new neighbors. I'm sure he was talking about my sister. I'm nobody important. Was that really how Riley viewed herself? Jarrett hardened his jaw, muttering,
That's not true.
Steph launched into an explanation about the hand sanitizer, and seconds later Ellie was dragging Riley off to the family room.
What's not true?
Bran's voice made Jarrett jump.
What Riley said,
Jarrett muttered in a low voice.
I wish she wouldn't put herself down. Did I hear her say her sister is Carly Malone, the singer?
Bran raised his brows.
Does she also happen to be the Carly you dated in grad school? You guessed it,
Jarrett said, his eyes glued to the front door.
So you dated Carly Malone before she was Carly Malone, the singer. And she dated you before you were Jarrett Alvarez, owner of Phantom Enterprises. I hadn't thought of it quite that way, Jarrett admitted. I was planning to warn you and Finn, but I ran out of time. We've got your back, Jarrett, said Bran, leaning closer. Always. Whatever you need to help you deal with this, we're here for you. Thanks, Bran. And thanks for not asking why I never told you.
The doorbell rang again, and Jarrett's chest tightened. Carly strode inside, her 1,000-watt show smile shining like a beacon. Flawless, from the top of her shiny blonde locks to the tips of her painted toenails. Her sparkling blue eyes crinkled in the corners as she greeted Stephanie and Finn. Then her gaze locked with Jarrett's, and his breath caught in his throat. She moved his way until she was standing right in front of him.
"Hi, Jarrett,"
she said in a feathery voice. Her hand reached out to hold his, but the expected jolt of electricity never came. He stared at her in confusion. Where was the magnetic attraction? The anger, the longing, the pain? Time had numbed him more than he realized.
"Hi, Carly."
He slid his hand out of her grasp and flipped it toward Bran.
"This is my good friend, Branson Knight. Nice to meet you."
Bran shook her hand, his eyes appearing to focus on hers.
"That's a nice perfume you're wearing."
"Thanks," she said. "It's called Reminisce."
"I like it too,"
Jarrett said, though he hadn't even noticed it.
"Jarrett, is there someplace we can go to talk?"
Carly asked.
"Why don't you come out back with me?"
Jarrett said, pleased with the steadiness of his voice.
"I need to get the grill going."
Outside in the brisk April air, Jarrett busied himself with the grill, allowing Carly the chance to have her say.
"I'm sorry I left the way I did, Jarrett,"
she said in a timid voice.
"I really am."
"I'm not angry anymore."
He lit the burner and fiddled with the controls longer than necessary. Any excuse to avoid eye contact.
"But I would like to know why you did it."
From the corner of his eye, he saw her rubbing the chill bumps on her bare arms. 9 years earlier, he would have held her to keep her warm. Today, awkwardness stood between them like a murky curtain.
"Riley told me I should be honest with you," she said.
"I'm listening."
He closed the grill lid and stepped back, folding his arms over his chest, while performing an intense study of the patio stones beneath his feet.
"I left because you deserved someone who would put you first in their life. At the time, my career was my priority."
At the time? Was she implying her priorities had changed? Asking for another chance? He'd longed for this moment, but now everything felt different. He wasn't even sure he wanted to try again.
"I know I was wrong,"
she continued, with a quiver in her voice.
"I should have talked to you about it, but I was afraid you'd try to talk me out of going to Nashville."
"I loved you, Carly."
As the words left his mouth, he realized that emotion was in the past. How long ago had his love faded? Was it truly dead? Or was it waiting to spring to life again?
"I knew Nashville was your dream. We could have worked things out if you'd talked to me."
"You're right. I made a huge mistake. It's the one thing I'm good at, being a screw-up."
He heard a sniff and looked up to see the shine of tear tracks on her face. She brushed her fingers across her eyes, leaving a smear of mascara. The ice around his heart cracked a little.
"No one's perfect,"
he said.
"You had no way of knowing this, but I was kind of hoping you would come after me."
She peered at him through thick lashes.
"I thought about it, Carly, but I couldn't handle the possibility of more rejection. I figured you knew where I was. If you wanted me, you could have found me. And it didn't take you all that long to marry someone else."
"Anton turned out to be one of my biggest screw-ups."
She gave another loud sniff.
"You have some black under your eye."
He reached out and used his thumb to wipe away the smudge.
"You made it to the top, Carly. It hurt that you shut me out, but I'm still proud of you."
"You're the one who really succeeded. Founding Phantom Enterprises? That's amazing."
She let out a nervous giggle.
"And poor Riley thought you just worked for them, until I set her straight."
He smiled at the memory of Riley's mistake, until guilt smacked him in the face. He'd twisted her arm to get her to come to the party so he'd feel more comfortable. She was inside right now, and probably miserable. Once again, he'd been inconsiderate of Riley's feelings.
I hope we can start over.
Carly took a shuddery breath.
I'll do anything to make it up to you, Jarrett. Anything.
Would you be willing to perform at a Limitless fundraiser?
Limitless?
That's our nonprofit branch, benefiting kids with disabilities. It's underwritten by Phantom Enterprises, but every year we raise a lot of money for the kids, mostly with huge fundraiser events.
Absolutely, I'd love to.
She smiled brightly, then her face fell.
Oh, I guess I'll have to check with my new agent to make sure. But I doubt it will be a problem.
That sounds great. Later on, I'll introduce you to Lori and Finn Anderson. They'll probably cover the next event without me. I usually work from New York for a few months to coordinate the Limitless events, but I'll be tied to Denver this summer. At least, I hope I'll be tied here.
Why? What's going on?
I'm trying to get emergency guardianship of a boy from Puerto Rico and bring him to the U.S. for cancer treatment. But I've hit a snag.
Maybe I could help, she said. I could babysit or take him to the doctor, whatever you need. I've got some free time right now.
Thanks for offering, but I don't think you can solve this problem. You see, I really want to adopt him instead of being a temporary guardian. But I don't qualify because I'm not married.
Oh, no!
Her mouth drooped. She'd always had a soft heart.
You mean he could die because you can't get approval?
I won't let him die. If I have to, I'll take care of him for a year while he's getting cancer treatment and then give him up for adoption.
Jarrett spoke through gritted teeth.
But I don't want to give him up. I've known him since he was 12 months old. He's the sweetest kid I've ever met. I believe he was destined to be my son.
What's his name?
Gabriel. He goes by Gabe.
What are you going to do?
Her tone was trembly, as if she truly cared about him. Yet 9 years had gone by without a word from her. Was it all an act?
If I can't get approved on the adoption track, I don't have any choice but to accept an emergency guardianship, knowing he'll eventually have different parents. But it makes me sick to think about it.
Jarrett gave a bitter laugh.
I'm so desperate I might even consider Cole's crazy suggestion.
What's Cole's idea?
Jarrett gave his head a slow shake, aiming his gaze to the clouds.
He thinks I should just marry someone, anyone. A fake marriage, but completely legal, so I can get on the adoption track. But
I'll do it, said Carly, clapping her hands together. I'll marry you so you can adopt Gabe.
The inside of his mouth felt like tissue paper.
But that's not what...
Don't worry, she waved a flippant hand. I'm not deluding myself that this is a real marriage. I know you're not in love with me anymore. But this is my chance to make up for what I did. We can stay married just long enough for you to adopt Gabe.
Carly, that could take a year or more.
Please, Jarrett, let me do this for you. What have you got to lose?
My sanity comes to mind. Wouldn't another divorce ruin your career?
Suddenly dizzy, Jarrett stepped back, wondering how all the oxygen had disappeared from the air.
A high-profile marriage like this would get people talking about me again. It'd be great for my career, even if it only lasted a month.
Her hand gripped his and tugged him across the patio.
Let's go tell the others.
He stumbled behind her in a daze. But as her hand reached for the doorknob, he jerked her back.
Wait, Carly, we can't do this. One of us is bound to get hurt.
Listen, Jarrett, didn't we always have a good time when we were together?
Yes, but...
My best memories are of hanging out in the apartment, laughing and talking and watching silly movies. Let's have fun while it lasts. And this time, if anyone suffers, it's going to be me.
Her blue eyes gazed upward, puddled with tears. "And that's okay, because I deserve it."
Carly, you don't deserve to suffer.
"The point is, I can help you get custody of Gabe so he can get the health care he needs."
The back of her hand came up to swipe at her eyes.
"Are you saying you can't even stand the idea of being in a short-term fake relationship with me? Am I that repulsive now?"
He sighed.
You know better. You're as beautiful as you've ever been.
She jerked her chin down in a sharp nod.
"Then let's do this. For Gabe."
The back door swung open and she dragged him inside.
"Hey, everybody, we have an announcement,"
Carly cried out, pausing like a true performer until every eye was trained her direction.
"Jarrett and I are getting married."
Shouts of confusion and excitement echoed in Jarrett's head like they were standing inside a tunnel. Across the room, a set of crystal blue eyes collided with his, the connection so strong he reeled from the emotion. Riley's nostrils flared and she turned her head away. Someone clapped him on his shoulder as he watched her stand, rapid steps taking her to the front door. When it closed behind her, the sound didn't reach his ears, but he felt the thud deep in his chest.
Why do I feel like I just kicked a puppy?
Chapter 4.
"Which font do you like for the wedding napkins?"
Carly shoved her computer under Riley's nose.
"I kind of like this one. It's called Champagne."
"This font would be fine if it were translucent," said Riley.
"A translucent font? Why?"
"So I can see my breakfast," Riley growled, pushing the computer out of the way. Carly had talked about nothing but the wedding since she'd floated home from Jarrett's house Saturday night. After only 3 days, Riley was more than sick of wedding planning, and the two hadn't even set a date.
"You call that breakfast?"
Carly sneered at Riley's bowl of ice cream.
"It's got milk in it,
plenty of vitamin D." Riley spooned a huge bite of triple chocolate swirl into her mouth, savoring the flavor. The minute she'd escaped the party on Saturday, she'd driven to the grocery store and stocked up on her favorite flavors of ice cream. "It's better than a donut."
"You're going to die of a heart attack by the time you're 40,
said Carly, who'd downed a green smoothie concoction that had smelled even worse than it looked. Sudden death sounds a lot better than dying slowly from a daily smoothie of algae and bacteria.
"It's not bacteria, it's probiotics."
"Same thing." Riley took another bite and groaned with exaggerated delight as the sweet cream slid down her throat.
"You're impossible," said Carly.
"But I won't try to make you eat smoothies if you go to the spa with me today." "It's Wednesday. I have to work." Riley couldn't wait for her sister to leave for her appointment. Riley was looking forward to the peace and quiet and a chance to think about anything besides the fact that Jarrett Alvarez was marrying Carly. Sure, they both said it wasn't going to be a real marriage, but Riley knew how her sister worked. Though it wouldn't be a conscious action, Carly would soon have Jarrett wrapped around her little finger. Something about her made men want to spoil her rotten. Riley had no such skill. It was one reason she'd enjoyed hanging out with Jarrett. He was so sharp her intelligence didn't intimidate him. Yet he actually had a personality, a trait Riley had found lacking in most of her coworkers. "Have you set a date yet?" Riley asked, in an attempt to show support.
"We picked a month, December."
Carly twirled in a circle.
"Sabrina, my agent, is really excited. She says this wedding is just the publicity boost I need. In fact, she's already tweeted that I have some big news, and her tweet went viral. And I love Christmas-themed weddings."
"Don't you need to get married right away so Jarrett can get approved for the adoption?"
"We'll probably have a quick legal ceremony to get him on the adoption track,
But we'll keep it secret so the public only knows about the big wedding. Sabrina wants to hype it to the max, with Jarrett being co-owner of Phantom Enterprises and all. Since when is this marriage about publicity? I thought you were only marrying Jarrett to make the adoption possible. That's how it started, but Jarrett offered to let me publicize it, and that might save my career, said Carly. If I weren't in such a desperate spot, I wouldn't do it. I know he hates the spotlight. He's usually an introvert, so that's a big sacrifice for him, Riley said. Maybe this is a sign he's still in love with you. Maybe, but I'm not going to pressure him. We've already signed a prenuptial agreement. Riley's stomach churned. She hated the thought of Carly and Jarrett happily married, but a nasty divorce was way worse. She needed to get over herself and think about them first. Carly, I know you want to help Jarrett, but what you're doing is a really bad idea. If you go into a marriage with that attitude, you'll end up divorced for sure. It's okay. I'm not going to let my heart fall for him unless I can tell he feels the same way. Carly chuckled. Besides, Jarrett's attorney offered to marry me if this marriage doesn't work out. What? That's terrible. Matthew was only kidding. It turns out he's a big fan of mine. After I signed all the forms, he asked me to sign one more thing. She bit her lips, a flush rising to her cheeks. He had a 5x7 glossy of me from my first tour. He was flirting with you in front of Jarrett? Asking for my autograph hardly counts as flirting. Still, if you're going to try to make this marriage work, you need to be careful. You don't want to hurt Jarrett even by accident. I know I hurt him before, but believe me, that's not happening this time. Carly's grin vanished. He was saying we'll probably have to stay married for a year before we end it. To me, that sounds like he's already planning the divorce. And I promised him I wasn't going into this with expectations. If you can make it a year, he'll probably change his mind. All he needs is time to heal. Not that Riley wanted them together, but she refused to be selfish and petty. Maybe you're right. Last night he took me to dinner and he was really sweet, Carly said. It was almost like old times. I'm afraid to get my hopes up, but I think they're already sky high. Riley laid her hand on Carly's arm. I'm praying everything will work out. But do you understand why I can't count on it? You see why I have to think about my career. I learned my lesson with Anton. I'll never let myself be vulnerable again. Riley thought it would be impossible to love someone if you weren't vulnerable, but she didn't say it aloud. 2 hours later, when Carly drove off to the spa and Riley was alone in blessed silence, she slumped on the couch with her laptop, ready to tackle the ever-growing pile of job assignments. Her workload seemed to be growing exponentially, unlike her paycheck. She earned a more than decent salary, but burnout was a common problem among the company's programmers. At least it's hump day, she muttered, though her work often carried over to the weekends. Her email pinged with a message from her boss, and she groaned as she scanned it. He'd added another client to her workload, and this one would require traveling to assess the company's needs. She wished she could reply with a letter of resignation, but that wouldn't happen for the next 30 years, until her mortgage was paid off. She gazed out the glass patio doors at the mountain view. It's worth it, she told herself. I'll do whatever I have to do to stay in this house. Instead of resigning, she jotted back a note with a few questions and promised to talk to their travel coordinator. Then she dove into her project, the one she'd been working on at 10 o'clock the previous night when the sound of her sister and Jarrett's voices in the family room had filtered upstairs, announcing their return. Though Riley had been invited to join them on their date, she had no desire to relive the experience of watching her sister with Jarrett. She'd done it night after night the first time they dated, and the painful images were still etched in her memory. With her mind deep in the zone, she didn't bother to answer the front doorbell, assuming it was a package delivery. Then a knock sounded from her back patio, and she jumped out of her skin. Behind the glass doors, Jarrett stood, irritatingly attractive in khakis and a button-down shirt that didn't disguise his muscular torso. Caught off guard, as usual, she didn't have on a smidgen of makeup. Resigned, she padded to the door in bare feet and pulled it partway open, barring the entrance with her body. "Hi, Carly's not here."
I know. I'm the one who sent her to the spa.
Dark brown eyes gazed at her, enticing her to jump in and swim in their chocolate depths. But he'd no doubt come over to talk. Ugh! She had to get rid of him fast. "Well, I'm working, so I'll see you later." She tried to push the door closed, but it stuck. Her gaze fell on the foot jammed in the doorway, and followed up the leg and body to Jarrett's smirking face.
I've been trying to talk to you ever since you ran out of the house Saturday night.
Jarrett pushed his way inside, his overwhelming presence making her feel claustrophobic in her gigantic family room, though it was almost devoid of furniture.
Why do I get the feeling you're avoiding me?
Maybe because you're not particularly stupid? He chuckled.
So you admit you're avoiding me?
Not avoiding so much as evading. Riley backed into the kitchen, rounding the island to put a barrier between them.
Isn't that the same thing?
Subtle differences, she said. Evasion involves cleverness, and I like to think that's one thing I have going for me. He walked around the island, and she countered with a not-so-subtle move to keep herself on the opposite side.
Then why are you evading me? Are you mad because Carly and I are getting married?
What could she say? She couldn't tell him she wished he'd chosen her instead. You're not going into this marriage with a commitment. You're doing it like you're signing up for a year at a gym. It's a recipe for disaster. You're both going to get hurt if you don't commit to love each other. Her belly clenched as she asked the question she was afraid to hear the answer to. I know you were in love with my sister 9 years ago, but what about now? He leaned forward, bracing both hands on the granite countertop.
Honestly, it's hard to say. You know how enthusiastic and outgoing your sister is. I think that's why I fell in love with her in the first place. She was the opposite of me. She gave me balance.
Riley felt like she'd swallowed a sponge that got stuck halfway down her throat. He'd only confirmed what she already knew. She and Jarrett were too much alike. She could never give him what he needed. If she really loved him, she had to help him get back together with her sister. Carly was the only one who could make him happy. And now?
When she left me, I went into a depression and barely dug my way out. And ever since then, I haven't even tried to date seriously.
His jaw hardened.
For 9 years, she shut me out of her life. I'm not sure I can learn to trust her again. I'm not sure I can learn to trust any woman.
She knew exactly how he felt, being brushed off for 9 years. But what good would it do to compare her heartache to his? That's a harsh judgment on the rest of us for something one woman did.
I knew I wasn't being reasonable, but until now I haven't had a reason to change my mind. It was easier to simply avoid having a real relationship.
Carly has her faults, but she would never hurt someone on purpose. Her problem is sometimes her mind has screwy reasoning, so she does things that don't make sense to anyone else. But behind everything she does, she still has a good heart.
So you think Carly and I should make a real commitment?
I think that's the only way you'll both be truly happy. She worded her statement so it wasn't a lie.
And if I can get to the point where I could tell you I love your sister, you won't avoid me anymore?
Evade, she corrected. Dimples creased his cheeks.
You won't evade me? Things will be back to normal between us?
Riley kept her half-smile frozen on her face, skillfully hiding the pain of her heart being ripped apart.
Absolutely. Back to normal. Back to wishing I could be my sister. He wasn't sure what he'd expected Riley to say, but that wasn't it. He'd evidently gotten the wrong impression. Her initial reaction to the marriage news, combined with her total avoidance during the days that followed, had made him examine their relationship from a fresh perspective. He'd almost convinced himself Riley might have feelings for him that went beyond the bounds of friendship. But obviously that wasn't true. He ought to feel relieved. So why didn't he? He looked down to find his knuckles white as he gripped the granite edge like his life depended on it. He relaxed his hold. At least this conversation made his decision easier. As long as his friendship with Riley was just that and nothing else, there was no reason not to offer her the job.
I promise I'm taking our relationship seriously. If there's any way we can work things out, it's going to happen. Honestly, taking care of a sick kid will probably either bring us together or drive us apart. Hopefully the former.
Her mouth curved upward in a weak semblance of a smile. Evidently, his promise wasn't enough to satisfy her. Maybe what he had to say next would put a genuine smile on her face.
The real reason I came over is to ask if you'd be interested in coming to work for me.
The shock on her face made him grin. You mean it? You want to hire me at Phantom Enterprises?
I do. It so happens a new position opened up.
It had opened up when he shifted some of the assignments, but she didn't need to know that. But you haven't seen my resume. Her brows bent, and she crossed her arms. You're just doing this because you're marrying my sister. Or maybe because you feel guilty that you ignored me for the last 9 years. He'd expected her to be suspicious, so he was prepared.
Or maybe I remember you were the top student in the class I taught, and I think you'd be a great employee.
You're bound to have a stack of resumes in your office. Why would you choose me over them?
I went through 97 resumes. All of them had great credentials, but none of them matched your level of snark and sarcasm.
Her mouth twitched up at the corners. Is that one of the job requirements?
Let's just say I prefer employees with both brains and personality. So, do you want the job?
I might be persuaded if the salary is sufficient. Her chin jutted forward in challenge.
It will be.
Excuse me, she said. Would you mind covering your ears?
You want me to cover my ears? Why?
Just do it, she said sternly. Then she added, please. The second his hands went over his ears, Riley let out a shrill series of whoops while jumping up and down all over the kitchen like she was on a pogo stick. Jarrett laughed, immensely pleased to be the cause of her joy. When she slowed down like a drained wind-up toy, she sank to the wood floor, her back against the cabinet. Still chuckling, he slid down to sit beside her, a respectful 12 inches away. Eyes closed as she caught her breath. Her hand rested on the floor, and he had a sudden urge to cover it with his. He caught himself just in time, shaken by the strange desire. Folding his arms safely across his chest, he asked,
Does this mean you want the job?
Let me think about it for a while. Her serious eyes looked up through thick blonde lashes, devoid of makeup. He'd forgotten that simple way to tell the two apart. He'd never seen Carly without it.
How long do you need to think?
There are a lot of things to consider. She pursed her plump lips, sporting a deeply contemplative expression. Can I get back to you, say, by the end of the next minute? He almost lost it, but kept a sober gaze.
I don't know if I can hold the position open that long.
In that case, the answer is you bet your sweet bippy I do. They chuckled together and sat in comfortable silence as she wrinkled her brows.
When can you start?
He asked. I'll give my boss 2 weeks' notice today, but usually when that happens, you're out the next day. So, how about tomorrow? The smile she gave him made his chest feel warm.
Let's see. Tomorrow's Thursday. Sounds good. I'll arrange an orientation with your team leader.
He noticed the direction of her gaze, aimed at his pant-covered legs. The left one collapsed from above the knee, outlining the slim profile of his prosthesis, which ended in a shoe that matched the right side.
Looks weird, huh?
Not weird, she shrugged. Just different. I thought there used to be a bulky part at the top where it straps on.
You're right.
He was surprised she'd remembered that kind of detail.
The stump used to strap into a socket on the prosthesis, but now I've got a bone-integrated implant. It'll attach to my walking leg or my running leg.
So you don't get sore spots where the prosthesis attaches anymore? Her head tilted as she worried her lower lip between her teeth.
With the implant, there aren't any pressure points at all. But when they put the implant in, I had to go 6 months without putting any weight on it. 6 months of crutches. It was a pain, but it was worth it.
It occurred to him that he couldn't ever remember talking about his prosthesis with Carly. Why was that? Had she been squeamish about it? They've come a long way with prosthetics. Her eyes went unfocused, as if she were contemplating something deep.
What I have is state-of-the-art, but most people can't afford an integrated implant. Limitless has grants to help as many kids as possible.
Shifting her position, she cleared her throat. You don't have to answer if it's too personal, but how are you feeling? Is the cancer... Are you doing okay?
I don't mind talking about it.
He didn't share health details with many people, usually only Bran, Finn, and Cole.
But for some reason, he didn't mind telling Riley about his cancer. Maybe because he was engaged to her sister, so she was practically family.
I had a scare a few years ago. Had to have surgery and chemo. But it's currently in remission.
For a fleeting second, he thought he saw tears in her eyes. But it must have been a shifting shadow. Riley never cried. She'd mentioned that fact one time, and Carly had confirmed it to be true. I'm really glad, she said, muscles working in her throat. Color rose in her face, and she stood up quickly. I should get back to work. I need to email my boss and finish up one tricky project so I don't leave the client in a lurch. I'll let you know when I can start. Her hand extended toward him. He almost laughed that she was offering to heft him up from the floor since he had so much more mass. But instead, he clasped her slender hand in his and accepted her help, using as much of his own strength as possible as he rose to his feet, while she leaned back, tugging with all her might.
Thank you,
he said, clinging to her hand an extra second as something pulsed between them. He caught a glimpse of her blushing cheeks before she tucked her chin down, her hair falling forward to hide her face.
I thought you always wore your hair in a ponytail,
he wondered aloud. I do in public so people won't think I'm Carly, and I usually wear glasses any time I leave the house. He'd never thought how uncomfortable it must be to always be mistaken for someone else, as if her own identity had no value. He felt doubly bad for calling her Carly when he'd first seen her outside the house Saturday morning. He made a lame attempt at an explanation.
Now that I'll be hanging around both of you all the time, like I used to when Carly and I were dating, I won't be mixing you up.
You're not going to be hanging around both of us. Her brows drew down over her eyes. This time, I'm not going to tag along on all your dates. You and Carly need to spend time alone. It's the best thing for both of you. And it's the best thing for Gabe. His mouth said,
"You're right. That's a smart idea."
but his muddled brain wasn't so sure. As Riley predicted, she'd been ousted immediately when she gave her notice. The email that followed was curt and formal, as if she hadn't slaved for the company for over 5 years, putting in countless hours of overtime. And she was duly warned about the legal consequences of stealing clients. Only after she was officially jobless did she question whether she would be able to perform the job Jarrett had hired her for. It was a compliment that he'd thought of her as the top student in his class. There had certainly been others she would have named to that position. Yet she was suddenly nervous that she'd bitten off more than she could chew. It was too late to turn back, though. She was scheduled for orientation at Phantom Enterprises at noon the next day. She hummed as she stuck a frozen pizza in the oven and surveyed her sparsely furnished home. If her pay was even slightly better, she could start adding some nice, comfortable chairs in the family room. With a pang, it occurred to her a huge family room was silly, when she would likely never have a family. Singleness seemed to be her destiny. But she loved kids, so she was counting on Carly and Jarrett to make her an aunt. Gabe would be her first nephew. Carly didn't make it home until almost 6 o'clock, her arms filled with shopping bags, which she plopped on the table where Riley was finishing her pizza. "I had the best day," Carly said. "I wish you could have come. The massage was fantastic, and then I got a mani-pedi and a facial." Riley curled her fingers, hiding her ragged nails. "I'm glad you had a good time. Looks like you bought out most of the Denver Mall." "I didn't go to the mall." Wrinkles formed on top of her nose. "I can't really take a chance on showing up at a function wearing the same dress as someone else." "I've always shopped at malls, and I've never had that happen to me," Riley said. "That's because no one else would ever go to a function wearing anything in your closet," Carly said. "Or because I'm never invited anywhere." "You'll have to go to some of those functions now," Carly beamed, "since you'll be working at Phantom Enterprises." The smugness in Carly's tone made Riley feel uneasy. "You know about that?" "Of course I do. That's why I bought some new clothes. I'm going to give you all my old ones. And you have to wear them. We made that deal, remember?" Carly's chin lifted as she pointed both thumbs back toward her chest. "And I'm the one who suggested Jarrett should hire you." Thunk. Riley's heart tumbled to the bottom of her abdomen. "You told him to hire me? You shouldn't have done that, Carly. It's like nepotism or something." "No, it's not." Carly's eyebrows shot up in surprise. She must have thought Riley would be pleased. "It's like he gave me a job as a favor to you just because you're getting married. I asked him about that, and he swore that wasn't the reason. Now I wish I hadn't accepted." From the corner of her eye, she saw Carly cringe. "I'm sure that wasn't the only reason he offered you the job." Carly blinked rapidly, her lower lip quivering. "He wouldn't hire you if you weren't qualified." "Don't you get it? How would you feel if you found out you got that part in the movie because someone called in a favor instead of because someone thought you were talented?" Riley carried her dishes to the sink, setting them down with more force than necessary. "That is how I got the part." Carly's cheeks went crimson. "That's how things work in show business. It's all about networking and making connections. When you're starting out, you have to find a way to get your foot in the door." "Oh." Riley kicked herself internally. "I didn't mean it as an insult, but that's not how things work in business and technology." "I disagree." Carly mimicked the chin-jutted forward expression Riley wore so often. "In every profession, smart, deserving people get passed over because someone else had connections. It was your turn to get lucky, and I'm not going to apologize for suggesting it to Jarrett." Riley rounded up her emotions and tucked them safely inside where they belonged. What on earth had made her lose control? "I'm sorry I snapped at you." She stood and opened her arms, and Carly embraced her, sniffing her indignation. "It's like I can't do anything right," Carly said. "I was only trying to help." "I guess my pride was stung, because I thought Jarrett had thought of it on his own." She should have known. Once Jarrett met Carly, all his thoughts centered on her. All these years later, nothing had changed, and it never would. Carly's face softened. "I bet he would have if I'd given him the chance. He knows how smart you are." "It's okay, sis. I know you meant well. I love you." "You too," Carly said, with a parting pat on the back. Then her mouth stretched in a grimace. "I'm feeling kind of queasy. Do you mind if I leave all this stuff here and go lie down for a bit?" "Don't worry. I'll get it up to your room later if you're feeling bad." A worrisome thought hit her. You couldn't be pregnant, could you? Riley's eyes dropped to where Carly's hand was splayed across her flat tummy. It had only been 4 months since the divorce, so it wasn't impossible. "He quit sleeping with me a year ago. So, apart from immaculate conception, there's no baby in here making me nauseated." Pain laced her words, despite her flippant comments. "It was probably something in the fancy salad I ate for lunch." "I'm sorry, Carly. I had no idea it was that bad for so long." "I never told anyone, but he was unfaithful the last 4 or 5 years we were married. He hardly even apologized for it. He knew I wouldn't dare leave him, not as long as our contract was still in effect. I filed for divorce the day it expired." Carly's hand came up to her mouth as her face turned a pale shade of green. Suddenly, she whirled around and dashed toward the bathroom. "I'm coming!" Riley yelled. "I'll bring some water and a cool washcloth." Here's hoping it's not contagious. Chapter 5. "I'm sorry, Jarrett." Carly's voice croaked over the phone. "But I feel like death's warmed over."
"What's wrong?"
He tried to keep the panic from his voice. It was terrible timing. Still, he needed to be sympathetic. "I think I got food poisoning yesterday. How soon would I have to come downtown?"
"I need you right away."
Jarrett rifled through the papers covering the top of his normally pristine desk, searching for the notes from his phone call with his attorney. His life was rapidly dissolving into chaos.
"I got the adoption track approval, but only if I'm married. We need to get the marriage license and have the Justice of the Peace perform the ceremony this morning. The plane leaves at 1. The final guardianship hearing is set for tomorrow morning in San Juan."
"I can barely crawl to the toilet, much less go anywhere. Can't we put it off a day?"
"Tomorrow's Friday. We can't afford to postpone another weekend. Gabe should have started his chemotherapy a week ago, maybe more. Honestly, his initial diagnosis should have happened months ago. Every day we wait makes his prognosis worse."
"What are you going to do?" Her voice cracked. "I've ruined everything, getting sick. I shouldn't have eaten those bean sprouts on my salad." He tamped down his frustration. Carly hadn't gotten food poisoning on purpose.
"I don't know. Maybe we could get married this afternoon and fly out later, but scheduling is tricky. It's a private airport, and their hours are restricted."
"There's honestly no way I'll be able to go anywhere today." Carly groaned. "Maybe Riley could stand in for me." His heart skipped a beat.
"Riley?"
"She can take my driver's license and stand in for me at the courthouse, and then use my passport and fly to Puerto Rico. No one would know the difference."
"Do you think she'd do it?"
"You'll have to ask her yourself," Carly said weakly. "I don't have the energy to go downstairs. I'm so sorry, but I can't talk anymore." The call disconnected. and Jarrett stared at his cell phone. He really didn't have a choice. Asking Riley to substitute for her sister was his only chance at getting the adoption finalized tomorrow. And Gabe's life hung in the balance. He wiped his sweaty palms on his pants and dialed Riley's number. She answered on the second ring. "Hey, Jarrett. I'm not late, am I? Didn't you tell me to come at noon?"
No, you had the time right.
Oh, good, because Carly's sick. I just got back from the pharmacy with some medicine.
Actually, that's why I was calling. I kind of need a big favor. I just got word that I've been approved as a guardian on the adoption track.
That's great, Riley said. But what do you need from me?
I have to fly to Puerto Rico to sign the papers, with my wife. And the plane leaves at 1.
It took a few seconds for the information to sink in. Then he heard Riley gasp. Carly's sick, and you're not even married yet. What are you going to do?
I thought, maybe. Carly suggested you might stand in for her.
Oh, I guess I could do that. Isn't that what they do when a soldier is serving overseas? They have a legal stand-in?
Yes, right,
he said, as if he'd been thinking that all along. Why hadn't he remembered there was a legal way to do it?
But then I'll need you to bring Carly's passport and come with me to Puerto Rico. I don't think they'll accept a stand-in. So you'll have to pretend you're her and sign her name on the forms. If you don't feel comfortable, I understand.
The answering silence was deafening. When she spoke at last, her voice was small and shaky. I want to help you, Jarrett. But if I pretend to be Carly, isn't it illegal or fraud or something like that? His chest went tight.
I shouldn't have asked. I was just...
desperate, she finished for him.
Yes, I'm not even thinking clearly. I don't want to break any laws.
I know. Look, I'm going to get Carly's driver's license and passport and come up there. We can at least get the marriage part done. Maybe Carly will feel well enough to go by 1 o'clock.
That's a good idea. Just meet me at the Denver Clerk and Recorder office.
It was 9:30. Carly had 3.5 hours to get well. Riley's stomach turned as she stared at the glass doors at the clerk's office, working up the courage to step inside. She hoped it was nerves, and not a sign that her sister had a contagious stomach bug instead of food poisoning. But she knew the sick feeling in her gut was in anticipation of the ceremony to come. How could she stand and listen to Jarrett speak marriage vows to her, knowing the words were meant for her sister?
Having second thoughts?
Her shoulders jerked at Jarrett's voice behind her. Do you take special pleasure in making me jump? Riley asked.
Not at first, but it's getting kind of fun. You're so easy to startle.
An easy grin slid onto his face. Because I have great powers of concentration. She tilted her chin in the air.
Or because you're oblivious to your surroundings.
Maybe I know what's really important and ignore everything else. His expression sobered.
Speaking of what's important, thank you for doing this. Have you got Carly's ID?
Yes, I have her passport and her driver's license. She'd also stuck her own passport in her purse. If Carly was too sick to go, Riley would probably go along with Jarrett's plan. Surely it was justifiable to save a little boy's life, right? But that would only be as a last resort, so she kept the information to herself.
Okay, first we go get the marriage license, then we find a justice of the peace to marry us.
You mean to marry you and Carly?
Right, that's what I meant.
Poor Jarrett was so stressed he wasn't even thinking straight. Riley wished she could offer to give him a shoulder rub. She'd been told she was pretty good at them, but it certainly wouldn't be appropriate to massage her soon-to-be brother-in-law's shoulders. She sucked in a sudden breath. Are you sure we don't have to wait a few days between getting the license and getting married?
Not in Colorado,
he said. A man exited the courthouse and stopped, holding the door open.
Are you coming in?
he asked.
Thanks,
Jarrett said, as his hand grasped her elbow and urged her inside. Her arm tingled at the warmth of his touch, but she held her composure. When they walked, she could feel the slight difference in his gait as he moved from his flesh-and-blood foot to his prosthetic one. It reminded her of the reality of his cancer. No doubt it was a driving force in his deep desire to adopt Gabe. If Jarrett could be that altruistic, so could she. If she concentrated on the fact that she was helping a little boy get the cancer treatment he needed, she would stop worrying about her own feelings. Once inside, they took the elevator upstairs to the clerk's office, and Jarrett waited his turn to speak to the woman behind the counter.
Can you tell me the procedure to get a proxy marriage license?
The woman answered in a monotone that matched her expression, as if she'd repeated the same words 1,000 times. You'll need the notarized absentee affidavit. The forms are online, along with all the instructions and requirements. His jaw dropped, and panic took over his face.
An affidavit? Notarized? Before we can even get the license?
Her sigh sounded like a tire releasing air. It's all spelled out in the instructions online. You'll save yourself a lot of time if you fill out your application in advance.
But...
Riley grabbed his arm and dragged him backwards. Next, called the bored woman, and the couple behind them stepped forward.
We don't have time,
Jarrett said, the fingers of both hands upending his hair.
It won't work. I'm going to lose Gabe.
You're not going to lose him, Riley said. We'll get a notary and drive them out to the house so Carly can sign the form. But Jarrett was already shaking his head.
It's too far. It's 25 minutes from downtown to the house. That's a 50-minute round trip, plus the time it takes to find a notary.
If we hurry...
This is a stupid idea.
He slumped into one of the chairs lining the wall and bent forward with his elbows on his knees, his face buried in his hands.
The whole thing is hopeless. Even if we got it done in time, Carly won't be able to go. I was trying to force it to work, but it's not going to happen.
There's got to be a way. Her mind raced as she perched in a chair beside him. She couldn't bear watching Jarrett suffer. Why don't you call your attorney and ask him what to do?
Jarrett jerked his head up. You're right. Matthew might be able to think of something.
In a flash, Jarrett was pacing the floor in front of her, talking on the phone in a low voice. Meanwhile, Riley battled between her ethics and her guilt. The easiest solution was for her to pretend to be Carly. She and Jarrett could get the license, get married, fly to Puerto Rico, go to the hearing, and fly home with Gabe. Was it really wrong when they were doing it for the right reasons? Did the end justify the means? Her eyes followed Jarrett's path as he moved back and forth, like the bottom of a huge, swinging pendulum. Then his feet stopped directly in front of her. She looked up as his wide-eyed gaze locked with hers, his face the color of a cauliflower. Matthew must have given him bad news. She ought to tell him she would fake being her sister, but her mouth was full of mud. His lips moved a few times, but no words came out. Watching his agony was painful. Lowering himself onto the edge of his chair, his gaze never faltered. What did Matthew say? She waited for the answer, all the while fighting her overgrown sense of morality.
Mostly what I was expecting.
His words were deliberate, as if he were choosing them carefully.
That even if we could do the proxy marriage, you can't fly to Puerto Rico and pass yourself off as Carly.
This is terrible, she said, her chest aching. We shouldn't have called him. We should have just done it. We still can. We can fake the whole thing.
We won't tell Matthew until it's over, and we have Gabe here in the U.S. What can they do? Even if they catch us, we won't go to prison, right?
This part only approves the guardianship. If they caught us doing something illegal, they might refuse to finalize the adoption when the time came.
Oh. At least she was off the hook. He wouldn't pressure her anymore.
Matthew said I only have one choice to keep everything legal.
Jarrett twisted toward her, and his hand reached out to clasp hers, drawing it toward him.
He suggested we leave Carly out of it, for now.
Leave her out? How will that work? She stared at her hand, sandwiched between his large ones. It felt like it belonged to someone else.
He said the simplest solution was for me to marry you instead.
She peeled her tongue from the roof of her instantly dry mouth, like ripping it from a frozen metal pole. Me?
I know I'm asking a lot.
Her vision narrowed, all a blur but for a single button on his white dress shirt. She pulled her hand away and gripped the arm of the chair. What about Carly?
The way I see it, nothing would change between Carly and me. The public won't ever find out you and I got married.
His voice rang in her ears with a weird, hollow sound.
In fact, it might be better for Carly and me. We could date without any pressure. We might have a better chance of making the relationship work if we don't have a fake marriage hanging over our heads.
You'll date Carly while you're married to me?
Pure nausea swirled in her abdomen.
Won't that be weird?
It's not like you and I will have a real marriage. Matthew's in the middle of a deposition, and he didn't have time to talk about all the details, but I assume we can get a divorce as soon as we get back. Maybe we could even get the marriage annulled.
Big, puppy dog brown eyes regarded her with hope.
We wouldn't be doing anything illegal. What do you think?
She already knew what her answer was going to be. God had provided a legal and ethical way for her to help him adopt Gabriel so the boy could get life-saving treatment. How could she say no? She ignored the pain radiating through her chest. He wouldn't have asked her if there were any other way. With every word, he confirmed his lack of affection toward her. She was a fool to love him. But her stupid heart wouldn't listen to reason. Okay, she whispered, as the room tipped on its side. I'll marry you. Chapter 6.
I'm officially Gabe's guardian. In fact, he's on the plane with me now.
Jarrett kept his voice low, though he doubted his phone call would wake Riley or the frail boy who clung to her in his sleep.
And I'm married, at least for the time being. Congratulations, said Finn. I'm glad Gabe's going to get his treatment. And I'm really happy you and Carly are finally together. You've been in love with her for a long time. About that, I didn't marry Carly. I married Riley. Cripes, Jarrett! Let me put you on speakerphone so Laurie can hear. This is bound to be good.
His voice came back with an echoey sound.
Okay, tell us how you ended up married to Carly's twin sister.
He married the sister? Laurie asked in a shocked tone. I thought he was in love with Carly. Jarrett did his best to explain the crazy story.
So you just married Riley instead?
Finn's cackle rang in Jarrett's ear.
This sounds like an episode of that Dr. Kyle TV show. You do realize being identical twins doesn't exactly make them interchangeable, right? It's only temporary,
Jarrett defended, eyeing the sleeping pair with a smile. Despite her lack of ability to communicate in Spanish, Riley and Gabriel appeared to have bonded. She'd been a real trooper to step in and take her sister's place. He'd made the right decision, hiring her to work at Phantom Enterprises. That kind of selflessness and dedication made a valuable team member.
We're going to get the marriage annulled next week if we can. If not, we'll file for divorce.
And Carly was okay with all this?
Laurie's voice rose over the sound of a crying baby, and she followed up with some comforting coos.
I talked to her last night, Jarrett said. She was feeling too rotten to care about anything else. But it's not like Riley and I will be living together or even spending time together. The next 30 days or so, I'll be with Gabe every spare second. He'll have at least a week in the hospital. By the time he's done with the induction part of the chemo, the marriage will be over and Carly and I can date like a normal couple with no timetable.
What do you mean by no timetable? Laurie asked.
I'm saying we can date without any pressure and decide whether or not we want to stay together.
I think someone may have thrown a little wrench in your plans.
Finn's voice was edged in humor, as usual.
There's a rumor on social media that you and Carly are getting married in December. It's all over the gossip columns. You're getting as much attention as Cole used to.
Crud!
Jarrett felt steam building in his head, but he had no one to blame but himself.
I forgot all about that. I told Carly last week she could go ahead and announce the ceremony, but that was when I thought we would already be married for the adoption. It was my way of helping her out since she was helping me. Her agent said the publicity would boost her popularity with her fans.
Don't worry about it, Laurie said. That gives you 6 months to date each other like a normal couple. That's more than enough time for you to work things out. At least you won't be in some weird pretend marriage the whole time.
You're right. 6 months is plenty of time, Jarrett said. Besides, right now I have to concentrate on Gabe. Nothing else matters.
And, just so you know, Laurie added, Finn's coming to stay with you next week. You can't sleep at the hospital every night or you'll be exhausted.
You don't have to do that,
Jarrett said, even as a lump formed in his throat.
You have your own family to take care of.
Don't be ridiculous, Finn said. We're all family. Besides, it'll be a great chance to practice my Spanish.
You guys are the best.
Jarrett swallowed hard.
You'll never know how much it means to me. All I can think about is taking care of Gabe. I wish I could avoid all this publicity.
Look on the bright side, Finn chuckled. Thanks to your name plastered all over the media, our stock prices went up yesterday.
Yippee.
Jarrett's monotone matched his enthusiasm.
Tell me about getting married,
Carly said, returning from the kitchen with a glass of ice water to join Riley on the couch. Exhausted from her whirlwind trip, Riley had barely moved in the 10 minutes since she'd walked in the door.
There's nothing to tell. We signed a form. That's it.
Riley twisted the unaccustomed gold band around her ring finger.
Did he kiss you?
Of course she would be upset if Jarrett had kissed her, since he'd never even kissed Carly.
No kiss, no nothing. We didn't even have a ceremony. All we had to do was sign a marriage certificate. You didn't even say I do?
Still moving slowly since her illness, Carly curled her legs underneath her and sipped her water. Though she claimed to be completely well, she looked a little frail. She'd showered and washed her hair, but her face wasn't faultlessly adorned in makeup as usual. Her mascara-free eyes narrowed at Riley, in obvious disbelief.
You're wearing a wedding ring.
Riley lifted her hand, allowing her sister to inspect the plain band. Only because he stopped and bought a set of rings at the mall on the way to the airport. We couldn't show up in Puerto Rico without rings on.
You're still wearing it.
In Riley's mind, an angry retort raged against the glint of accusation in Carly's eyes. You've got the rest of your life to be married to him. I've loved him more and longer than you. Yet you begrudge me a few days of wearing his ring and imagining what it would be like if we had a real marriage? She scolded herself. If she were in Carly's shoes, she'd be uncomfortable too. There was nothing ordinary about having your sister marry your fiancé. If you're afraid there's something going on between Jarrett and me, you've got nothing to worry about. Hiding her reluctance, she slid the ring off her finger and tucked it into her pants pocket. She'd return it to Jarrett the next time she saw him, which would probably be Monday. You know good and well he married me as a last resort when he couldn't do the proxy marriage with you, and he only did it because his attorney suggested it. I guess I'm feeling insecure. Her gaze dropped to the floor. Matthew told me the exact same thing last night. He came by to bring me some Gatorade. Wow, that's above and beyond the usual duties of an attorney, wouldn't you say? Carly's pale cheeks took on a pink glow. Jarrett asked him to get it for me. He sent flowers, too. It was admirable that Jarrett was thinking about Carly, even after arranging his hasty marriage to Riley and a flight to Puerto Rico. It made no sense that his considerate actions would hurt Riley's feelings. So why did they? Too tired to continue this train of thought without breaking down, Riley changed the subject. Don't you want to ask me about Gabriel? You already told me he was super sweet and cute and doesn't speak any English. What else is there to tell me? Maybe that he barely weighs anything and he has bruises all over his arms and legs. Carly's brows knotted in the middle. Is that because of the cancer? Or did they treat him badly at the orphanage? From what I understand, Jarrett finances that orphanage. I don't think he'd let anyone mistreat his kids. No, he wouldn't. Carly picked at a piece of lint on her jeans. He's a really good person. Better than me. Why would you say that? Do you have any idea how much money he's donated to various causes? Like, he practically funded the new children's hospital. And that Limitless charity gives away millions every year. Plus, he volunteers his time, too. I've never done any of that. He's a billionaire, Riley argued. Yes, but you're not, and you do volunteer work all the time. You're more like Jarrett than I am. Carly's lip trembled. I was kind of afraid he'd decided he liked you better than me. First of all, Jarrett likes you because you're so different from him. One eyebrow arched. How do you know that? Because he told me, Riley said. And secondly, charity work isn't a competition. Each person should do what they can with whatever they're given. Jarrett has money. I've got time. You've got talent. That's what you should use. I did volunteer to entertain at the Limitless fundraiser. Carly tapped a fingernail on her tooth. There you go. That's what I mean. But, to be honest, I offered because I wanted Jarrett's approval. Riley chuckled, shaking her head. You've got to start somewhere. Carly's shoulders lifted and dropped. You don't think Jarrett ever compares us? No, but if he did, you'd come out on top anyway, Riley said, keeping the bitterness out of her voice. Barely. That's what Matthew said, too. He doesn't even know me. Riley's protest popped out of her mouth before she had time to think. He was just trying to make me feel better. He's really sweet like that. Carly's amused smile proved she had no idea how much the assessment hurt Riley's feelings. In Riley's current state of exhaustion, keeping her emotions at bay required too much effort. I think I'm going to shower and go to bed. Already? It's only 7 o'clock. Carly picked up her ice water and used her t-shirt to wipe the condensation on the outside of the glass. I thought we could watch a movie together. Aren't you going over to meet Gabe? Jarrett could probably use some help, and you might as well get to know him. You're going to be his mother soon. Carly's grimace exposed all her lower teeth. I'm not really ready to be a mom. I'm planning to work my way into it. Get to know him gradually. Whatever you say. Too tired to argue the point, Riley covered her mouth and yawned. "I'll see you in the morning." As she undressed for her shower, Riley retrieved the ring from her pocket and slid it back onto her finger. "It's just for safekeeping, so I won't lose it," she told herself, as she gazed at her hand's reflection in the mirror. "The next time I see Jarrett, I'm giving it back." Mirror Riley smirked, mocking her excuse. "Right, that's why you're wearing it, not because you're hoping you can keep it." "I'm not hoping. I know better than that." Riley stuck out her tongue at the mirror and stepped into the steaming shower, letting the hot water beat down on her tense muscles. 15 minutes later, with brushed teeth, towel-dried hair, and comfy pajamas, she crawled into bed and nestled under the covers. Her hair would look crazy in the morning, but she could salvage it with a straightening iron. The last 36 hours had taken more of an emotional toll than a physical one, and she could barely stay awake long enough to turn off her bedside light. Until she heard voices downstairs. Her sister, Jarrett, and the frightened wail of a child. Her eyes popped open. Chapter 7.
"I'm sorry to bother you."
Jarrett stepped through the door with Gabe in his arms, patting his back as sobs racked his frail body.
"It's been a hard day. Too many changes. I can't get him to stop crying."
"What can I do? I don't really know much about kids. Not that I don't like them, I just haven't been around them a lot." Carly's eyes were wide, like she'd seen a ghost. He had no doubt it was Carly, even though she wasn't wearing makeup. Spending an entire day with Riley had re-taught him the subtle differences in their appearances. Riley's nose turned up a little more on the end, and her eyes were different, sharper somehow. He scanned behind Carly.
"I think he wants Riley."
"She went to bed," Carly said. "Do you want me to get her? Or I guess I could talk to him. Maybe he'd think I was her."
"We can try it. I'm desperate. He's been crying ever since he got home,"
Jarrett said, walking into the family room to sit on the lone couch. He pried Gabe's hands from around his neck and turned the boy to face Carly as she sat beside him. "What should I say?" Carly asked. "I don't know any Spanish."
"Just talk to him. Say anything. He'll get the emotion behind it, and I'm hoping he'll recognize your voice."
"Hi, Gabe," she said, a tentative smile on her face. "What's wrong? Why are you crying?" Gabe buried his face on Jarrett's shoulder, then twisted to peek at Carly, letting out another wail. Carly held her hands out. "Want to sit on my lap for a little bit?" Gabe practically scaled Jarrett's stomach in an effort to flee, his sob morphing into a fearful wail. Surely he couldn't tell it wasn't Riley. Their faces and voices were practically identical.
"Don't take it personally,"
Jarrett said, in response to Carly's stricken expression.
"He's traumatized. I know a little Spanish, but he won't even try to talk to me. He hasn't eaten since noon, so he's bound to be hungry. He didn't seem interested in anything I had in the refrigerator."
"What should we do? Should I go wake Riley up and see if she can help?" "I'm already awake." Riley's voice came from the stairs behind him, and Jarrett twisted to see her descending the steps. His heart gave a weird thud. In her loose pajamas and bare feet, she looked young and innocent, her hair hanging in dark blonde, wet strands that emphasized her big blue eyes. Guilt smothered him. He'd demanded so much from her already, and now he was back, interrupting her sleep because he couldn't handle his son, his responsibility. He should have known this would happen. Juanita had volunteered to help him communicate with Gabe. Why hadn't he made arrangements in advance? Now he was back, asking for Riley's help again. It was too much. "What's the matter, Gabe?"
Riley called over his keening cry as she reached the bottom of the stairs.
I'm sure he'll be fine, Jarrett said. I should take him home and...
Gabe's cries halted. He wriggled out of Jarrett's grasp and ran toward Riley, who knelt down and opened her arms. Looping his arms and legs around her like a monkey, he clung to her and cried, letting out a string of unrecognizable Spanish. Shh. Riley stood, rubbing his back with soothing strokes. You're okay. You're fine. He quieted, his head buried in her neck. He hasn't eaten. Carly hopped to her feet, heading toward the kitchen. I could whip something up for him. He needs a hot meal. Something simple, not your usual fancy stuff. Riley swayed from one foot to the other, soothing Gabe with the motion. I'll see what people cook in Puerto Rico, Carly called over her shoulder as she snatched her phone from her pocket. Riley followed Carly into the kitchen, ignoring Jarrett altogether. He couldn't help smiling as he trailed behind. Watching these two interact brought back pleasant memories of an earlier time. 9 years ago, before the breakup, before feelings were hurt, before life got so complicated. Oh, here's something quick and easy, Carly said. All I need is some sautéed onions and bell peppers, minute rice, and a can of beans. We have all that? Riley grabbed a loaf of bread and sat at the table, with Gabe's stranglehold still around her neck. I told you, Tuesday I went to the grocery store and stocked up your pantry. Carly worked quickly, heating up butter in a saucepan as she sliced onion and bell pepper. You've got to start eating better.
Can I get a piece of bread out for you?
Jarrett took the loaf from Riley, who'd been attempting to open it one-handed. Thanks. She flashed a tired smile and attempted, unsuccessfully, to peel Gabe's arms away. Turn around, sweetie. Let's eat something.
I couldn't even get him to drink.
Jarrett left a slice of bread on a napkin and retrieved a glass of ice water.
He needs to drink before he eats.
Riley wrenched her neck free, in spite of Gabe's protests, and twisted him so his back was against her. Her arms wrapped around him like a straitjacket, he jutted his lip forward. He's mad at me, but at least he's not crying anymore. Riley's stomach made a loud gurgle, and she laughed. I bet he smells those sautéed onions, like I do. Jarrett set the ice water on the table.
See if you can get him to drink.
Riley's nose wrinkled on top. He probably isn't used to ice water. Why don't you try tap water? Jarrett slapped his palm on his forehead.
I've spent enough time at that orphanage to know they don't have ice-cold drinks. I don't know what I was thinking.
He carried the glass to the sink and dumped it out, filling it with water from the faucet. Are you thirsty? Riley asked Gabe, releasing her vice grip to offer him some water. His gaze flicked to her and back to the glass, but he made no move to take it. However, he didn't object when she lifted it to his lips, and he drank greedily.
Thank goodness.
Yet the minor victory made Jarrett panic. He'd never felt so out of control in his life, not even facing chemotherapy or the loss of his leg. He'd assumed he would handle fatherhood as he'd handled everything else in his life, with hard work and perseverance. He'd never considered that Gabe, who'd been friendly and affectionate when Jarrett had visited the orphanage, might reject him as a father. Don't worry, Jarrett. He's going to bond with you eventually, Riley said, pressing a kiss to the top of Gabe's head. Was she reading his mind?
I wasn't worried.
I bet he's spent his whole life at the orphanage around women, Riley continued, ignoring his denial. I guess that's why they insisted on you being married to adopt him. She was right, of course. It was the first of several strikes against Jarrett as Gabe's new father. Tomorrow was Saturday, Gabe's first day in his new home.
but Jarrett had to cart him off to the hospital for blood work. Gabe would probably think he was a monster, submitting him to torture. "Dinner will be ready in 5 minutes," Carly announced. Gabe, who'd settled down a lot since his arrival, was eyeing Carly's cooking with interest.
"You want to watch?"
Jarrett asked him, pointing at Carly. Then he tried again in stilted Spanish.
"¿Quieres verla cocinar?"
Gabe gave a tentative nod and climbed off Riley's lap, tugging her hand to come with him. She groaned her fatigue, but allowed him to lead her to the stove, where Carly was combining the veggies, beans, and rice in the frying pan. He said something in Spanish to Riley, which she evidently interpreted as, "Pick me up so I can see." Soon he was peering over Carly's shoulder, chattering away about something. Poor kid. He had no idea what was in store for him in the next month. The chemo would be tough, and he wouldn't understand what was happening or why. Even though Jarrett had already lined up Spanish-speaking nurses and aides to help with communication, what 3-year-old could possibly understand cancer? If only this didn't have to be the first memories he made in his new home. Jarrett sat down at the end of the table. For the first time since he'd made the decision to adopt, he wished he had an actual wife, a real partner who would stand by his side through everything to come. Maybe he should put more effort into his relationship with Carly now, instead of waiting until Gabe's initial chemotherapy was finished. He sure needed to move faster than he had the first time. He'd always wondered if Carly might not have left him if they'd kissed. Jarrett's watch vibrated with an incoming message, and he raised his hand to glance at it. Another message from his sister, promising to come next weekend to meet her new nephew. With a start, he noticed he was still wearing his wedding ring. He'd meant to take it off when he got back to Denver, before Carly saw him wearing it. Bad enough that he married her sister without him flaunting it in her face. He worked it off his finger, feeling Carly's watchful gaze as he slid it into his shirt pocket. But when he glanced up, he realized it wasn't Carly who'd watched him tuck the ring away. The piercing gaze belonged to Riley. He'd done it again, hurt Riley's feelings. He knew she would have the wrong interpretation of his action. Shifting Gabe to her left hip, she walked toward him and used her right hand to slide the gold band from her ring finger. As the ring slid off, it tore his gut, as if it were negating the shared emotional experience when Gabe became theirs. No matter that Riley was simply playing the temporary role of his wife, he could tell she already had feelings for Gabe, and it had made his heart warm. "Here's my ring," she said, her face impassive as she handed it to him. "Maybe if you return it next week, you can get a refund."
"I don't really care about that,"
he mumbled, glancing over her shoulder where Carly was stirring the pan on the stove. He was torn between wanting to protect Carly's feelings and the desire to atone for taking advantage of Riley's generosity.
"But thanks again for everything you've done."
"That's what friends are for." She sounded sincere and gracious. Why did it make him feel worse? He was overreacting. Maybe tomorrow, when he'd had a good night's sleep, he could think of a way to express his appreciation to Riley without hurting Carly. Chapter 8. The next morning, Riley pried her gritty eyes open and snuck downstairs, hoping for some peace and quiet. But about the time she poured the hot water over the tea bag in her cup, Carly appeared, chattering and smiling in her irritating morning person way. "Do you mind babysitting Gabe tonight?" Carly asked Riley. "I think Jarrett and I need to spend some time alone." Riley closed her eyes and sipped her tea, pretending for a few seconds that no one else was in the house. Saturday mornings used to be her recharge time. She usually went for a run or a hike. Sometimes she made brownies and watched an old movie,
before diving back into work. It felt great not to have her client load looming over her, but she still longed for her introvert time, which had all but disappeared since Carly moved in. Riley almost looked forward to when Carly and Jarrett got married, so Carly would be out of the house. Almost. But her sentiments for Gabe won out over her desire to escape from people. I'd be happy to watch him, but have you talked to Jarrett about this? I haven't asked him, but I'm sure he'll be fine with it. After all, you're the one Gabe wants anyway. Jarrett has to take Gabe to get blood work done today, and I don't think he'll want to leave him alone tonight. What about Jarrett and me? He has to put effort into that, too. Carly must have realized how spoiled she sounded, because she slumped into a chair across from Riley at the kitchen table. I guess he needs to put our relationship on hold for a while, right? Think of it as an opportunity to work on your relationship with Gabe. That'll help your relationship with Jarrett, too. Carly's hand came up to her chin, and a manicured nail tapped on her front tooth. Gabe likes you better than me, even though we look alike. You'd think he wouldn't know the difference. You've had voice training, so we probably sound different to him, Riley said. He warmed up to you a lot by the time we walked back to Jarrett's house last night. He was even holding your hand. He wouldn't let anyone but you put him to bed. Give him a break. Yesterday was traumatic for him. Pretty soon he'll be calling you Mom. Don't tell anyone, but that's a little bit scary to me. I'm sure I'll get used to the whole being a mom thing when I feel more secure with Jarrett. Carly switched to another fingernail. It doesn't help to know that you and he are married. That's totally weirding me out. Riley touched her empty ring finger. Once she'd seen him remove the wedding band he was wearing, she'd known he wanted to erase any sign of the marriage. He probably wanted to forget it had ever happened. Some idiotic part of her had hoped he might feel differently about it. What would it take to finally accept the truth? Jarrett simply didn't see her as marriage material. I know there wasn't really any other choice, but it was such bad luck, Carly said, pushing up from the table and crossing to the refrigerator. She reached into the back and retrieved a container of yogurt. I've been thinking about this whole situation, and I'm afraid Jarrett's going to decide we don't need to get married anymore. After all, he's already got Gabe. He doesn't really need to marry me. As I understand it, he's only approved as guardian for a year or until Gabe's chemo treatment is over. Unless Gabe has a different caseworker by then, he'll still need to be married to finalize the adoption. You think so? Carly's face brightened. I'm pretty sure. Carly sat down at the table with the yogurt container and spooned a heaping dollop directly into her mouth. Ugh! I don't know how you can eat that nasty stuff, Riley said. You've never given it a fair try, Carly said. I hope you're right about Jarrett still needing to be married. But he's so slow to make decisions, and now there's no reason to hurry. I wonder if I should cancel the plans for the wedding in December. I'm depressed about the whole thing. But you're not even in love with him, are you? Riley raised her tea mug, hoping to hide the hurt behind her question. You told me you weren't sure you ever were in love with him. That was before I saw him again. Carly dug another spoonful of yogurt from the plastic container and held it poised in front of her face. I'd forgotten how hot he is. And how sweet he is, Riley added with a sigh. Carly licked her spoon clean and made a sour face. Yeah, maybe too sweet. How could he be too sweet? On Monday, he took me to this dumpy little grocery store. He said it was the store his family went to when he was growing up, and he introduced me to some old lady he calls Abuela Juanita, even though she's not really his grandmother. He mentioned Juanita to me. She speaks Spanish and offered to help him with Gabe, Riley said. I think it's nice that she's there for him, especially since his family doesn't live in Denver anymore. Whatever. Carly threw up her hands. I could tell she didn't like me.
What did she say?
It wasn't what she said, it was how she said it. And how she looked at me.
Carly sniffed.
Like she thinks I'm after Jarrett's money, which I'm not.
Of course you aren't, and Jarrett knows that. Riley patted her sister's arm. Carly had always been sensitive to things like that, easily hurt by people's attitudes and actions. Maybe Juanita feels threatened, like she's afraid you're going to take Jarrett away from her.
I hadn't thought of that.
Carly stirred the yogurt inside the container and took one more bite before she put the lid on.
I would never try to come between them. But if she tried to come between us, you can bet I'd have something to say. No one takes my man away.
Now he's your man?
Let's just say I'm willing to fight to make him mine.
Was that challenge in her eyes? Well, you won't have to fight me. Jarrett and I have an appointment with Matthew on Wednesday. He's hoping Matthew can find a way to annul the marriage. If not, we'll file for a quick divorce. She was proud that her voice didn't waver, even though saying it out loud made her nauseated. It certainly wasn't what she'd dreamed of when she'd imagined getting married.
Why wait till Wednesday? Why not Monday?
Carly's eyes narrowed in suspicion. Gabe's chemotherapy starts tomorrow, and Jarrett wants to be with him as much as possible. He'll stay in the hospital the first week. I assumed you'd be there most of the time, too. Riley wanted to be there, too. But she knew it wasn't her place, and the more dependent Gabe was on her, the harder it would be for him to adjust to Carly.
Actually, I'm flying to L.A. tomorrow.
Grinning from ear to ear, Carly stood up with her yogurt and twirled to the refrigerator.
Sabrina called this morning, and they want me to come back for a second reading Monday morning. She says I've got a great chance of getting the part.
Congratulations.
You don't sound very enthusiastic.
Returning the half-eaten yogurt to the refrigerator shelf, Carly retrieved a mango.
Aren't you happy for me?
I just thought you'd be devoting your time to Jarrett and Gabe.
Jarrett knows how important this is to my career. Anyway, I'll be back Tuesday morning.
You'll be down at the hospital Tuesday afternoon?
Hospitals aren't really my thing.
Carly's mouth twisted to the side.
Besides, Juanita will be there a lot. Jarrett doesn't need me.
I think Finn Anderson is coming to stay from Monday through Friday, so I guess Jarrett will have plenty of help. Riley's eyes stung, remembering how frightened Gabe had looked last night. But she pushed her tears back. Crying never helped anything. That's why she didn't do it. I just hope Gabe isn't too traumatized by all this.
It makes me sick to think of him getting stuck with needles. I hate them.
Carly shuddered.
Maybe I could go to the toy store and buy some things that would be fun for him. You could give me some ideas, since you volunteered at the children's hospital.
I'm not only going to give you some ideas, I'll give you some money to go with it. Relieved to feel like she was doing something to help Gabe, Riley ran upstairs to get $20 from her purse. She'd already fallen in love with Gabe. But at least if Carly and Jarrett got married, she could be his favorite aunt. Wait, Jarrett has sisters. If I want to be his favorite aunt, I'll have competition. Riley added another 20 to her contribution. Sunday morning, Riley had just returned from church when someone knocked at her patio door. Jarrett was standing outside the glass, holding Gabe. Alarmed, she hurried to open it. "What's wrong? I thought you'd be at the hospital by now."
"Not until 2.
Gabe held his arms out toward her, and she took him, laughing as he launched into a long, excited rant in Spanish. Too bad she'd taken French instead of Spanish for her foreign language. "Why are you here?" she asked. "You can't get him to eat?"
"No, that's not it. In fact, I had to keep him on an empty stomach because they're going to sedate him."
His gaze dropped to his shuffling feet. I hate to ask, but could you come with us today?
Of course, she answered automatically. But why? Isn't Juanita going to be there?
Yes, but he's been asking for you all morning. Yesterday he was so scared. He cried when they drew blood, and I pretty much lost it.
Jarrett rubbed his forehead.
I thought he might be calmer today if you were there. Or at least you might be a more calming influence than I am.
You could have called. She retrieved her purse from the couch, one hand holding Gabe on her hip. You didn't have to come over here. A sheepish smile appeared on his face.
I knew you wouldn't be able to say no if you saw him in person.
How underhanded of you, she teased, following him out the door and locking it behind her. Next thing I know, you'll teach him to stick out his lower lip and ask me for your favorite cookies.
Do you still make those brown butter chocolate chip cookies?
One look at Jarrett's pleading brown eyes, and she knew she'd bake him all the cookies he wanted, even without Gabe begging. Not when Carly's around. She's trying to make me stop eating so many sweets.
You don't have to eat them,
Jarrett said, as he opened the back door where Gabe's car seat was located.
Just bake them, and I'll save you from eating all that sugar.
When she attempted to put Gabe in his seat, she had to pry his arms from around her neck. He started to cry, but seemed to calm when she told him she was going to ride in the back seat with him.
He may not understand you, said Jarrett, but he responds anyway. I'm afraid he kind of imprinted on you.
I still think it's mostly that he's more comfortable around women because of his nannies at the orphanage. Jarrett grabbed a big stuffed animal from the front seat and handed it to Gabe, who clutched it with both hands.
He really loves this bear Carly brought over last night. He went to sleep holding it, and it was still in his arms when he woke up, even though it's almost as big as he is.
I'll be sure to tell her he likes it, Riley said. Though irritated, Carly evidently hadn't given Riley credit for contributing to Gabe's gifts or advising her what to buy.
Oh, I already told her. I called her this morning before she flew out to L.A.
Great. That's great. She turned her face away as she walked around the car, hoping he hadn't seen her annoyance. Why should it bother her that Jarrett and Carly had talked on the phone that morning? Wasn't that what she wanted? Riley kept Gabe distracted on the way to the hospital, but he began to cry as she carried him through the rotating doors, burying his face against the bear.
I think he remembers being here yesterday, said Jarrett. He didn't like having blood drawn.
I don't blame him.
Me neither. Bad experiences like that stick with you forever. Just the antiseptic smell alone gets to me every time. Back when I was going to the hospital every week for chemo, I used to throw up on the way there. It was a mental thing.
I don't see how you stood it. I hate getting stuck with needles. I feel so sorry for Gabe.
Today they'll do surgery to insert his PICC line, so he won't have to get any more sticks for IVs or blood draws.
Oh, that's kind of awesome. Riley sat down with Gabe while Jarrett signed in at the surgical desk. But after a few minutes, he waved her over.
Excuse me a minute.
He stepped away from the desk, pushing his hands through his hair.
I just wanted to warn you the hospital thinks we're married. Your name's on all the guardianship papers.
In fact, they were married. But what would she gain from pointing out the obvious? Do we need to get my name off those records somehow?
For now, we can't.
His jaw flexed.
We'll see what Matthew can do after Wednesday.
This is a nightmare, isn't it? I bet you wish you'd waited until Carly was well. His mouth took on a firm set.
No, we did the right thing. If I'd waited, it would have been Tuesday or Wednesday before we even got Gabe back to the States. His pediatric oncologist is already worried we've delayed too long, which is why we're starting treatment today instead of Monday.
Once they were in the surgical prep room, the nurse let Gabe sit in Riley's lap, where she sat on a padded bench, instead of making him lie on the bed. The nurse spoke to Gabe in fluent Spanish, using soothing tones. Smiling shyly, Gabe clutched his bear as the nurse administered a sedative through a nasal spray. Within a few minutes, Riley felt his body relax in her arms, and he lost his grip on the bear. The nurse picked it up from the floor and handed it back to him. "What's your bear's name?" she asked him in Spanish, interpreting in English for Riley and Jarrett's benefit. Riley couldn't understand Gabe's slurred answer. "He said the bear's name is Osito," the nurse explained with a chuckle. "That means little bear, although Big Bear might be a better name." Soon Gabe was out cold. Jarrett picked him up and laid him gently on the bed, brushing his hair off his face in a gesture so tender Riley's throat tightened. What was it about watching a dad being sweet with his child? It made her fall even harder for him, if that were possible. Jarrett stood by Gabe's side, speaking soothing words he would never hear, until the orderly came to roll him off to surgery. When the door shut behind him, Jarrett sank onto the bench beside Riley and slumped forward, elbows on his knees, face in his hands.
"I'm a mess already. I thought this would be easier because I've been through it myself. But it's so hard when it's a child who doesn't understand what's happening."
On impulse, Riley laid her hand on his back. When he didn't flinch, she left it there. The thought occurred to her that if she were truly his wife, this would be a normal action. It's okay to feel stressed. Any father would feel that way. You're doing a good job not letting Gabe see it.
"We're barely even getting started, and we have a long way to go. I don't know if I can keep it up."
She was thinking she didn't know anyone who'd overcome more obstacles than Jarrett, yet remained selfless and humble. But that sentiment seemed too intimate to share. He might suspect she had feelings for him. "I don't think there's anything you couldn't do if you set your mind to it."
"But I'm afraid. I'm afraid we got him here too late. If we lose him, I don't know what I'd do."
Her eyes filled, and she had to blink fast to force the tears back. She'd never seen him this broken before. Had he been like this when Carly deserted him? Riley wanted to throw her arms around him and hold him close. Instead, she moved her hand up and down his back in what she hoped was a comforting motion. The door flung open, and Riley sprang away from him, tucking her hands in her lap. A short, salt-and-pepper-haired Hispanic woman entered the room. Her hawk eyes missed nothing, pinning Riley in place like a well-aimed spear. Riley ducked her head as the heat spread from her face down her neck and arms. Carly had obviously been right about the woman's attitude toward her.
"Juanita!"
Jarrett rose to his feet and embraced the woman, whose head barely reached his armpit. Juanita's plucked and penciled eyebrows bent together as she eyed Riley. "I see you brought your fiancé. Or is she your wife now?" Though Riley knew Juanita was simply being protective, she still bristled at her accusatory tone. After all, she hadn't done anything wrong. But arguing with her would only make things harder on Jarrett. "I should probably leave," Riley said. "I'll catch a taxi home." She moved toward the door, but Jarrett caught her arm and dragged her back, positioning her directly in front of the scowling woman.
"Juanita?"
He used a scolding tone.
"This is Riley, Carly's twin sister."
"Jarrett, it's okay, really. I'll get out of your way and—" Riley's words were cut off as the air squeezed out of her lungs by a bear hug. Juanita released her and pushed her an arm's length away, holding onto her elbows so she couldn't escape. "Riley, I'm so glad to meet you." Juanita's chameleon face bore a radiant smile. "I'm sorry I was rude. I thought you were Carly." Thanks, I guess. I mean, why don't you like my sister?" "That woman ruined my boy's life." She put a dramatic hand to her forehead. Jarrett groaned.
Carly made the mistake of mentioning to Juanita that we dated a few years ago. Juanita put 2 and 2 together and blames your sister that I never married, even though I told her I'd had plenty of opportunities to find a wife since then.
Plenty of opportunities? Why did that feel like a kick in the abdomen? Riley knew he must have dated other women during the last 9 years. I was mostly teasing her. Juanita moved to the bench and plopped down, breath coming out in a gush. But she got all defensive.
You can be pretty scary, Jarrett said. It didn't sound like teasing.
Your sister ran off to become a big-shot singing star. Juanita rocked her head from side to side to punctuate her last 4 words. And now that she had a nasty breakup, she wants him back again. She probably wants him for his money. Jarrett gave Riley an apologetic look. But Riley could hardly be angry at Juanita when she'd had the same thoughts about her sister. She doesn't like him for his money, Juanita. Riley sat on the bench beside Juanita and leaned close, but rasped in a voice loud enough for Jarrett to hear. She likes him for his hot body. Juanita's eyes went big, her hand slapping over her gaping mouth. Girl, I believe you! It was gratifying to watch the blood rise in Jarrett's face, but he covered it, taking the remaining chair on the opposite side of the room. But she still shouldn't have deserted him, Juanita insisted. I agree, Riley said. Carly shouldn't have left Jarrett and run off to Nashville. I know I wouldn't have done that. Jarrett's eyebrows arched. She'd revealed too much. Of course. Riley cleared her throat, concocting an excuse on the fly. I wouldn't have been dating him in the first place. Jarrett and I are much too alike. You're hard-headed too, Juanita asked.
I'm not hard-headed,
Jarrett objected. Humph! Juanita's arms folded across her chest. I'd say he's pretty stubborn, Riley said. You know my sister broke up with him 9 years ago, and he evidently waited around for her all this time. Juanita gasped. 9 years? He didn't tell you that part? Riley asked. No, he didn't. Juanita turned reproachful eyes his direction.
Excuse me, Jarrett said.
I tried to tell you. 9 years. Riley cut him off. The perfect girl might have been right there in front of him. But do you think he even looked? No, he didn't. Juanita tisked her disapproval. He wouldn't even go out with my niece, and they would have been a perfect match.
Hello?
Jarrett waved his hand, the smile playing at his lips telling her he was still enjoying the game.
I'm standing right here. You don't have to talk about me in third person.
Riley flashed him a grin. Maybe you should marry Juanita's niece instead of Carly. Jarrett's face contorted in a please don't open that can of worms look. It's too late. Juanita shook her head ruefully. She married someone else. Another short guy. Too bad, because we could have used some tall genes in our family.
Being short makes you adorable, Abuela Juanita.
Jarrett winked at her. Riley had always thought Jarrett was the perfect height, about 5 inches taller than her 5 feet 6 inches. In fact, she'd always thought he was just about perfect in every way. Tall, dark, and handsome. Broad shoulders, super smart, kind and generous. Becoming a billionaire hadn't changed him a bit. But everyone had faults, and it was time she started concentrating on Jarrett's. It would help her get over him faster. For instance, At the moment, she couldn't think of any. But he was bound to have some. She just had to look for them.
Right, Riley?
Jarrett's voice interrupted her musings. Sorry, Jarrett, what did you say? Deep dimples dug into his cheeks.
I was saying that you're still single. Maybe Juanita can find a match for you.
Juanita rubbed her hands together.
Yes, my cousin's youngest son, Ray, would be perfect for you.
No thanks. I'm kind of with someone. She sent a meaningful glare toward Jarrett. His eyes went wide.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that.
His gaze darted toward Juanita and back.
How long have you been dating this someone?
Juanita pursed her lips, somehow looking down her nose at Riley, even though she was much shorter.
We've only been together a few days,
Riley answered, choosing her words carefully.
But I've known him for years. Whoever he is, he doesn't deserve you,
Juanita declared with a sharp nod.
If he's known you for years and he's just now getting around to asking you out.
Actually, he's never taken me on a real date, Riley said.
Then he really doesn't deserve you,
Juanita said.
It could be that he didn't ask you out because he knew you'd turn him down.
Jarrett's voice was casual, but muscles rippled along his jaw.
You're making up excuses for him.
Riley stood and walked to the door, peeking into the hallway. Shouldn't the surgery be over by now?
Someone needs to defend him.
Jarrett cocked his head to the side.
They said it would take about 30 minutes to insert his PICC line. When he's out of surgery, they'll come get us.
Riley went back to her seat beside Juanita. I'm just afraid he's going to wake up hurting and get scared.
Jarrett, you never told me what happened, Juanita said. How did you end up getting approved as Gabe's guardian? Did you and Carly get married? Where is she, anyway?
Jarrett looked like he'd been asked to eat leftovers that had turned green in the refrigerator.
The
door opened and a man in scrubs walked in.
Mr. and Mrs. Alvarez?
Yes. Jarrett rose to his feet, and Riley moved to stand beside him. Riley kept her eyes trained on the doctor while he explained that the surgery had gone well. But she felt Juanita's gaze boring a hole in the back of her head. The moment the doctor left the room, Juanita cleared her throat, commanding their attention. When Riley and Jarrett turned to face her, she was standing with her arms crossed and her foot tapping on the floor.
Is there something you forgot to tell me?
Jarrett groaned aloud.
It's a long story.
Fortunately,
Juanita said as she lifted an eyebrow,
we've got a lot of time on our hands.
Chapter 9. Jarrett sat up and swung his foot to the cold hospital floor. He rubbed his sore shoulder muscles and winced at the ache. The convertible couch was too short and hard for comfort. The door cracked open, and Finn's face appeared, a medical mask covering his nose and mouth to protect him against infections he might acquire in the hospital.
Good morning,
Finn whispered, eyeing the sleeping Gabe as he entered the room.
How's our patient? He slept great.
Jarrett stretched his arms over his head, groaning.
A lot better than I did. Yes, that bed is terrible. I tried to sleep, but gave up and worked all night. I'll do that again tonight and get some sleep tomorrow morning. I really appreciate you coming. I didn't realize how exhausting this was going to be.
Finn waved off his thanks as he reached to pull the blanket over Gabe's exposed arm.
You know you'd do the same for me. In fact, you sat with me multiple times when I was stuck in the hospital.
Finn's cystic fibrosis had required frequent hospitalizations, which he'd usually kept a secret, except from their tightly knit group.
Yes, but this time you have a wife and a new baby, so I know it's a sacrifice.
Finn chuckled.
I'm getting more sleep here than I do at home with a 4-month-old. But it's worth it, going without sleep.
Jarrett attached his prosthesis with a shoe and sock already in place and added a matching pair to his foot.
It's totally worth it, Jarrett.
For once, Finn looked serious.
I can't even explain how much I love Larkin. I'd do anything for her. You know what I mean?
A strange lump formed in Jarrett's throat, thinking about the baby. Though he'd always wanted kids, he'd never really thought about having an infant until he'd seen all 3 of his buddies with babies of their own. Though the chances of him fathering a child were slim after his chemo and radiation, he could adopt a baby like his buddies had. He wondered if Carly would be happy with that option.
I can imagine,
Jarrett said.
I already feel that way about Gabe. I knew I'd love kids if I ever had them.
Finn sat down in the adjacent chair.
You know how it is. You have nieces and nephews, too. I just never thought it would happen to me.
Finn referred to his reticence to have a family because of his shortened life expectancy. Fortunately, Laurie had convinced him it wouldn't be selfish to marry and have a family. Jarrett stood up and folded his sheets and blanket, pushing the bed back into couch form.
I don't know when I'm going to find time to sleep. I have to get some work done at the office this morning. And this afternoon, Riley and I have our appointment with Matthew. Explain what the plan is again. I don't understand how you're going to divorce Riley and still keep Gabe. Won't that affect your adoption approval? Evidently not. Matthew specializes in adoptions of all kinds, and he's the one who advised me to marry Riley. He said we would take care of the paperwork today, so I assume he's either going to arrange an annulment or a quick divorce. And then I guess Carly and I will have a civil ceremony to make it legal.
Why did his stomach knot up every time he talked about marrying Carly? Probably because he hated rushing into the marriage before they'd had time to settle their differences.
I just don't see how that's going to work. I know how meticulous our home study was before we adopted Larkin. Seems like they wouldn't approve of you divorcing and remarrying like that.
Finn shook his head.
But I guess Matthew knows what he's doing. I've already had a home study. Matthew made a bunch of calls, and I managed to get one the day after we got Gabe's diagnosis. That was when I'd planned to adopt as a single father.
Jarrett packed his things in his duffel bag.
Seems like they'd check out the home again now that you're married.
Finn shrugged and reached into his messenger bag, retrieving his laptop.
Maybe it's different adopting from Puerto Rico. Ours was an international adoption. Maybe that's it.
He certainly hoped so.
By the way, Juanita's supposed to come up around 3 o'clock.
Great! Finn grinned.
She's a hoot. Doesn't cut me a bit of slack. No, she doesn't go easy on anyone. She chewed me up and spit me out for talking Riley into getting married, even though I told her we did it to save Gabe's life.
Jarrett winced, remembering her biting condemnation.
She said marriage is sacred and I should have trusted God to take care of Gabe for a few more days, instead of arranging a fake marriage and a divorce. She was still mad at me yesterday. That's why I'm hoping Matthew can pull off an annulment. Juanita might not be as upset if we avoid a divorce.
With a parting kiss on Gabe's sleeping cheek, Jarrett trudged toward the door.
It'll all work out, said Finn. Try not to worry. I'll try, he said,
anxious that his plans might be on shaky ground. By the time Jarrett showered at his downtown apartment and arrived at Phantom Enterprises, it was almost 10 o'clock. He detoured through the workstations on Riley's floor and stopped at the corner of her cubicle, hesitant to disturb her while she was concentrating. He felt bad that he hadn't been there for her work orientation. She hated meeting new people as much as he did, so she must have been uncomfortable. She was in her non-Carly disguise, hair pulled back in a ponytail, navy blue glasses framing her eyes. And something else was different. Something he couldn't put his finger on. She was still as attractive as ever, but she looked cuter. Perhaps the word that best described her appearance was sassy. With her elbows on her desk, her chin resting on her entwined fingers, she stared at the computer screen, and a cute furrow appeared between her brows. After a full minute, he gave up waiting for her to notice him.
It's okay to ask for help, you know.
She jumped, a squeak escaping her throat. Jarrett, You've got to stop sneaking up on me." Her blue eyes shot daggers at him. Then she clamped her hand over her mouth. "Oh, sorry. I should call you Mr. Alvarez."
Dr. Alvarez,
a male voice corrected through the wall of the adjacent cubicle. Her cheeks flamed red. "Dr. Alvarez, sorry again, I forgot you have your PhD.
Don't worry, Riley."
Jarrett spoke loudly enough to be heard by the eavesdropper, whose voice he couldn't quite place. He must have been one of the newer hires.
As long as we've known each other, you've definitely earned the right to call me by my first name.
He found a pen and a piece of paper and scribbled,
"Appointment at 2. Leave at 1:30.
She gave him a silent nod, her teeth chewing on the fleshy part of her lower lip in a way that shouldn't have been so enticing. He gave his head a shake, reminding himself of his purpose in stopping by. Poor Riley had not only started a brand new job, but she'd also been spending all of her evenings at the hospital, even though Jarrett had Juanita and Finn to help him. She was stretched so thin she had to be close to the breaking point.
"Is there anything I can help you with?"
he asked. She took her glasses off and rubbed the bridge of her nose. "Todd's putting me on a research and development team, so I've been reviewing everything they've done the past 9 months. I think my brain is cooked. Not just a little, it's breaded and deep-fried in lard."
"You'll get it. But there's a learning curve. You can't grasp everything you need to know in the first week."
"If I'm getting a paycheck, I want to be earning it." He admired her gumption.
"I promise we'll get our money's worth out of you. But not if you kill yourself in the first week."
With a non-committal grunt, she turned her attention back to her computer screen.
"I'd wager what you're really worried about,"
he said,
"is whether or not you can be the top performer on the team."
"That shows how little you know about me." She stuck her chin out as far as it would go. "Why would I worry about that? I already know I'm going to be the top performer."
"I don't doubt it,"
he said, truthfully.
"You look different today."
Her lips pursed as her hand rose to touch the hair on her forehead. "I got my hair cut. I've never had bangs before. Do you think I look goofy?"
"Not at all. In fact, I like it."
"Really? You don't think my bangs make me look too young?"
He rubbed his chin as he pretended to ponder her question. "Not a day younger than 16.
Something flew through the air directly toward his face. He flinched, but not in time to avoid the soft impact. The object fell to the floor. A foam koozie.
"Violence is never the answer."
He was surprised by his own laughter. Worrying about Gabe had consumed him day and night, even invading his dreams. As if she read his mind, her face fell. "How did Gabe do last night?"
"It was a miracle,"
he answered.
"He finally slept through the night, and hasn't thrown up since they started the new nausea med."
"Thanks the Lord. It broke my heart to see him so sick."
"It's been hard for everyone, I think."
His heart warmed at her concern, and an odd idea wormed its way into his head. He was drawn to her. It was completely different from his attraction to Carly. If he were forced to compare, he would say his feelings for Riley were deeper and stronger. Perhaps because of what they'd been through together. Was it friendship? Or was it something more? Confusion muddled his brain. Was he starting to fall for Riley? No, it had to be a physical thing. Probably because she looked so much like her sister. He spied a stray strand of hair that had escaped her ponytail and, without thinking, tucked it behind her ear. She jerked away like she'd been burned. He was an idiot. Or a creep. Maybe both. He used the offending hand to scratch the back of his head. "So," she said, regarding him with wary eyes, "Carly flew back this morning."
"Yes, I can't wait to talk to her."
The moment the words left his lips, he realized they weren't true. He'd been so obsessed with Gabe, he'd hardly given Carly a thought. His mind had wandered while listening to her animated voicemail, babbling on about landing the part in the movie. He wanted to be excited for her, but Gabe was the only thing on his mind. "She said the two of you have a date tonight?" Riley's brows lifted in question.
"That's right."
He didn't mention he'd forgotten about it until that moment. And as exhausted as he was in no mood to entertain Carly. Though she would probably pull him out of his doldrums with her effervescent personality. She was good for him. "Well, we should both get some work done," Riley said. She pivoted toward her computer, effectively dismissing him and setting their boundaries back where they belonged. The emotional roller coaster of the past week had changed nothing for her. He needed to put a stop to any weird thoughts he might have about their relationship. With Riley, there was no doubt exactly where he stood. She was a friend, and only a friend. Riley stared at her hands, clenched together in her lap, as she sat in the straight-backed leather chair facing the heavy wood door with Matthew Hardy's name emblazoned on a gold plaque. Had she had any idea that every person in his office dressed in suits and dresses that cost more than her monthly mortgage, she would have worn one of the many outfits her sister had given her, rather than digging her old, comfortable clothes out of the donation bag. If Jarrett was embarrassed that he was sitting beside a woman wearing inexpensive leggings and an off-the-rack tunic top, he didn't show it. For his part, Jarrett was immaculate as always, in a suit which must have been custom-tailored to fit his broad, muscular shoulders and narrow waist. Though he sat in an adjacent chair, he might as well have been miles away, with his elbows tucked close to his side as he answered emails on his cell phone. Riley just wanted to get it over with. Her heart couldn't take any more incidents like the one at the office that morning. Though Jarrett's fingers had barely brushed her ear, the tingle had shot to the tips of her toes. The gesture had felt tender, intimate. So much so that she'd let herself develop the smallest of hopes that he might actually be attracted to her. But once again, her hopes had been dashed to the ground and trampled. She'd waited, holding her breath, longing to hear him say something, anything, that would indicate he no longer wanted to be with Carly. But he only confirmed that he'd missed her and was taking her out on a date, without the slightest hint of regret in his voice. And for him, this meeting with the attorney, which had Riley's stomach tied in knots, was simply a bothersome step to brush their fake marriage aside and pave the way for his marriage to Carly. Fortunately, her prayers were answered, as Matthew came out to greet them only 7 minutes after they'd arrived.
"Jarrett, hey, sorry to keep you waiting. I was on the phone with the LA office."
He had the slick look of a high-dollar attorney. Not that she knew any personally, but she'd seen plenty of them on TV. He shook Jarrett's hand and turned to flash her a magazine-perfect smile.
"Riley, it's nice to finally meet you."
She didn't remember offering her hand, but found it clasped in his firm one. He was smooth and charming for sure. She could see why Carly had enjoyed his flirtations, though he wasn't Riley's type. Who am I kidding? I obviously don't have a type. Her wooden feet carried her inside his office. She could only hope she wouldn't throw up on the fancy Persian rug. She and Jarrett sat in adjacent chairs in front of Matthew's immaculate desk. Matthew took his place behind the desk and folded his hands in front of him.
"Now, before we get started, do you have any questions?"
"I just want to get this over with." She saw a hurt look cross Jarrett's face and hastened to add an explanation. "This kind of thing makes me nervous."
"No reason to be nervous," said Matthew. "In fact, you don't have to sign anything today. You're welcome to take it to your own attorney, though I can assure you Jarrett has provided a generous settlement in the postnuptial agreement."
He slid 2 sets of papers across the desk in front of them, and Riley picked up her copy in trembling figures. A quick perusal exposed some really large numbers, and she dropped it like it had stung her. "I don't want any money. You can save it for Gabe." Matthew gave her an indulgent smile, as if she were a young child.
"I'm afraid with Jarrett's net worth, no judge would uphold an agreement without a reasonable settlement. But if you look closely, you can see that it's graduated and jumps significantly when the adoption is finalized. After that, the settlement is a percentage, with contingent conditions, of course. For instance..."
He droned on, but she couldn't hear a word he said. Her mind was spinning. None of this mattered. What about the annulment?
12 to 18 months?
Jarrett leaped to his feet.
What are you talking about? We came today to start the divorce proceedings. In fact, we were hoping you could have the marriage annulled.
Matthew's jaw dropped.
I can start divorce proceedings if you want, Jarrett. But you know this means you'll probably lose Gabe, right? I'm not losing Gabe.
Jarrett slammed his fist on the desk.
You need to fix this.
If she weren't so upset, Riley would have smiled. Jarrett had lost his temper. He has a fault. Matthew spread warding hands in front of his face like he was expecting Jarrett to start swinging.
Look, I think there's been some sort of miscommunication here. I'll say,
Jarrett said, pacing behind her chair with a decided limp. She'd never seen him so upset. She wanted to put a hand on his arm and help him calm down, but she had a feeling it would do the opposite.
When we talked on the phone last Thursday,
Matthew began,
you told me if I wanted to adopt Gabe, I should marry Riley for now. I thought it was going to be for a week or a few months at the most.
That's what Jarrett told me, Riley confirmed. Matthew spoke in a steady voice.
What I said was you could marry Riley now if you want to adopt Gabe as scheduled, and we can take care of the paperwork next week. Right!
Jarrett's arms flung in the air.
Take care of the paperwork. That's getting an annulment or a divorce, right? I never said anything about an annulment, Jarrett. I'm sure of it.
Matthew's tone revealed a slight tremor.
You have no grounds for a legal annulment in the state of Colorado. I can start divorce proceedings anytime you want, but your adoption application will probably be rejected. You were approved based on being married to Riley.
But what about Carly? Riley asked the question that had to be behind the horrified look on Jarrett's face.
At this point,
Matthew looked directly at Jarrett.
You need to decide which relationship is most important. Gabe will stay with you until his chemo is completed, regardless of what you choose to do. But you'll be having multiple home studies before the adoption can be approved and finalized. There's no set timeline. It could easily be a year or more. And it will be hard to convince the social worker you're in a healthy marriage if you divorce one sister to marry the other. I can't believe it.
Jarrett's shoulders slumped as he sank into his chair.
Riley didn't sign up for this. I coerced her into it, telling her it would be a couple of months at most. I'm sorry.
This time Matthew addressed Riley.
To be fair, Jarrett and I only talked for a few minutes, and I was in the middle of a hearing. It's not his fault he misunderstood.
Riley nodded, the movement making her lightheaded.
I've lost Gabe,
Jarrett moaned.
I'm so stupid. I should have just waited until this week when Carly was well.
Riley didn't want to point out that Carly had been in L.A. this week. The chances that Carly would have given up her opportunity to be cast in a movie were slim to none. No matter what, you saved Gabe's life, Riley said, reaching across to put her hand on his arm and ignoring the thrill of that contact. You'll have the rest of this year with him, and maybe you can explain it to your caseworker. Tell her what happened. Maybe she'll understand.
Matthew scrunched his face.
Does this mean the other possibility is off the table? That would be your best option to keep Gabe.
Are you talking about me staying in a fake marriage with Jarrett for a year or more? Riley asked. Because I don't know if we could fake it well enough to fool that caseworker.
Don't talk to me about anything fake, Matthew said. I want to be absolutely above board here. I won't help you commit fraud. At the very least, you'll have to live in the same house, and you can't date anyone else while you're married. I would never do that.
Jarrett lifted his head, as if the affront to his pride had brought him back to life.
Honestly, Matthew said, if you'd been married to Carly and she was off in Hollywood for 3 or 4 months, you might have been rejected anyway.
Jarrett blinked like someone had thrown cold water in his face.
I hadn't thought of that. These are your current choices, Jarrett, Matthew said. Do you want to throw everything into the adoption, or would you rather just be Gabe's guardian for a year and pursue Carly instead?
5 seconds of silence lasted an eternity.
I'll stay with Riley and pursue the adoption, Jarrett said. If Riley's willing.
Matthew caught her gaze and held it with shrewd eyes. She prayed he couldn't read the emotions churning behind hers.
Riley, would you be willing to stay married to Jarrett and legally adopt Gabe if you're approved?
She fought the tears that threatened to break through her iron willpower. It was like Matthew was a preacher asking them to recite empty vows in a nightmare wedding. Not trusting her voice, she nodded at Matthew, then squeezed her eyes shut and turned her face away. The humiliation more than she could bear. Once the adoption was finalized, she would no longer be needed. Jarrett would dump her for sure, but he would be nice about it. There wasn't a mean bone in his body. If only he would act like a jerk, she could funnel her pent-up passion into anger, spew out some venom, and feel a ton of relief.
You don't have to do this.
Jarrett's voice was raw. Stop being kind! Can't you see I want to hate you? Like floodwaters rising around her home, the truth seeped into her consciousness. Jarrett hadn't chosen to be stuck in this marriage any more than she had. His dreams of finally marrying Carly had just been destroyed. Yet he was still thinking of Riley. She swallowed her pride and stuffed it away. We can do this, Jarrett. We can do it for Gabe. I've seen people who hated each other stay together for the sake of their children. At least we're friends. There were so many things she wished he would say. We're more than friends, Riley. Much more. I've finally realized we belong together. I thought I wanted Carly, but I was wrong. Instead, he murmured 2 words that cemented her fate.
You're right.
The wrinkles between his eyes proved he was anticipating the misery of living with her for 12 to 18 months. And it would be miserable for Riley as well, but for a whole different reason. She would be tortured daily with a tiny taste of what she could never have. Like working in a chocolate shop and being told you can never eat the candy. What a sick joke fate had played. She'd wished she could take her sister's place. And look what it had gotten her.
Now we have to tell everyone.
Jarrett pressed his fingers to his temple.
I don't know which I dread more. Carly being upset, or Finn falling on the floor laughing.
With her emotions boiling close to the brim, Riley gritted her teeth. If Finn laughs about this when I'm around, he may find that mask he wears stuffed down his throat. Chapter 10. It took 15 minutes to drive from Matthew's office to Phantom Enterprises. For the first 5 of those minutes, the only sounds inside the car were the hum of the engine
and the noise of traffic through the windows. Riley sat with her hands in her lap, squeezing them together so tightly that her knuckles blanched. Jarrett wanted to break the silence, but he had no idea what to say. Should he thank her? Offer to pay her? Talk about the logistics of moving her into his house? Discuss how to break the news to her sister? Commend her for being altruistic? Encourage her that it would only be a year or so? When he finally said something, it wasn't his most brilliant speech.
Would you like a piece of gum?
What? She turned to him with a "how can you talk about gum at a time like this" expression.
I just thought you looked tense,
he said, gripping the wheel so hard he thought it might break.
When I'm tense, I like to chew gum.
I'm not tense.
Oh.
With one hand on the wheel, he dug in his center console and found a stick of gum, which he promptly unwrapped and stuck in his mouth. It might not help his nerves, but it would give his tongue something to do besides saying stupid things. From the corner of his eye, he noticed her mouth twitch in an almost smile. I suppose I might be a little on the tense side. He grinned, lifting his elbow to give her access to the console.
There's more gum in the bottom.
Within a few seconds, she was chewing along with him, her brow bent in thought. What comes next? He massaged his aching left jaw joint.
Probably a visit to my dentist. My TMJ's been acting up, and I've worn a hole in my night guard.
She glanced at him, and then at the roof. I meant what comes next for us. What do we do?
I have no idea. This isn't how I do things. I plan everything out months in advance so there won't be any problems. This whole thing with Gabe happened so fast I'm completely off balance.
He swallowed hard, searching for words, his eyes glued to the road.
I know I've screwed up royally, and you're the one who came to the rescue. Not to be chauvinistic or anything, but it makes me feel like a real loser to always be on the receiving end with you. So what can I do to tip the balance?
He dared a glance. Big mistake. She was tugging that sweet lower lip between her teeth again, and it seemed to be connected to something that made his mouth go dry. What was happening to him? He couldn't let himself be attracted to her in that way. She would think he'd done all this on purpose to trap her into marriage. No, he had to keep his thoughts in line. This relationship was platonic. Sure, they were married and they had to live together, but she wasn't interested in him beyond friendship. End of story. You don't owe me anything, Jarrett. Everything I'm doing is for Gabe. He turned into the parking garage and stopped in his reserved space. His palms were sweating like an awkward teenager who'd driven his date home and had to face her parents.
We have to go inside.
Yes.
Do you think we should make an announcement?
They have to find out eventually, but I'd prefer to walk on a bed of hot coals. He rubbed his palms on his pants.
Guess this suit is going to the cleaners. How long is that bed of coals? I might go with you.
Her lips rolled in across her teeth, but a grin escaped anyway. We're way too much alike, aren't we?
I'm afraid so.
What if we waited until the weekend and sent an office memo? A breath he didn't know he was holding drained from his chest.
That's a great idea. Let everyone find out without having to face them.
But Carly has to be told tonight. Riley chewed a bit more on that delectable lip. And then she gasped and turned toward him, wriggling with excitement. Why don't you make Matthew come over to the house and help us break the news? Something tells me she won't go ballistic if he's there. He felt his blood pressure dropping to a more reasonable level, though he could still hear his heart beating in his ears.
I like that. I'll call Matthew right away. And what about Finn and Juanita?
They're your friends, she said, pleased as punch. You tell them.
But we're married, he said. That means we share everything, so technically they're your friends too.
That's stretching it pretty far.
Desperate times, desperate measures.
He gave her his sad-eyed look, the one that used to work on all his sisters. Fine, she chuckled, shaking her head. I was going to the hospital tonight anyway.
When do you want to move in?
She sighed and closed her eyes, and he remembered how much she was giving up. She'd just bought her home, and from its lack of furniture, she'd probably pushed to her limits to afford it.
To be fair, he said, I'll pay your mortgage, insurance, and utilities while you're living with me.
Her mouth dropped open and she stared at him. How is that fair?
You're putting your whole life on hold for me. The least I can do is foot the bill for the life you're leaving behind. Please don't take it as an insult, Riley. You know I can afford it, and it will make me feel less like a heel.
You know what? That would be really good. Did one of her worry lines disappear, or was that his imagination? As long as we both agree I'm not taking any money in the settlement.
You'll have to work that out with Matthew,
Jarrett said.
You could always donate it to Limitless.
Her hand jutted forward. Deal. He shook it, trying not to notice how soft her skin was.
Deal.
Before he had time to celebrate, a ton of other worries tumbled into his head. How would his family react? What about her parents? Where was she going to sleep? What about the news media? We should make a list together, Riley said with pursed lips. All the things we need to figure out and all the things we need to do. I've got this phone app. It's called Check It Off, they finished in unison. Her eyes twinkled with humor. Way, way too much alike. I can't believe this! My own sister stabbing me in the back! Carly's reply was full of emotion, but a little overplayed, like she was still trying out for that acting part. In Riley's opinion, she didn't look as upset as she ought to if she really loved Jarrett. Did you know this last Friday when you brought Jarrett's flowers over? Carly demanded, as she stopped pacing in front of Riley's family room couch and propped her hands on her hips, directing her question to Matthew.
I knew, he replied, but I thought Jarrett was waiting to tell you in person. What flowers?
Jarrett, sitting in the middle between Riley and Matthew, looked confused.
I asked you to bring Gatorade.
Matthew shrugged his shoulders.
I figured she would be upset. I thought the flowers would help.
So you bought the flowers? Carly blinked her long lashes, one hand coming up to cover her mouth, open in an audible gasp. That was so sweet. How on earth did she get a part in that movie? They must have been desperate. Or maybe I just know Carly too well.
Wait!
Jarrett twisted to glare at Matthew.
You brought flowers to my fiancé? Technically, she couldn't have been your fiancé, Matthew said unapologetically, since you were already married to Riley. And anyway, I gave you credit for them.
Riley thought she saw her sister giggling behind her hand, but she couldn't be sure. All the same! This time, Carly's anger was convincing. You've left me with a mess to clean up. What about the wedding plans? How am I supposed to explain this to my fans who think we're getting married?
I'm sorry, Carly,
Jarrett began. Just a minute, Riley interrupted. Carly, it's your own fault that the press found out about the wedding way earlier than they were supposed to. Your agent wanted the publicity boost. And you didn't ask Jarrett before she accidentally let that slip on social media. She did it, so let her figure out how to get out of it. But it could be so embarrassing, just when I was starting to gain popularity again. Maybe we shouldn't say anything right away. If people see you together, they'll think it's me.
Carly's lip pushed into an endearing pout. But it didn't impress Riley. She'd seen it before, even on her own face.
I'm not doing that, Carly. Fine. She stomped a foot. I would have hated getting my hair cut to match yours anyway. Ugh, bangs take forever to grow out.
I think you'd look cute in bangs,
said Matthew, pure adoration clearly written on his face.
You do?
Her lashes fluttered again. Riley could have kicked her sister for not at least pretending to be in love with Jarrett. Had she forgotten he was watching her? He was going to be devastated once again. And it was Riley's fault Matthew had come. What a stupid idea.
Okay, we're done here.
Riley leaped to her feet, wishing she had time for a run. She needed the solitude to recharge her depleted battery. There's nothing to be gained from hashing this out. Carly, go call your agent. Jarrett, I'll come next door in 30 minutes and ride to the hospital with you. Matthew, thanks for all your help today. I think you've gone above and way beyond. Matthew had the decency to avoid eye contact with Jarrett. When both men were gone, Riley confronted her sister, who hummed a tune in the kitchen as she put on an apron and grabbed a knife and cutting board.
What was that, Carly?
Riley pointed to the empty family room.
Did you forget you're supposed to be devastated that you and Jarrett aren't getting married?
Carly retrieved an armful of vegetables from the refrigerator.
I am devastated. It's a horrible mess.
You're way more upset about your reputation than losing Jarrett. You're supposed to be in love with him.
I never said I was in love with him.
She began to cut a zucchini, expertly rocking the blade like a chef on TV.
I said he was super hot, and he is. But he hasn't been all that supportive, you know. I had this big weekend, and he didn't even call me to ask about the audition.
Since this was the weekend Gabe had to go into the hospital and have surgery and start chemotherapy, Jarrett may have had a few other things on his mind.
That's what I'm talking about.
Carly shifted a yellow squash to the cutting board.
Gabe is his priority for the time being, and that's fine. But he really doesn't have room for me in his life.
Riley folded her arms to hide the anger causing them to shake.
And when were you planning to tell Jarrett your opinion?
Carly froze and looked up from her vegetables.
I wasn't going to tell him. I was going to sacrifice and marry him because I thought I owed him. And you're the one who made me think I needed to make up for the past, so don't go getting on your high horse.
Then you aren't upset that Jarrett and I have to stay married for at least a year?
Actually, I'm relieved.
Carly sliced a bell pepper, pushing the seeds to the side.
But I thought it would hurt his feelings if he knew.
It would, Riley said. I'm afraid he already figured it out from the way you were flirting with Matthew.
I wasn't flirting.
Her cheeks pinked at the lie. And Riley wondered if she blushed when she was acting. After all, wasn't acting just telling an elaborate fabrication?
Do you want some salad?
Carly tipped her chin toward the pile of sliced veggies.
I've got plenty.
No thanks, Riley said. I've got some fried mac and cheese balls about to come out of the oven. Gotta love Trader Joe's.
You could also buy healthy food at Trader Joe's,
Carly said, looking down her nose. Yeah, but why bother? Riley's stomach growled as she stared through the oven glass, the delicious smell making her impatient. Her stress was off the charts. If she couldn't go for a run, what could be better than deep-fried starch? To his credit, though Finn's eyes watered with his laughter, he stopped short of actually rolling on the floor, probably because Jarrett warned him in advance of Riley's threat.
I don't see anything funny about it.
Riley's huge blue eyes glinted steel at Finn, and she didn't crack a smile.
I'm sorry you ended up stuck with him, Riley. You must be a saint to do it,
Finn said, his eyes crinkled above the mask.
It's just that of the four of us, Jarrett is the absolute last person this should have happened to. Random errors don't happen with Jarrett. He's never even bought a box of cereal without planning it on a spreadsheet.
You shouldn't be laughing at him.
She shook her finger in Finn's face.
If you're his friend, you should realize how unfair this is. Jarrett's been completely unselfish this whole time. He's sacrificed himself to make sure Gabe gets the best possible treatment. And he's willing to do anything to give Gabe the home he deserves, even giving up his big chance with Carly.
Jarrett probably should have stood up for Finn, who was merely teasing, as he often did. But Riley's bragging stroked his ego, which was a bit tattered from her sister's response to the news. Carly's only objection appeared to have been losing out on a great publicity opportunity. He wondered when Riley had developed such loyalty toward him, and only wished he deserved the impassioned speech. Finn's head tilted to the side, his English lilt more pronounced than usual.
I had no idea Jarrett was so perfect. Here I thought he was flesh and blood like the rest of us.
If you want my opinion, Juanita said from her seat beside Gabe's bed, Jarrett's brought this on himself. If he'd taken my advice, he'd already be married to my niece, and none of this would have happened.
Jarrett's not great at taking advice,
said Finn, with an exaggerated wink at Riley.
It's one of several noticeable faults, in my opinion.
Really?
Riley perked up, rummaging in her purse until she found her cell phone. What other faults does he have? Jarrett lost track of their conversation, suddenly mesmerized by Riley's eyes. Had they always been so blue?
Let's see. Jarrett's faults.
Finn locked his fingers together and stretched them backwards, cracking his knuckles.
He's used the same aftershave the last 20 years.
Jarrett shook his head to clear it.
Hey, that's not true. 15 years, then,
Finn said.
Got it.
Riley typed on her phone.
What else? He's very stubborn, said Juanita, and he doesn't like parties.
Stubborn. Got it. I don't like parties either. Is that a fault?
Excuse me, Jarrett said. Don't you have something better to do than discuss my faults?
Humor played at Finn's lips, though he responded in deadpan voice. Nope.
We could talk about their wedding plans, Juanita said.
Wedding plans? Riley's deer-in-the-headlights look was exactly how he felt. We're already married. We don't need another wedding.
That wasn't a proper wedding, Juanita said. You need a real one, with a priest.
But I'm not Catholic, Riley said.
Me neither,
Jarrett added.
Okay, you can have one of your preachers do it, but you have to have a real wedding.
She sat back in her chair and pulled her knitting from a bag at her feet. Without looking up, she added,
In a church.
Riley's eyes pleaded with him, but he knew there was no way to change Juanita's mind once it was set.
We'll think about it, Juanita. But for the moment, our focus is on Gabe.
You'd better focus on each other, Juanita said. You won't be able to fool that caseworker. She'll smell something fishy. The two of you don't even hold hands in public.
Lots of people aren't demonstrative in public,
Jarrett argued. He'd imposed on Riley enough already. He couldn't ask her to act affectionate when the caseworker came to visit. How awkward would that be?
I'm just saying...
Juanita's tongue clicked as her head shook slowly back and forth.
That lady makes her living watching families. She's going to know you're not normal newlyweds. I say we need to get some mistletoe in here so the two of you can practice kissing.
He wished Juanita hadn't put the thought in his head, because he would have to work hard to get it out.
I don't think so, Riley said. Any more of that talk, Juanita, and I'm not bringing my oatmeal chocolate chip cookies on Saturday. Gabe stirred awake, mumbling in Spanish, and Juanita turned her attention to him, forgetting her knitting, along with the mistletoe suggestion. But Riley's blanched face told Jarrett she was as worried as he was. Except she was worried about how to fake feeling attracted, while he was worried about how to hide it. Chapter 11. Saturday morning, Riley stood in shock, twirling the band around her left finger as she stared at the sea of bright red, orange, and turquoise. This is what I get for saying I didn't care how the designer decorated the master bedroom, she mumbled under her breath. Don't you love it? Her arm was gripped by a perky brunette who didn't look a day over 20, decked out in what had to be next year's fashions because Riley had never seen anything like it. I'm Candace Kane, the owner of Designs by Kane. Of course, when we got the call Thursday, we dropped everything to get the room ready for you, Mrs. Alvarez. I just love when a client gives me free rein. I'll bet you do. Riley turned in a circle, pretending to examine the room in detail, though she was simply trying to extricate herself from Candace's claw-like grasp. She searched for a polite response. It's very bright. Jarrett was going to hate it. Maybe she could break it to him gently. Yes, it's what I call feng shui, kind of a bohemian industrial look. It's great, Riley said, squinting at the barrage of colors. She almost hated to ask, but she had to know, since Gabe was coming home from the hospital today. What did you do with our son's room? I'm afraid that's the only bedroom your husband would hardly let me change. Riley had to see for herself. She marched down the hallway with Candace on her heels and opened Gabe's door. The room still had the original soft blues and greens. Candace had added a beanbag chair and a low dresser with padded drawer fronts in a cute animal fabric. Continuing the animal theme, the wall beside the bed had a plaque with his name, each letter formed by an animal. Riley breathed her relief. At least this room wouldn't raise Gabe's heart rate when he was trying to sleep tonight. I like it, Candace. You don't think it's too boring? No. I think you've added just the right amount of funk to the shui for a little boy coming home from the hospital. In fact, Riley might be tempted to sleep in here on the thick, padded carpet, surrounded by peaceful colors, rather than the garish room Candace had decorated. Jarrett had insisted Riley should move into the master bedroom, reasoning their caseworker would be suspicious if they didn't appear to be sleeping in the same room and sharing the huge closet and bathroom. Their well-thought-out plan was that Jarrett would sleep in the adjacent room, while all his stuff remained in the master suite. Riley made her way back to the main living area, where dozens of men were busy moving the old furniture out, replacing it with trendy pieces that looked rather uncomfortable to Riley. But it was Jarrett's house, and she didn't want to overstep her boundaries and interfere. Out front, she heard raised voices and recognized one as Jarrett's. Candace came racing through the house, meeting him inside the front doorway, where he blocked the two men who wrestled with his heavy leather sofa.
Put that right back where you found it.
Jarrett's steely tone left no room for debate. The men did as they were told. Mr. Alvarez, Candace began, I know you said you only wanted me to do the bedrooms, but
10 minutes.
The muscles along his jawline bulged.
That's how long you have to put everything in this living room back the way you found it.
Jarrett strode directly to Riley, tension rippling down his neck. She was proud she resisted the urge to melt into a puddle when he placed a gentle kiss on her cheek. It was yet another key part of their outline to give the appearance of a happily married couple. They had brainstormed well into the night, until they were both satisfied they'd considered every possible complication. Though bleary-eyed the next day, her anxiety level had decreased to a bearable level. Jarrett pivoted and stomped down the hallway, his unaccustomed limp giving witness to his anger. Candace followed in his footsteps. "But, Mr. Alvarez!" Riley turned to the confused workers. "You heard him. Put everything back where it was. You don't want to cross him. He's got a terrible temper." The men scurried about like busy ants, reversing their morning's labor. Fortunately, they didn't know Jarrett was all bark and no bite. Despite the situation, Jarrett had stuck to their detailed plan. With a little care, their new caseworker would never realize there was anything amiss. She wouldn't know they were no more than roommates. She wouldn't guess they weren't spending their nights together in Jarrett's king-sized bed. The first home visit was scheduled the following Saturday, giving them a week to get Gabe adjusted to the house after his release from the hospital. More importantly, it gave Riley and Jarrett a week to practice their act. It was going to be torturous for Riley, despite her recent additions to Jarrett's paltry list of faults. He'd been so sweet to her, she wanted to scream. It was way too obvious his actions were motivated by guilt, while he secretly pined for Carly. In a weird way, his attentiveness made her depressed, constantly aware of what might have been if only he'd loved her instead of Carly, whom he'd even invited on their dinner date the previous night. Well, apparently it hadn't been a date, though Riley had initially gotten her hopes up. But her tag-along sister had yacked about her Hollywood trip the entire evening, repeating the stories Riley had heard 2 or 3 times already during the short periods of time she'd been home between work and hospital visits. Yes, her twin was successful. Yes, everything always went Carly's way. Yes, everyone loved her, including Jarrett. But did she have to rub Riley's face in it? It hadn't been a date after all. And the fact they'd never been on one bothered Riley like a festering splinter. She did her best to ignore it, but it was always there, in the background. Another reminder that what they had together was nothing but a farce. Riley followed Jarrett and Candace to the master bedroom, where Jarrett stopped in the doorway, his expression apoplectic, while Candace prattled on about her feng shui. Riley saw the blood vessels pulsing on the side of his face and knew the shock, combined with the stress of the last week, was about to make him blow his top. She shoved her way to Jarrett's side and pushed him into the room. "Candace, can you give us a moment of privacy?" she asked, shutting the door in Candace's face and turning to collapse her back against it.
"This is horrific,"
Jarrett spoke in a strangled tone, his gaze moving around the room, flinching at each new discovery.
"I should never have let that woman loose in my house. Should have known anyone named Candy Kane would be a bizarre decorator."
"It's okay." Riley moved beside him and stroked his arm, willing herself to pay no attention to the hard, defined muscles under the thin material of his dress shirt. "So what if the caseworker thinks I have bad taste? That won't keep us from getting approved to adopt Gabe."
"I can't sleep in this room,"
he muttered. "As of today, you won't be," she reminded him. "You're next door. And Gabe's room is fine. I already checked." His chin jutted forward.
"I still have to change clothes in here."
Unbidden, an image of him stripping out of his suit, muscles rippling in all their glory, passed through her mind. She swallowed the excess saliva from her suddenly watering mouth and corrected him. "You'll be changing in the closet. You only have to walk through this room, and you can do that with your eyes closed." He crossed his arms.
"I really want to scream at her and fire her."
She knew he would never forgive himself if he yelled at Candace. No, you don't. You know you don't want to make a scene. You hate conflict.
His shoulders drooped as he sat on the foot of the bed.
Maybe if I wear sunglasses.
That's a great idea. I may have to wear them to sleep. She laughed. Actually, the worst of it is the curtains and the art and the throw pillows. She didn't repaint the walls. I'll bet I can tone it down without too much effort.
That's the whole reason I hired someone. I didn't want to give you any more work to do. You're already doing too much.
He patted the bed beside him.
Relax for a second. I need to tell you something.
Her body responded with panic, her heart racing, her hands shaking. Whatever he had to say, she could tell it wasn't good news. She perched beside him, ready for the worst. When his hand moved to hold hers, she knew it was going to be terrible. She was so nervous she didn't have her usual rush of adrenaline from his touch.
My mom and dad are coming tomorrow to stay for a week and watch Gabe while we're at work.
That wasn't so bad. Jarrett had a large family. Meeting them a few at a time would suit her just fine. What did you tell them about us?
She doesn't know how it all happened, and that's for the best. Mom couldn't keep a secret if her life depended on it.
He cleared his throat, squirming like the bed was uncomfortable.
We'll stick with the necessary facts.
Okay, so we've known each other for years and recently got reacquainted. She lifted her index finger. And we rushed the marriage so we could adopt Gabe. All perfectly true.
They'd agreed to simply leave out certain details. Neither of them wanted to perpetuate a complete lie.
Mom is pretty nosy. Hopefully she won't grill you like the Spanish Inquisition.
He grimaced, so apologetic her heart went out to him. It'll be fine, Riley said. We'll use it to practice for when the caseworker comes. He took a deep breath, his chest expanding to stretch against his shirt in a pleasing-to-the-eye sort of way.
My parents are really over-the-top affectionate, even after all these years. They make it their goal in life to embarrass me, and they tease all the time.
Sounds nice to me. My parents are kind of stiff.
And my sisters and their husbands are all the same way.
She couldn't tell what he was so stressed about.
I promise I won't be offended.
Yes, but...
His Adam's apple moved up and down.
She's going to expect the same of us, especially since we're newlyweds.
So you'll have to sleep in here, I'm guessing.
You guessed right. She'd be giving us a sex talk if she thought we weren't sleeping together. But I can make a pallet on the floor.
He shook his head.
Mom has no boundaries, and all my sisters are just like her.
How did you end up so different? Do you take after your dad?
No, Dad's an instigator.
His mouth twisted in a crooked smile.
Actually, our whole family is pretty demonstrative. I'm usually the same way when I bring a girl home.
You are?
She finally remembered to pull her hand out of his grasp.
But you and Carly dated almost a year, and you never even kissed her.
His face ducked away.
She told you that, huh?
She said you were waiting for it to be special.
Did she tell you why?
He looked back, a bit of venom in his narrowed eyes.
Did she tell you she was reading a book about waiting until you were married to kiss? She laid down the law the first night we went out.
Oh, I remember that book. I didn't realize she was that into it. So Jarrett had wanted to kiss Carly when they were dating, but he'd held back because he happened to be the nicest guy on the face of the planet. He'd refrained from kissing her because she'd read some trendy book. The story only confirmed what she thought. Jarrett had truly been in love with Carly. And deep down inside, he probably still was.
I can't help wondering if things would have been different if I'd ignored her and kissed her anyway.
You were trying to respect her wishes.
At least I thought I was. But it seems like she didn't even remember telling me that. With my luck, she changed her mind and thought I knew.
Maybe you should remind her about it Sunday night when she comes over to discuss whatever it is her agent is proposing.
With Mom and Dad here, that meeting needs to change. Maybe we'll move it to Matthew's office.
That's a good idea. Matthew does seem to calm her down.
Right.
He mumbled, as if he weren't really listening. His eyes focused on a distant place beyond the bedroom walls.
You know, I thought waiting until marriage was a bit much, so I got her to agree that our first kiss would happen at a special moment. I'd planned to kiss her when I proposed. I even had the ring.
Riley didn't want to listen, but she needed to. Hearing about his love for Carly would keep her grounded. How miserable he must be, stuck in a fake marriage to Carly's identical sister and being forced to act affectionate. Whenever he was with Riley, it would remind him of what he'd lost with Carly. "I'm sorry it all turned out like this," Riley said. "I'll do whatever I can to help." His gaze darted to her and back to his lap.
Do you mean that?
Of course. What do you need me to do?
Well...
His sultry eyes bored into hers.
Once or twice next week, while my parents are here. We need to kiss. Like a real kiss. On the lips.
Oh. The word came out as a squeak, something you would hear from a cartoon mouse, which was about how she felt. As she was trying to figure out how she could possibly kiss him on the lips without revealing her feelings for him, he added a sentence that sent her into a coughing fit.
And you need to look like you enjoy it.
Chapter 12. It was almost 6 o'clock by the time Jarrett pulled into the garage with their precious cargo. With Gabe's arms and legs securely velcroed around her, Riley could have carried him hands-free. But she hugged him like a precious bundle as she carried him inside. Jarrett brought the bags inside and shut the door, his heart too big for his chest. They were home, at last. His new family. At least for the next year. With Riley's help, he'd calmed down about the decorating mishap. It helped a great deal to see the family room back to normal when he walked in the door with Gabe.
Are you hungry, buddy?
Jarrett didn't bother to use his broken Spanish. From all the adoption resources he'd greedily consumed, he'd learned children Gabe's age would quickly pick up the language simply from hearing it. Jarrett would reserve Spanish for times when they were unable to communicate any other way. Riley carried Gabe into the kitchen, his face buried against her chest. But he looked up with interest when Jarrett took some cheese out of the refrigerator. He hadn't lost his hair yet, but that would happen. Jarrett knew from experience the best thing to do, once it began to fall out, was to shave it off. For the duration of his treatments, Gabe could live at home instead of the hospital, unless he got an infection. With leukemia, that was a constant threat. A brightly colored elastic sleeve covered the pick line on Gabe's thin arm, a necessary inconvenience that would let him avoid being repeatedly poked with needles. Jarrett was fully confident handling Gabe's medical complications. It was the fatherhood aspect that made him nervous. Why did Riley seem so calm about parenting? She sat down with Gabe in her lap, and he twisted toward the table, accepting the piece of cheese Jarrett offered him, and eyeing the jelly Jarrett spread on a piece of bread before retrieving the peanut butter from the cabinet.
You know,
Jarrett said,
I'm used to being perfect at everything I do. But parenting, I'm feeling a little inept.
All we can do is read a lot, ask for help, pray, and do our best.
Have you ever thought about being a parent? I mean, before you got stuck doing it for Gabe.
She scooted out from under Gabe, who barely protested, preoccupied with his dinner. There was a time when I hoped I would get married and have kids. She opened the refrigerator and stared inside for a minute before closing the door and addressing him with a frown. You don't have any junk food. Guess we're not as alike as I thought.
I have sweets, but I keep them hidden,
he said.
You hoped you would have kids? Past tense?
Well, I have to be realistic. I'm 33. My chances of getting married are going down all the time. She opened a cabinet and shut it. Then another. How can you hide the sweets? You're the only person who lives here, so you know where they are.
Yes, but I make them hard to get to, so I won't eat them all the time, he said. You could always adopt.
I've no desire to be a single mom. She looked inside another cabinet. Where are the sweets?
My stash is low. I think I'm down to 1 bag of dark chocolate.
Perfect. Where is it?
It's a secret.
We're married, she said. We shouldn't have secrets from each other.
But this secret is for your own good.
She grunted, her lower lip pushing forward in an adorable pout.
Why don't we both eat something healthy, and then I'll bring out the chocolate?
You're as bad as my sister. Her eyes rolled up until he could see white at the bottoms. Fine, I'll gnaw on some vegetables and swallow a kale yogurt shake if I can have some chocolate afterward.
I've got something a lot better than that. How about chicken pot roast?
He pulled an aluminum pan out of the refrigerator and stuck it in the oven.
I pay one of Juanita's friends to cook for me. She makes frozen meals for the week and delivers them on Sundays. That reminds me, I need to let her know I'll have company next week. Mom's going to want to cook for us most nights, I'm sure.
I'll eat this for now. Riley snatched a lone peppermint from a tray on the counter. I hope your mother doesn't expect me to cook. The only things I can make are cookies and zucchini bread.
I promise. Mom will love you.
Hope you're right. She peered into the oven, as if she could make their dinner cook faster. Wouldn't the microwave be faster?
Yes, but this gives us time to talk about that thing we were discussing earlier today.
Hopefully, he could coax her into a dialogue. What thing? She responded, but the color in her cheeks told him she knew exactly what he was talking about.
Are you willing to kiss me on the lips?
He had to press the point, in part because of his parents, but also because she seemed to be withdrawing from him. All day, she'd practically bumped into walls to avoid touching him. I guess so. She looked like she'd rather be beaten than kiss him.
That face you just made isn't helping my ego.
Her arms folded. A hot billionaire with a fragile ego? I don't buy it.
You think I'm hot?
I think you're fishing for compliments.
I don't understand the big deal about us kissing on the lips a couple of times.
This relationship is supposed to be platonic, she said. Maybe you should look up the definition.
Okay, I will.
Jared pulled out his phone and searched for the word, pleased with what he found.
Here it is. Quote, intimate and affectionate, but not sexual.
Her hands planted on her hips, her blonde hair bobbing as she stomped her foot. Is that really what it says?
Afraid so,
he said with a triumphant grin.
I'd say a kiss qualifies perfectly.
It depends on how you do it, she said. It could be sexual. He produced a convincing, shocked expression.
Is that what you want?
No, she shouted. Jarrett cut his eyes toward Gabe, who'd stopped eating, his eyes wide. Riley's face fell when she saw him. Sweetie, it's okay. She hurried back to his side, patting his back. Mama and Papa are just playing.
Maybe he'd feel better if we kissed.
Jarrett winced at her ominous glare.
Yikes! I think I might be afraid to go to sleep tonight.
At this point, your best chance of being alive in the morning is to tell me where the chocolate is. He lifted his hands in the air.
I give up. It's in the pantry, bottom shelf, behind the garbage bags. You should probably eat it in there where Gabe can't see you.
Jarrett sat down across from Gabe, who was finishing the last of his PB&J.
Are you still hungry, buddy? You want something else to eat?
Riley emerged from the pantry with a satisfied look on her face, and Jarrett wondered if he could reproduce that same expression. It felt like a challenge.
Is there something I should know?
Jarrett asked.
Have you maybe never kissed a guy before?
Whatever emotions warred on her face must have come from something painful in her past. Someone must have hurt her. Jarrett had never been a violent man, but he was tempted to sock this guy in the gut. No, I've kissed men, but... She sat in the chair beside Gabe, who crawled into her lap, latching onto her like before. The last few times I kissed a guy, it was purely physical, because I was actually in love with someone else. It was awful. So I promised myself I wouldn't kiss a man again unless it meant something, unless he and I were in love with each other. He wanted to ask her more about the guy she'd been in love with. Had they dated a long time? Had he dumped her? Had he left her for another woman? But Jarrett kept his mouth shut. He hated that this guy had broken her heart, but he'd already dredged up enough painful memories.
I'm sorry, Riley. If I'd known it was such a big deal to you, I wouldn't have asked.
He picked up Gabe's empty plate and carried it to the sink.
We'll find some other way to convince Mom we're doing okay.
He could have sworn he saw tears in her eyes, but he knew Riley never cried. He must have been seeing things. Their conversation stuck on replay in the back of her mind for the rest of the evening. What had she expected? That he would swear his love for her and kiss her senseless? How could he do that when he was still in love with Carly? Unable to turn off her brain when nighttime came, she tossed and turned in the middle of the huge king-sized bed. She hadn't even dozed off when Gabe woke up, his pitiful cry filtering down the hallway at 2 a.m., so she hopped out of bed to reach him before the noise disturbed Jarrett. Though she lulled Gabe back to sleep, patting his back, he woke the minute she left his side. Desperate, she moved the beanbag close to his bed so she could lie down while reaching up to rub his back. She was cold without a blanket, but surely she could go back to her bed soon. She didn't remember falling asleep, but the early morning light was filtering through the window when she woke to her body being jostled. Strong arms reached under her to lift her up, where she nestled against Jarrett's hard chest as he moved down the hallway. She was almost disappointed he had a t-shirt on, though she knew it was for the best. As his warmth seeped into her, she shivered and wondered how long she'd been asleep in Gabe's room. "What time is it?" she mumbled.
About 5.
His deep voice answered in a soft tone.
Why were you sleeping on that beanbag? Did you hear him wake up during the night?
He started crying around 2, and I couldn't get him to go back to sleep. She ought to protest and make him put her down so she could walk on her own. But it felt so good to be in his arms. She just wanted to enjoy it for a few more seconds.
Why didn't you wake me up?
You spent Friday night at the hospital. You needed to sleep. She'd also thought he probably slept without his prosthetic leg and hadn't wanted him to have to attach it in the middle of the night. One of those things that felt too intimate to ask about. A low growl rumbled in his chest.
Gabe is my responsibility.
Excuse me? She stiffened in his grasp. He's as much my responsibility as yours. Or did you forget we're both his legal guardians? His arms tightened around her, as if to prevent an attempted escape, though she was enjoying her captivity. She had a great excuse for his arms to be wrapped around her, and it was dark enough he couldn't see how the blood had rushed to her face.
That's not what I meant.
He reached the door to the bedroom and bumped it open.
I'm saying I chose to do this, knowing the sacrifices it would take. You got trapped into it. You're doing enough already. You don't need to stay up all night with Gabe.
Her back landed gently on the mattress, and covers were pulled over her. Jarrett propped himself on the edge of the bed, the glow of dawn lighting his face. Dark circles under his eyes attested to his fatigue, counter to his argument that she should have let him handle Gabe during the night. Listen, Jarrett, I made the decision, and I'm committed 100%. I'm married now, and I'm a mom. So, I'm going to do what every other wife and mother would do.
Is that so?
At the corner of his mouth, a dimple appeared.
Whatever another wife and mother would do? Here I thought you wanted a platonic relationship.
She stifled a giggle. This was probably a prelude to the way his parents teased, but it was a side of Jarrett she'd never seen. You're bad. She flung her hand in a playful swat, and he caught her wrist. With a jolt, their gazes locked, his pupils disappearing into the deep chocolate of his eyes. He slowly lifted her hand until his lips brushed her knuckles, chill bumps rippling up her arm.
Seriously, Riley, you've been so awesome. I don't know why I thought I could handle this alone. I'm already depending on you so much.
All I did was sleep on a beanbag for a few hours. No big deal.
It's a big deal to me. And to Gabe.
She would have protested again, but his head bent toward hers, his lips pressing against her cheek with a kiss that somehow sucked every intelligent thought from her head. Less than 24 hours since she'd moved into Jarrett's home. Could she really handle a year of living with this man, pretending she didn't love him? I need to look for more faults. Chapter 13. Jarrett pulled his mom aside a few moments after they arrived on Sunday afternoon. He had to do something to protect poor Riley from his mother.
Listen, Riley's kind of shy, so maybe you should go easy on the teasing.
What teasing? I never tease. His mother batted her lashes at him before throwing her head back with a loud cackle. Don't worry. I'll bring her out of her shell.
You'll do no such thing.
Jarrett glanced over his shoulder to be sure Riley was out of earshot. He lowered his voice.
I'm warning you, Mom. I'll send you both back to Grand Junction if you upset her. I especially don't want you teasing her about sex.
She made a face like she'd bitten into a lemon. Why? Is she some kind of prude? Oh, I should tell my joke about the newlywed couple where the woman always made her husband turn the lights off before they had sex.
No, absolutely not.
But it'll loosen her up. You'll thank me later. She took one step toward the family room, but Jarrett caught her arm and jerked her back, speaking into her ear in what he hoped was a convincing tone.
I'm not kidding, Mother.
You're so uptight. What happened to my laid-back son?
I became a husband and a father, and I'll do anything to protect my wife and my son, he said, even from well-meaning parents with no social filters.
She patted his arm, wearing a benign smile. Okay, you win. I'll be on my best behavior.
That's what I'm afraid of.
She was still laughing as he followed her into the family room, where his father was on the floor showing Gabe how to use the new set of building blocks they'd brought him. Riley stood up when his mother came close. Can I get you something to drink, Mrs. Alvarez? Please call me Maggie, she said. Maggie and Isaac. And yes, I'd love a glass of water. As Riley hurried into the kitchen, Maggie perched on the edge of the couch, watching Isaac interact with Gabe. He's so cute, Jarrett. He reminds me a lot of you when you were his age.
He's a sweet kid,
Jarrett said, feeling a strange sense of pride, considering he had nothing to do with how sweet or cute Gabe was. And the chemo is going well?
Yes, he doesn't have to go back to the hospital unless he gets an infection. But we'll keep giving him oral chemo, and he'll go in regularly to have chemo injected through the PICC line, and sometimes he'll have spinal injections. For those, he'll go in day surgery and be sedated. If all goes as planned, he should go into remission about 4 weeks in, and then we switch regimens and complete treatment in about a year.
He'll lose his hair, right? She asked. Jarrett sank into a leather side chair.
Afraid so.
This brings back tough memories, Jarrett. Her eyes were misty. It was hard watching you go through that. Chemo, losing your hair, losing your leg, knowing there was nothing I could do. But at least you were old enough to understand what was going on. It must be confusing for Gabe. He's so young and he doesn't speak English.
He's learning fast, though,
Jarrett said.
He understands a lot of what we say.
Riley returned with a glass of water and handed it to Maggie. And he calls me Mama. Mama, Gabe said, right on cue, abandoning his blocks and running to wrap his arms around Riley's legs. Jarrett's chest went tight. It was so obvious that Gabe loved Riley. If Jarrett had followed through with his original plan, would Gabe have learned to love Carly? More importantly, would Carly have learned to love Gabe? He was fairly certain he knew the answer. Not the way Riley does. Something had happened to Jarrett when he'd found Riley curled up and shivering beside Gabe's bed. He'd finally realized how strong Riley's feelings were for Gabe, and he'd grown to admire her even more. And that admiration made him feel oddly protective. Mama! Mama! Gabe tugged on her hand, urging her toward the kitchen as he babbled in Spanish with only one other recognizable English word. Chips. Jarrett's mother laughed. At least he's hungry. We had a hard time getting you to eat during your chemo, Jarrett.
His appetite comes and goes, Jarrett said. He'll get an injection on Wednesday, so that'll knock him down again. But we're trying to pump him full of calories while he's got his appetite back.
Gabe returned, digging something out of the plastic cup in his hand. I talked him into eating these peanut butter-filled pretzels, said Riley, as she selected a chair on the opposite side of the room from Jarrett. His mother raised an eyebrow. Don't mind us, Riley. You can squeeze into that chair with Jarrett. We know how you newlyweds are. I'm fine, Riley choked out.
Mom,
Jarrett spoke through his gritted teeth.
We talked about this.
What? I'm not teasing. I'm trying to make her feel comfortable. Her gaze flitted back to Riley. In fact, you two can go to bed early while we're here. I know you didn't get to go on a honeymoon, so you need a little time alone. Although, I don't see how you get in the mood with those crazy colors slapping you in the face.
Mom, I told you.
It's okay, Jarrett. I appreciate the offer, Riley interrupted, though her face flamed as red as his probably was. The truth is, Maggie, we've got a bedtime schedule with Gabe, and it's really important for him to keep as much routine as possible. But maybe you could watch him this afternoon while Jarrett and I go for a run together. Riley was brilliant. He'd been missing out on his exercise since Gabe came, but he hadn't had time to even think about it. A run? Maggie's nose wrinkled. I guess that's a good idea. It's important to stay in shape if you're married to an Alvarez, Riley. Isaac still chases me around the house, you know.
That's right, I do,
Isaac chimed in from his spot on the floor.
Mom, Dad!
Jarrett put his hands over his ears.
Too much information.
But Riley laughed. Thanks for the tip, Maggie. I bet you don't try too hard to outrun him, do you? No, I don't. Maggie giggled and sat back on the couch, a smug look on her face. You see, Jarrett, you had nothing to worry about. Riley and I get along just fine." He wondered if his marriage would survive an entire week of getting along just fine. Riley caught his eye and gave him a wink, and he returned a grateful smile. He'd been so worried about introducing her to his family, expecting she would lose her cool. But if she could hold her own against his mother, she'd be able to handle his sisters, too. It seemed he'd completely underestimated Riley. What else would she do to surprise him? Riley pushed hard, attempting to stay ahead of Jarrett. What had she been thinking, suggesting they go running together? It was pure torture to watch his muscles flexing under his thin running shirt. Her only option was to stay ahead of him, if possible, but she didn't know how long she could keep it up. He was in a lot better condition than she was, though she refused to admit it. 20 minutes into their run, they veered off the paved path onto a dirt trail.
"We could slow the pace a little,"
he suggested from behind her. She made the mistake of glancing over her shoulder, and the toe of her shoe caught on something. Her hands flailed as she stumbled, desperately trying to catch her footing. His hand grasped her arm, preventing her fall. "Thanks." She bent over to catch her breath.
"Are you okay?"
"Yes," she panted. "I just took my eyes off the trail for a second. I guess my foot caught a rock."
"That's one of the reasons I wanted to slow down. This trail is rough," he said. "But also, I haven't run in over a week. I have to be careful or I'll get inflammation in this hip."
He indicated the leg fitted with his running prosthesis, a piece of metal curved in a C shape with a sole on the bottom. She didn't know whether he was being honest or simply feeling sorry for her, but her aching lungs screamed at her to go along with him. "Are you sure?" she asked. "Because I'm fine. I can keep up."
"I forgot how competitive you are."
His melt-your-socks-off dimples appeared as he shook his head.
"I promise I'm being honest. But when I get back in the groove, we'll have a race, if that's what you want."
They started running again, side by side as they reached the wider part of the path. "I don't want to race until I've had time to get in better shape," she said. "That way I can beat you." He gasped in mock horror.
"You'd try to beat a man running with only one leg?"
"Nice try, but I don't feel sorry for you. I can tell you haven't even broken a sweat and I'm already dying."
"I am too, sweating."
She dared a quick glance. "Barely. I'm dripping." He sprinted ahead of her and spun, standing directly in her path. She barely stopped herself before colliding with him. "Hey, what are you—" His arms encircled her, squashing her against his sopping wet shirt. "Gross!" she shouted, though part of her was enjoying being pressed against him, wrapped in arms with to-die-for biceps. She added a half-hearted, "Let me go." Sadly, he complied.
"Told you I was sweating."
"Yuck! I believe you now. But you didn't look like you were putting out much effort."
"It actually takes a lot more energy to run with a prosthesis."
"I thought it might be easier with that springy thing on the bottom."
"This helps absorb the shock, but it doesn't help me swing my leg forward. Also, I have to run with a 4-foot strike on my natural leg."
"Like a barefoot runner?"
"Exactly. You should try running that way. It's better for your joints."
"I would, but it might slow me down, and you're already faster than me."
"Everything isn't a competition, Riley."
She gave him her best, "What planet are you from?" look. "Yeah, it is."
"In that case, I think I just won the sweating contest."
She looked down at his wet imprint on her t-shirt. "Yeah, you did." Back from their run in time for Gabe's nightly routine, Jarrett gave Gabe a bath and then listened as Riley read him a book. Then came prayer time, which Gabe seemed to thoroughly enjoy, though he didn't comprehend most of their words. At the hospital, they would sit on his bed with him in the middle, each holding one of his hands. But tonight, Gabe insisted the two of them hold hands as well, physically forcing their hands together. Jarrett didn't mind holding Riley's hand, admiring the velvety texture of her skin. But her fingers were stiff in his. Perhaps even hand-holding violated her version of a platonic relationship. He was lucky she hadn't slapped him when he gave her that sweaty hug on the running trail. What had come over him to do such a thing? Part of it was simply how fun she was to tease. But he had to admit, when he'd felt her soft form against him, he hadn't been in a rush to let her go. Maybe it was because he hadn't dated anyone at all the past year and a half, throwing himself into his work and his charities. That must be it. He was so starved for female company he'd forgotten how to act around a female friend like Riley. Thankfully, she hadn't mentioned the incident again, though she'd avoided the possibility of any repeat physical contact, turning down Jarrett's offer to sit in the hot tub together. She'd claimed she would have to shave her legs, but he knew better. He'd been admiring those silky legs for most of the 45 minutes on the running trail. "You want to go first?" Riley said, reminding him why they were holding hands with Gabe. He prayed a simple prayer, asking God to heal Gabe, and Riley added her sweet words, always including a request that God would bless our family. Jarrett was surprised at how much he liked feeling a part of that phrase. Gabe ended the session with a hearty, "Amen!" and Riley tucked the covers around him, adding a weighted blanket, meant to make him feel more secure. "Jarrett, why don't you scoot that beanbag chair over here in case I need it tonight?"
"If anyone sleeps on this beanbag tonight, it's going to be me,"
Jarrett said, as he positioned it beside the bed. "My room is closer, so I'm the one who's likely to wake up," she said. "What do you want me to do? Get out of bed and go into your room to wake you?"
"You forget. I'll be sleeping on the floor in your room tonight,"
Jarrett said, glancing down the hallway to be sure his mother wasn't eavesdropping. "I hadn't thought about that." Riley's face turned white. "You shouldn't be sleeping on the floor. You have to work tomorrow."
"I won't mind a bit,"
he said truthfully.
"Whenever I have trouble going to sleep, I put a pillow on the floor and I'm out like a light. Probably makes my body think I'm tent camping with my dad."
"Are you sure? Because we could probably both sleep in the bed if we had pajamas on, just for this week." He moved to the door and motioned for her to follow.
"Thank you for offering, but I'll be fine on the floor. And let's face it, if a friendly kiss would bother you, imagine how you'd feel if we slept together."
"Thanks, Jarrett." The gratitude in her eyes was hard to swallow. After all, he wasn't doing her any favors. He was the one who'd put her in this awkward position to begin with. They joined his parents for a bowl of ice cream and a game of 42. His mother teamed up with Riley, and the ladies beat the gentlemen 2 games in a row. "Way to go, Maggie!" The women slapped their hands in a high five.
"Son, I think we've been soundly thrashed. Fortunately for us, that means our women will be in a good mood tonight." "Ugh, Dad, if you're saying you threw this game so—" No, I would never do that."
His hand pounded Jarrett on the back.
"I'm just saying we win either way."
Riley rose and grabbed the empty ice cream bowls. "I'll take these to the kitchen. I don't want to be in here when your dad decides to have the talk with you. Isaac, were you planning to give him a little refresher about the birds and the bees?" If Jarrett had been wearing dentures, they would have been on the floor. What had happened to the timid woman he'd known all these years? Maybe he didn't know her as well as he thought. "You should do that, honey." Maggie winked at Isaac as they pushed back from the table and stood up.
"Jarrett could probably use a few pointers."
Isaac spoke over his shoulder toward Riley's retreating form.
"Good night, Mom. Good night, Dad,"
said Jarrett, raising his voice to be heard over their laughter.
"I'll see you in the morning." "Are you sure you don't want some technical advice?" his father asked. "I'm already going to have nightmares from this conversation."
Jarrett shooed his parents toward their bedroom and followed Riley into the kitchen.
I can't believe you're egging them on, he teased.
Your parents are really happy together, she said. It wouldn't hurt you to take a little advice. It'll come in handy someday, when you're really married. So many retorts came to mind, but none that wouldn't get him in big trouble with Riley. When the dishes were washed, they headed to the bedroom and managed to get ready with only a small amount of awkwardness, sharing the bathroom and the closet.
I think we're already getting better at this marriage thing,
Jarrett said. Not the way your parents think, Riley said, around a mouthful of toothpaste. They're funny.
It's not so funny when you're a teenager and your parents are determined to embarrass you every chance they get,
Jarrett said, brushing his teeth at the neighboring sink. At least they're supportive. They didn't say anything about how quickly we got married. Her expression went sober. My folks are still under the impression you and Carly are getting married. I'm waiting to break the news until you meet with Carly tomorrow night and decide the official story.
I don't know why we even have to meet, he said. It's not my fault her agent told everyone we were getting married. That wasn't supposed to happen until after the civil ceremony.
It's not your fault, but you're too nice to let her suffer the consequences. That's why you agreed to the meeting. Riley sighed, splashing water on her face. All I ask is that I don't have to end up lying to everyone about it. In that moment, he realized he would do anything he could to make Riley happy.
I promise. You won't have to lie. I won't let her push me into anything like that.
When she'd climbed into bed, he turned out the light and waited for his eyes to adjust before moving to his floor pallet, leaving his prosthesis in place.
Don't forget,
he said.
I'm getting up with Gabe tonight.
Okay, if you wake up and beat me to his room.
This isn't a competition, Riley.
She yawned loudly. Everything's a competition, Jarrett. You know that.
We really are too much alike, aren't we?
He chuckled. After a few moments of silence, he heard a soft response. We are. Why did she sound so sad?
Riley, are you okay?
Only her steady breathing answered him. She must have already fallen asleep. He told himself to sleep lightly so he would hear Gabe if he woke during the night. But when the first rays of dawn hit his face, he bolted upright and looked to discover the bed empty. Creeping down the hallway, he once again found Riley curled on the beanbag. Gabe was snoring softly, one leg extending out of the covers. Jarrett tucked the blanket around him and turned his attention back to Riley. He scooped her up and cradled her in his arms, moving quietly down the hallway. "What time is it?" she murmured, burrowing against him.
Time for you to get a few more hours of sleep. We don't need to be on time today.
As he laid her on the bed and pulled the covers over her, she barely stirred, already sound asleep. She was exhausted. Gabe must have had a bad night. He couldn't let this keep happening night after night. She would soon wear herself out. Fortunately, one of the R&D teams at Phantom had just what he needed to solve this issue. He pressed his lips to her forehead, savoring the lingering fresh scent of soap and shampoo.
Tonight, you're going to get a good night's sleep because, whether you admit it or not, it's my job to take care of you.
Chapter 14. The words on Riley's work computer screen blurred, and her head bobbed. She jerked it up, forcing her eyes open. Yawning for the umpteenth time, she gave her head a shake. She'd had a sleepless night. Gabe had wet the bed during the night and woken up in tears. He'd been so distraught she wondered if he might have been punished when it had happened in the past. She'd spent almost as much time comforting him as she had in stripping the bed and putting on new sheets and changing his clothes. Since he'd clung to her with wet pajamas, she'd also had to sneak into her bedroom to find new PJs for herself. She'd lost a lot of sleep, but Jarrett had looked well-rested the next morning. As that had been her goal, she was pleased. Jarrett had seemed fairly disgruntled about her getting to Gabe first, though she'd pointed out, as the CEO of Phantom Enterprises, his rest was more important than hers. Twisting the ring on her finger, her mind drifted away from her reading material. Legally, Jarrett was her husband, but for all practical purposes, they were roommates. Maybe she could come up with a new term for him. Husband plus pal. Huzpal? Husband plus friend. Husband? Buddy plus husband. Buzzband. She liked the last one best.
Riley?
She jumped, fortunately not injuring herself this time. Her buzzband stood in the opening of her cubicle.
I think it's time we made an announcement.
Today? She asked, with what felt like a mouthful of cotton sticking to every surface.
I don't want them to hear it on the news.
You haven't even had your meeting with Carly to come up with an official story.
I'm not planning to mention Carly at all. Just you and me.
He held his hand up beside his face and wiggled his fourth finger.
But it can't wait. 2 people have already noticed my ring.
No one's noticed mine, she mumbled, thinking how she would miss her anonymity. If we tell everyone, people are going to want to congratulate us and stuff. If he was trying not to laugh at her, he failed miserably.
Yes, you'll probably have to make eye contact with a few dozen people and say thank you.
A few dozen strangers, she corrected him.
It won't be so bad, he said. Almost all of them are computer nerds, just like us.
That's true. Chewing on her lip, she wondered at the sudden, pained expression on Jarrett's face.
Are you ready?
Those eyes. Did he know how she melted inside every time he gave her that intense stare? Now? She rasped.
I already sent an office memo for everyone to gather in the auditorium. I assume you didn't see it?
She scrunched her nose in apology. I kind of ignore those during the day. I usually check them at lunch and right before going home. He gave her a crooked smile and held out his hand. She could only stare at it. Touching him in front of all those people would be a really bad idea. Maybe, if her attraction showed, Jarrett would think she was performing for the benefit of the employees. She put her fingers in his and let him pull her to her feet and tuck her hand in the crook of his arm. Here goes nothing, she mumbled. He propelled her down the hallway, bending to bring his mouth close to her ear.
What we have is not nothing, Riley. It may not be conventional, but it's important. You're amazing, and I'm going to do everything in my power to make you feel appreciated.
You've done nothing but thank me since this whole thing started. I feel plenty appreciated. But not loved. Jarrett's announcement went off without a hitch. Riley's shyness actually worked to their advantage, as she clung to his arm like they were newlyweds in love. He didn't even bring up the fact that Carly was Riley's identical twin sister. And, as he expected, not a single soul had the nerve to ask for clarification. The rumors would probably be rampant until Carly sent out some sort of clarifying tweet to counter her original social media announcement. But Jarrett couldn't have cared less. On the other hand, Riley would probably be sensitive about it. He certainly intended to make sure her reputation was protected when he and Carly came to an agreement about their official statement tonight. Riley wasn't the type to make demands, so he planned to take her with him to the meeting and attempt to read her facial expressions during the discussion. It was frustratingly difficult to read her emotions, but he was getting better at it. A good husband should know what his wife was thinking, right? Even a platonic husband.
That wasn't so bad, was it?
He walked her toward the elevator, having planned the announcement so he could immediately take her out to lunch. "Almost as fun as stubbing my toe," she murmured, her death grip on his arm cutting off his blood circulation.
"But aren't you glad we don't have to keep it a secret?"
he asked, shifting her hand to a more comfortable spot further up his bicep. "I guess so," she mumbled as they got on the elevator, packed with phantom employees. The doors closed, and the elevator fell into awkward silence. "Congratulations," someone said, followed by a chorus of congratulatory comments. "And we're happy about your son," said Angie, a programmer who'd been with the company since he opened the Denver branch. "And we'll be praying for him."
"Yes, we'll all be praying."
Another chorus followed, and Jarrett voiced his thanks. Though he was certain many of those were empty promises of prayer, he knew their intentions were kind. Riley shrank against him in a vain attempt to disappear. She had on her glasses today, but they only drew more attention to her piercing blue eyes.
"It must be hard to be shy when you're so beautiful."
She relaxed over lunch, probably because he took her to his favorite dive restaurant in his home neighborhood, where he was known to most as the scrawny kid brother of the gorgeous Alvarez sisters. He let the owner know his parents were in town and promised to send them over. And if anyone recognized Riley as Carly's sister, they kept their mouths shut about it. By the time they'd finished eating, Riley was back to normal, laughing and joking. On their way back to work, she said, "I figured out what to call you."
"Besides Jarrett?"
"Not a new name, an alternative to husband. It's a cross between husband and buddy. Buzzband. What do you think?" He rather liked being her husband, but he didn't say it.
"Does that make you my bife or whatty?"
"Whatty sounds better, don't you think?"
"If we're going down this road, we should revisit the kiss thing. Your buzzband should be able to give you a biss."
"That sounds dangerous," she said. "Abyss? We might get lost in it."
"We might,"
Jarrett said, playing the game.
"especially if we went too deep."
"Exactly why both an abyss and abyss should be avoided at all costs." The corners of her lips tugged into a smug smile. She'd won that round, but he wasn't ready to give up.
"I don't know. Abyss with you? I can think of worse things to fall into."
"Yeah," she murmured, "like love." Her comment was a harsh wake-up call. How easy would it be to let himself fall in love with Riley? She was as gorgeous as her sister. And though they both admitted they had too many similarities, he enjoyed her company more every day. But someone had hurt her, and she'd completely closed off her feelings. He had zero chance with her, and he needed to remember that. Besides, he was probably confusing his attraction to Riley with his attraction to her sister. How could he trust himself to know the difference?
"Okay, we'll stick to bugs."
Bugs?
"Yeah, buddy hugs."
Riley wasn't looking forward to meeting with her sister, but she hoped it would clear the air between them. Carly had been fairly curt during their last few phone calls. Jarrett promised she didn't have to say anything if she would only be there for support. It seemed like what a good whatty would do. She refrained from commenting, even when Carly suggested Riley be painted as the conniving sister who stole Jarrett away. "Since I'm the only one whose reputation is actually at risk, I would think you'd be willing to go along with this story," Carly said.
"Except it's not true, and I'm not going to lie."
"It's sort of true," she said, lifting her chin in the air. "Riley did kind of steal you away from me."
I don't want to get into a public war of words, he said, but I won't let Riley take the fall for this. She's the innocent one.
As if I wasn't already in love with him, he defends me to my sister. None of this would have happened if you hadn't suggested I use the marriage as publicity, she said. I originally offered to keep the whole thing a secret until we had to tell people about it.
You're right. That was my idea.
No, don't take the blame.
Well, sort of my idea,
Jarrett continued.
I was talking about using a big wedding as publicity once we were certain about our plans. Instead, you leaked news to the press while we were still exploring our options. That wasn't my fault.
I didn't tell Sabrina to do that. She did it on her own.
And I believe Sabrina should find a way out of this that doesn't involve lying about it.
The story I suggested was Sabrina's idea, and I think we should go with it. We have to say something. The press release is scheduled for tomorrow. Carly waved her hands in the air the way she did when she was panicking.
All I intend to say is that Riley and I are married. That's it. No explanation needed. The rest is no one else's business.
He almost seemed more upset about talking to the media than about not marrying Carly. Could it be he'd decided he was glad he wasn't with Carly? Was he starting to see that he and Riley could be a real match after all? Riley kept a straight face, but inside she was dancing in circles.
I have an idea.
Matthew leaned forward, steepling his hands on his desk until he had everyone's attention.
The way I see it, we have to leave Gabe out of the story. But leaving the adoption out makes Carly look like she got dumped.
That's what I've been trying to say. Thanks, Matthew. Carly gave him an adoring smile. What's your idea?
What if you announce you're engaged to someone else? The media would be all over it. And meanwhile, Jared announces he's married to your identical twin, and everyone will assume the original story was just someone getting the two of you mixed up.
Great idea. Carly slumped in her chair. Only where am I going to find a fiancé?
I was thinking, if you don't have someone else in mind, I could be your fiancé.
His face went crimson.
You know, just until you don't need me.
Carly jumped to her feet with a gasp. You would do that for me? Do you mean it?
It's no big deal, really.
He gave her a toothy grin as he stood up from his chair.
I have some work I need to do in the LA office, so we could be seen together while you're filming.
Was Matthew really doing this right in front of Jarrett? Seemed like a really bad idea. Matthew, you're the best! She rounded the desk and flung her arms around him. This is so great. It solves everything. His jaw fell open, but he recovered quickly, smiling like he'd won the lottery. Everyone looked happy. Everyone except Jarrett. His hands balled into fists.
How long has this been going on?
Matthew gripped Carly's arms and pushed her away.
Nothing's going on, Jarrett. Nothing? It sure doesn't look like nothing.
Jarrett's eyes squinted.
I promise, we've never even been on a date, Matthew said. Tell him, Carly.
He's right, Jarrett. Matthew and I are just friends. All we've done is talk on the phone. We've never been out together, she said, looking toward the ceiling. I mean, we watched a couple of movies together this weekend, but that was at Riley's house, so it wasn't a date or anything. Jarrett's eyes turned to granite. He stood and held out his hand.
Let's go, Riley. Wait, Jarrett.
Matthew followed him, grabbing his arm.
You're overreacting.
Jarrett shook his hand off.
I don't think so.
Ignoring their continued pleas, he strode down the hall so fast Riley could barely keep up. He was no less angry by the time they reached the car. Want me to drive? Riley asked.
I'll be fine,
he grunted, starting the car and driving in silence. though less aggressively than she feared. Should she point out that marrying Carly was no longer an option? That he didn't really have the right to keep Carly from dating his attorney or anyone else? Why bother? She knew from experience when you're in love with someone, it's impossible to listen to reason. As they pulled in the driveway and turned off the engine, Riley didn't speak, sensing Jarrett was finally going to open up.
Matthew was the one who advised me to marry you,
he said, his jaw gritted tight. His palm slammed the steering wheel.
He was supposed to be representing my best interests, but the whole time he was after Carly. I was an idiot not to see it.
She managed to squeeze her eyes shut and force her emotions back into their iron safe. Barely. It was one of her finest moments of self-control, and one of the worst moments of her life. For a short while, she'd almost let herself believe Jarrett wasn't still interested in Carly. But the cold, hard truth remained. Riley would always be the woman he got stuck with because things didn't work out with her sister. Never again would she let herself hope otherwise. Chapter 15. Jarrett watched Riley putter around the house that evening, a little more subdued than normal. Probably because of the stress of the meeting with Carly. He shouldn't have made her go. But when he realized Matthew had been secretly pursuing Carly all this time, Jarrett had been especially glad to have her there. It was difficult to describe how he could feel so betrayed. After all, he didn't really regret marrying Riley instead of Carly. By all measures, she was a more devoted mother to Gabe than Carly would ever have been. But that didn't change the fact that his own attorney had manipulated him for personal reasons. Jarrett didn't usually let his emotions get the better of him, but he'd lost his temper with Matthew. Riley had been a rock, sitting in the car while he spouted his fury. Without passing judgment, she'd listened while he ranted on. She'd appeared to be unaffected by the whole incident. But later that evening, as the men beat the women at spades and Riley didn't react, Jarrett knew something was wrong.
Are you okay?
He asked. I'm fine.
Son, I'll warn you,
his dad said.
When a woman says they're fine, it means the opposite.
Her lips curved up. I really am fine. He was beginning to recognize her visual cues. When the corners of her eyes didn't crinkle with her smile, it wasn't genuine. And her eyes were crinkle-free.
You're probably exhausted, he said, after being up with Gabe last night.
He was such a good boy today, his mom chimed in. He took a nice long nap after lunch. I hope that means he'll sleep better tonight.
Did my guy come from Phantom today to install the new thermostat in the bedrooms?
Jarrett asked.
Yes, he did,
Isaac answered.
He was only here about 5 minutes, and I didn't see anything different when he left. It's a new sensor,
Jarrett said.
Probably a year away from market.
Thermostat was the new code name Ricky had agreed to use. What he'd actually installed was a Bluetooth micro-baby monitor that could be controlled with an app on Jarrett's phone. It could be set to only transmit above a certain decibel level, so the parent wouldn't hear every sound a child made. But what made this monitor perfect for Gabe was the fact that the transmitter was virtually invisible, and the monitor was a tiny earbud Jarrett could wear while sleeping. Tonight, he would be certain to wake with Gabe and ensure Riley got some well-deserved rest. He stood by the table with his arm around Riley as his parents left for bed. But the moment they disappeared, she squirmed away from him. With a napkin she snatched from the holder, she wiped the already spotless table. I'll clean up in here while you get ready for bed.
Everything's already done.
He moved closer, offering his hand.
Why don't we both get ready for bed?
You go. I'll be there when I finish.
We should go to sleep early. We have Gabe's chemo appointment tomorrow.
Right, she said, edging toward the other end of the table. Was she anxious about Gabe's appointment?
Unless you don't want to go, I could take him by myself.
No, I'm going. She looked up long enough to frown, then returned to her futile task, folding the napkin which had begun to fall apart from her vigorous efforts.
You know the table's already clean. You wiped it after dinner.
Her hand continued to move the wadded napkin in circular motions, her jaw set. I missed some spots. Experimenting, he shuffled toward her end of the table, and she moved around to the other side as if they were opposing magnets.
Riley, what's going on?
Nothing, Jarrett. It's just hormones.
Hormones?
He took a step back. With 4 sisters, he'd had plenty of experience with hormones. As a youngster, he'd learned to steer clear, often hiding in his room for days at a time. Later, when it was just him and his younger sister in the house, he'd found she would respond well to a bit of pampering. Perhaps that would work with Riley.
What do you need? Can I get you a cup of hot tea or some ibuprofen? A hot water bag? A back massage?
There's one thing you can do for me, she said, an undeniable quiver in her voice. Was Riley crying? This had to be a bad hormone episode.
What can I do?
She looked up, her eyes glistening, and threw the shredded napkin on the table. Stop being so nice! Turning on her heel, she stomped off, her bare feet thumping the wood floor. Unsure what his next step should be, he decided Bran, who'd been married the longest of the crew, would have the sagest advice. Fortunately, Bran answered the phone on the second ring. After a quick recap of the day's events, Bran let out a low whistle.
That's a lot of stress for one day. The marriage announcement at work, going to that meeting, coming home to her in-laws, getting Gabe to bed, all while pretending she's happily married. Well, we are legally married, so she doesn't really have to pretend on the last part.
Bran cleared his throat.
Are you sure she's happy about it, though? Sounds like there's a lot more stressful parts than good parts, and she has to feel insecure about the marriage. Why would she feel insecure? Honestly, she has all the control. We signed a no-fault post-nup agreement. She can divorce me anytime she likes. But she knows I need to stay married until the adoption is final. Jarrett, are you even listening to yourself? You're talking about this marriage like it's some kind of business deal. I'll tell you this much. I'm glad I didn't make this deal with Carly. She's changed. She isn't the same person I fell in love with 9 years ago. That's one possibility, Bran said. But I wonder if she was ever the person you were in love with. What do you mean?
Bran let out a sigh, which usually meant he was choosing his words carefully.
All I'm saying is that the Carly I met didn't seem like your type. It makes me wonder why you were so attracted to her in the first place.
He'd been asking himself that question lately, but he didn't like the idea that he could have wasted 9 years of his life wishing for something that was never real.
That's beside the point. It won't help me deal with Riley tonight.
Jarrett pressed on his brows, trying to relieve the pressure behind his eyes.
She told me to stop being nice to her. What does that even mean? I don't know, Jarrett. Women are confusing at best. My guess would be she doesn't mind that you're nice, but she doesn't like your motivation. Like Steph gets mad if I'm nice to her because I want to get on her good side for some reason. So why were you being nice to her in the first place?
Because he cared about her. A lot. Because she was good and loyal and self-sacrificing. Because he couldn't be close to her without wondering what it would be like to kiss her.
Because I owe her, Bran. She's giving up a lot and putting up with a lot, all so I can adopt Gabe. The least I can do is be nice to her. Is it possible she wants more than that? Like a real relationship? No way. She's the one who set the boundaries and demanded we stay completely platonic.
He paced the floor in frustration.
You can always go with my fallback line. The one I use when I know I'm in the doghouse and I'm not sure why. It's great. It works every time. What is it? You were right. I was wrong. I'm so sorry. I was thoughtless and inconsiderate, and you deserve better. Can you ever forgive me? That's it? You don't specify what you did? It doesn't seem to matter. As long as I admit I was wrong, which I probably was. She's usually right about these things. I don't think that will work on Riley. Hey, you do what you want. All I know is what works for me.
With Bran's parting good luck wishes, Jared ended the call and went in to talk to Riley. But all he found was a Riley-sized lump under the covers. Not a speck of her face was exposed, not even her nose. Jarrett wanted things with Riley back the way they were. The truth was, he was quite content with Riley as his parenting partner. Though he didn't want to admit it, Matthew might have done him a favor. He cleared his throat, looking for signs of movement, but she didn't stir. It was just as well. He wasn't sure what to say to her anyway. Maybe everything would be better tomorrow after she got a good night's sleep. He checked on Gabe before setting the monitor application and placing the earbud in his ear. A piercing cry woke him from a dead sleep, and he scrambled off the floor and down the hall before he was even fully conscious, soothing Gabe with soft pats on the back.
Hey, buddy,
he whispered, the echo of his own voice in his head. He removed the ear monitor and checked the time. 1:21 a.m. It was going to be a long night. Riley's eyes popped open, her heart pattering with fright when she saw the time. 6:35 a.m. She tried to convince herself Gabe had slept through the night, but panic made it hard to breathe. She knew there was no reason to think he might have died during the night, but that didn't make her heart stop racing. With a frantic prayer, she flung the covers off and raced for his room. The sight that greeted her stopped her in her tracks. Jarrett lay on his side on the twin bed, one leg sticking out of the covers, draped over the side, his other foot hanging past the end. Tucked against his chest was the sleeping Gabe, his dark lashes feathered on his cheeks. Tender and sweet, the image etched itself in her mind, and she immediately forgave Jarrett for frustrating her the night before. He was only being honest. How could he know his words were ripping her heart to shreds? Weak with relief, she tiptoed back to her room. Now wide awake, she'd scolded herself that she'd snapped at him last night. Yet she'd learned something important from everything that had happened yesterday. Her self-control had limits. She couldn't go on like this, not when she felt so alone. She longed for her almost daily heart-to-hearts with Carly. Her sister had been her confidant about everything. Her hopes, her dreams, her fears. Everything except Jarrett, of course. Now, with no one to talk to, Riley realized she was close to the breaking point. She didn't know how to handle her feelings for Jarrett, and there was only one person she could think of who might be able to help. She dug in the zipper pocket of her purse and retrieved a business card that read, Brooke Miller, LPC. Not only was Brooke a licensed counselor, but from what she'd heard of Brooke and Cole's story, Brooke would also understand her predicament. And as a professional, she would be sworn to secrecy, right? Riley used her phone to jot a quick email to Brooke, reintroducing herself and asking if she would be willing to provide counseling via phone or internet, as she couldn't very well travel to Houston. She had just pressed send when the door opened and Jarrett appeared, his mouth stretched open in a yawn.
Even with his hair askew, he looked more mouth-watering than ever, his t-shirt lifting to expose washboard abs as he rubbed the sleep from his eyes.
"Good morning,"
he said.
"How did you sleep?"
"I slept straight through the night, obviously a lot better than you did."
"Good. You needed it."
He yawned again, covering his mouth. "I can't believe you heard Gabe before I did. Usually I'm such a light sleeper."
"I was determined to take my turn last night."
She wondered if he might have started out the night in Gabe's room, though a glance showed his rumpled palette on the floor.
"About last night."
He tucked his chin down, looking up through his lashes like a sad puppy.
"I was wrong, and I'm sorry. I was inconsiderate, and you deserve to be treated better. Will you forgive me?"
Exactly what are you apologizing for?
"Well,"
his shoulders came up and dropped.
"I'm not really sure, but it must have been bad. Bran told me the wife was usually right about these things."
She was pond scum. First, she'd sat in the car and encouraged him to be honest about his feelings, and then she'd forced him to apologize for it. You didn't do anything wrong.
"I made you go to that meeting when you didn't want to. I lost my temper and then ranted about it for 20 minutes. That had to make you feel uncomfortable."
His toes dug in the carpet.
"But as for being nice to you, I want you to know I don't have any ulterior motive. I'm just trying to be the husband you deserve."
Torment. Pure torment. Every word Jarrett spoke made her long for what she could never have, his love. The only solution was to withdraw. In order to stay in this marriage without going insane, she had to spend less time with him, to treat him like an employer, and definitely to avoid all physical contact. It was her new master plan, and she would stick to it, no matter what. His melted chocolate gaze rose to meet hers. Then his lips stretched in a sheepish smile, and his arms opened wide.
"Buddy hug?"
Her iron will lasted all of 2 seconds before she fell against him, relishing his touch, his scent, the warmth of his embrace. Maybe she'd start her new master plan tomorrow. Chapter 16. Riley's hand was clasped in Jarrett's, as it had been for most of the previous 2 hours.
"Bye, Elena. Let us know if there's anything else you need from us."
His fingers tightened, cutting off Riley's blood circulation. "And thanks for coming," Riley called, waving at the caseworker's retreating form as she walked to her car. Jarrett shut the door and leaned against it, releasing her hand at last.
"I'm glad that's over."
It was awful, wasn't it? She blew a strand of hair off her face.
"The worst. I'd rather go to a business social."
Or the gynecologist. He cocked his head to the side.
"Wouldn't know about that one."
Okay, the dentist.
"I like my dentist."
He walked back toward the family room where Gabe was playing on the floor.
"But then again, I've never had a cavity."
Wow, that's great. I hope our kids get your teeth. Jarrett froze, and she gulped, realizing what she'd said. Oh, I meant my future husband's teeth, if he has teeth like yours, so they would be your teeth, but in my future husband's mouth. She willed the floor to rise up and swallow her. His shoulders shook with laughter.
"That's what comes from pretending to be a real married couple for 2 whole hours. I thought Elena would never leave."
Right. Thank goodness he hadn't taken her seriously.
"It's Saturday. Do you know what that means?"
he asked.
"We've officially been living together for a week."
True. And it has to be one of the most stressful first weeks of marriage anyone's ever had, but we made it.
Without killing each other, Or anyone else.
Jarrett knelt beside Gabe, adding blocks to the back of his toy dump truck. I'm glad to finally have the house to ourselves. Not that it wasn't awesome to have your parents here all week, especially after Gabe's chemo treatment on Wednesday. The poor boy had been miserable, spending most of the last 3 days in Maggie's lap. Only last night had he perked up enough to eat more than a few bites. Fortunately, this morning he'd been almost back to normal, just in time for Elena's visit. Do you think we fooled her? Riley sat on the floor, her legs crisscrossed.
We didn't have to fool her.
Jarrett stacked some blocks, building a tower, careful to make each layer a uniform color. Riley would have done the same.
We showed her we both love Gabe,
Jarrett said.
And he has a wonderful, stable home.
Yes, but does she believe we're a real married couple? She asked a lot of questions about why we got married so fast. I think she was suspicious.
Seemed like she accepted that we'd known each other 9 years. She even remarked that we act like an old married couple.
Because you teased me the entire time. That was reckless, you know. I had to watch my mouth so I wouldn't be too snarky.
It kept you from being nervous,
he said. You were nervous, too. You took it out on my finger.
Thank you for listening with your heart. Give yourself a quiet moment, let the music surround you, and continue your reading in peace.
Yours. She wiggled them in the air. I'm surprised they aren't black and blue.
I had to grab your hand as self-preservation. You had my arm in a vice grip. I think you pulled all the hairs out.
Her fingers were kneading her aching shoulders when an idea struck. You know what I wish we could do?
Go for a run?
Jarrett said. Okay, that's just creepy. You read my mind.
Or you read mine.
Now that the idea was on the table, she realized it wouldn't work. We need a babysitter, and your parents are gone. I'd say we could ask Carly, but she flew back to LA this morning. They'd considered hiring a full-time nurse or nanny, but had rejected the idea. It was hard enough to keep up the husband-wife act at work. 24 hours a day would be impossible. When the muscles stood out along his jaw, she regretted mentioning Carly's name. Jarrett had been touchy on that subject, especially since Carly and Matthew's engagement had dominated the media for a few days. But the scowl disappeared as a grin popped onto his face, and he stood, offering her a hand up.
We don't need a babysitter. We can take Gabe with us on a run. I bought an off-road jogger stroller, and I bet Gabe will love being outside.
You're brilliant! She let him pull her to her feet. That's the reason I like you, because you think of everything.
I thought you told Juanita you liked me for my hot body,
he said, waggling his eyebrows shamelessly. I'm pretty sure I was talking about why Carly likes you.
You mean liked, past tense. Not that I care anymore,
he said, his tone bitter as he walked toward the mudroom where the garage entrance was. Obviously, he still cared, or he wouldn't have said it. But she was used to it. It didn't even bother her. Well, maybe it bothered her a little, but she knew it shouldn't. She extended her hand toward Gabe. Want to go outside? He abandoned his truck and grasped her hand, babbling with excitement as he pointed toward the glass patio door. His English comprehension had grown by leaps and bounds in 2 weeks' time. She picked him up. Not the backyard. We're going for a run. Jarrett came inside with a huge box and set it on the family room floor, slicing the sides until the cardboard fell apart to reveal a bunch of black metal, canvas, and wheels. It looked nothing like a jogger.
Here it is. The directions say it goes together in 5 minutes using only this wrench. Let's hope they're right. This thing is supposed to be awesome. It even has a removable arm that converts it to a bike buggy.
See the wagon? Riley said to Gabe. You get to ride in it. Let's go change your clothes. Outside, Gabe repeated, pointing toward the backyard again. Outside! Papa, outside!
That's right. I'm Papa.
Jarrett's Adam's apple bobbed up and down, and his eyes locked with Riley's. Her own throat was clogged with a huge lump. Jarrett had expressed a little jealousy that Gabe had already been calling her Mama. Papa, Gabe repeated, with a string of words that included outside, as he wriggled in her grasp. Papa's coming with us, Riley assured Gabe, but he squirmed out of her arms and ran to Jarrett, tugging on his shirt and pointing to the door.
You can help me put this together,
Jarrett said.
Then we'll take it outside and you can go for a ride.
Helping his papa must have been an acceptable alternative to going outside, because he quit complaining and turned his attention to the pile of parts on the floor, picking up a rubber wheel twice the size of his head. Watching the two of them together made her weak to the knees. I'll go change clothes, she said, anxious to escape before she fell apart. What was wrong with her? She'd never had so much trouble keeping her feelings under lock and key. Most likely, her parents were part of the problem. As she'd feared, her mother had not been happy to learn Riley and Jarrett were married, although it wasn't because she'd been miffed about missing out on the wedding ceremony. I'm just so worried about Carly, her mom had said. She had such a bad relationship with Anton. Jarrett's the only decent guy she ever dated, and now you've taken him. Shouldn't you be happy for me instead of worried about Carly? You've always had a level head, Riley. You're going to be fine. Carly is like a loose cannon, and I don't know anything about this attorney guy she's hooked up with. His name is Matthew, and she's not hooked up, she's engaged. So maybe you should get to know him before you write him off. I invited them to come to Dry Gulch so I could meet him, but Carly said they're both too busy. Carly's filming for her new movie, you know. The rest of the conversation had been all about Carly's new acting career. Riley had pretended to listen until she found an excuse to end the phone call. Though her mom's attitude had been no different from what Riley had expected, the conversation had brought her to the verge of tears. She was as close to an emotional mess as she'd ever been. Hopefully, she could hold herself together until Monday afternoon when she had a phone counseling appointment scheduled. She was counting on Brooke to work a miracle. The jogger was so lightweight that pushing it proved to add little effort to the run. Though the state-of-the-art stroller had shock absorbers, Jarrett stuck with the paved running path to make the ride even smoother. Squealing with delight when the ride first began, Gabe eventually settled into a stream of happy chatter, punctuated with occasional pointing. His good mood was heartening after watching him suffer for the last 3 days, and a smile passed between Jarrett and Riley. Halfway out, they stopped to let him explore and pick up rocks before heading back. By the time they neared the end of the route, Gabe was getting restless. "We should have brought him something to eat," Riley said.
"Remember that for next time,"
said Jarrett. They had the trail to themselves until 2 male runners came the opposite direction, ogling Riley as they passed. Jarrett had an odd impulse to accidentally drive the stroller into them. Reeling his temper in, he eyed Riley, wondering if she'd been admiring the young, able-bodied men in return. He had no right to be possessive. Like him, she'd promised to refrain from dating another man during their marriage, but she hadn't promised not to look.
"Those guys were sure trying to get an eyeful," he complained. "Did you see them staring at you?"
They were probably looking at Gabe and that fancy jogging stroller. It's not like I'm wearing anything revealing. Everything was covered, but her running shirt was form-fitting enough that Jarrett struggled not to stare. That, along with the mesmerizing flex of her leg muscles, made it difficult to restrict his mind to platonic thoughts. He decided to keep that information to himself.
"They were definitely looking at you, not Gabe," he said. "Don't you think it's rude for them to give you the eye while you're running with your husband and son?"
Maybe they can sense I'm only the hired nanny, so they think I'm fair game.
"That's not true."
I was just kidding, she said, breathing heavily as they went up a slight incline. But it's mostly true. Essentially, you hired me to live with you and help with Gabe until you get approved to adopt him. I would have done it for free, but Matthew says I have to take a settlement. That makes me nothing more than your employee. Though every word she said was true, he didn't like the way it sounded. Maybe it was the fierce protectiveness he felt toward Gabe extending to Riley, who was acting as his mother. That had to be it. He couldn't be developing feelings for Riley beyond friendship. Could he? She'd made it crystal clear she wasn't interested. If he let his attraction grow, he would ruin everything. And, speaking of working for you, she added, you have to let me share the nighttime duties. You've woken up with him the last 4 nights in a row.
You needed the rest, he said, and I don't mind.
You certainly don't mind. Her mouth twisted in a crooked grin. At least not very well.
Look who's talking, miss. I can help pay for the gas.
We've been taking your car everywhere. The least I could do was buy a tank of gas.
I hate to point out the obvious, but I can afford to pay for our gas.
It's a matter of pride. Her jaw protruded, her lips pushing into a pout. It was a sure sign he was fighting a no-win battle. Suddenly, he imagined himself claiming those pouting lips with his own. Would she kiss with as much passion as she put into protecting her pride? He gave his head a shake, pushing the insane thoughts away.
I need to get my act together before I drive Riley away.
Chapter 17. Monday morning, Juanita came to watch Gabe, but she had to work her shift at the grocery store in the afternoon. She and Jarrett had arranged for the afternoon babysitter, Juanita's second cousin. Riley hadn't said anything, but she was afraid Gabe would be uncomfortable with a stranger. She was so preoccupied worrying about Gabe, she almost forgot about her counseling appointment. When Brooke's call came in on Monday afternoon, Riley shut down her work computer and hurried to the rooftop patio to find a private place to talk. I don't want to question your professionalism, but I have to know none of this will ever get back to Jarrett or any of his friends, Riley began. You don't have to worry, Brooke said. Nothing you say will ever be repeated in any form. But I've been in your position, so I know you could use a listening ear. I don't think your marriage to Cole was quite like mine. Why do you say that? Riley sucked air into her lungs and held it, working up her courage. She let it out slowly, willing her muscles to relax. My situation is different because I've been in love with Jarrett for 9 years. To her credit, Brooke didn't exclaim in shock. Instead, she used a calm, soothing voice and said, Why don't you start at the beginning and tell me everything? Riley gave her the whole story, all the way back to when she and Jarrett first met, before he was caught up in her sister's charms. She was proud that she held herself together, not shedding a single tear as she shared the most painful parts. So, I'm not asking you to solve my problems, Riley hurried to clarify. I know exactly how Jarrett feels about me, and I'm not expecting him to change. What I need from you is advice on how to control my emotions. That's the real issue. I've always been able to hide how I feel, but lately, it's like I'm teetering on the edge. I feel like I'm going to blow up and say the wrong thing, and Jarrett will find out I'm in love with him. And you know how he is. He's so sweet he'll feel guilty about it, even though it isn't his fault. It's hard to fake my emotions 24 hours a day, but that's what needs to happen. Otherwise, we won't be able to live together, and Jarrett will lose Gabe. Give me a second to process, Brooke said. A few minutes of silence followed, and Riley wondered if the call had been lost. Finally, Brooke replied, First of all, you've done a fantastic job of being honest and open about your feelings, and that's the key to being healthy. Right, but that's not feasible except with you. I can't say all that stuff to Jarrett. No, but you can't keep stuffing your emotions inside either. It's like pushing a beach ball underwater. No matter how hard you try to keep it down, eventually it's going to pop to the surface. Yes, but I don't have any choice. I have to find some way to hide it, to protect Jarrett. And in the end, I'm protecting Gabe, too. Listen, I know how hard it is to do what I'm asking. I didn't even follow my own advice when Cole and I were in our temporary marriage. But you need to stop trying to guess Jarrett's feelings and making decisions based on what you think he feels. This isn't like you and Cole, Riley argued. Jarrett's been in love with my sister all this time, and I'm not guessing what he feels. He told me. You could be right. Brooke's tone was laden with empathy. But whether or not that's true, you have to learn to be vulnerable. That means letting your feelings show, even if the result is rejection. I don't see how that's going to help anything. What do you want me to do? Tell him I love him and force him to give me an official rejection? I'll just be moping around and crying all the time. He would never like me if I was acting like that. I wouldn't even like me. I'm not suggesting you go home and confess your love. I'm just saying you should stop hiding how you feel. If he says something that hurts you, let yourself react. If he asks you about it, be as honest as you can. Baby steps. You can't change all at once. Crying a little bit now and then might keep you from exploding. Riley's face grew cold in the wind, and she realized her cheeks were already wet with tears simply from thinking about doing what Brooke wanted her to do. Wouldn't that be manipulating him? Riley asked. Trying to make him change how he acts toward me? Because I know he would never do anything to hurt me on purpose. I can see him pretending he cares just to protect my feelings. As long as you're truthful, it's not manipulation. I don't know. I don't think I could do it, even if I wanted to. I'm not good at expressing myself. It's not who I am. Or maybe it is who you are, but you're stuffing yourself away, only showing a tiny part of yourself, Brooke said. You're right about one thing, Riley. You can't keep going like you are, pushing that beach ball under the water. Embrace it, and it will hold you up. Okay, I'll try it. Thanks for talking to me. Do you feel any better? Less panicky? I think so. She'd already broken the be honest rule, because deep inside, Riley felt more hopeless than before. Riley and Jarrett fell into a daily routine. Work, a run or bike ride, dinner, bath and bedtime routine with Gabe, followed by reading or TV time before bed. At Riley's insistence, Jarrett had agreed to alternate nights getting up with Gabe. Thankfully, some nights Gabe was able to fall back asleep on his own. Jarrett kept his in-ear monitor a secret, just in case Riley ever looked extra tired. Something weird had happened to her. The woman who'd never shed a tear now cried at the drop of a hat. He suspected fatigue was the problem. Not that he was frightened by her tears. Growing up in a house full of sisters had given him lots of exposure to crying, on both happy and sad occasions. In fact, his sisters often spanned the gamut of emotions on a daily basis, while complimenting him on his stoicism, part of the reason he'd made it a point to keep his own feelings in check. But it broke his heart to see her cry, especially when he wasn't allowed to hug her. She'd pushed their physical boundaries back to the hand-holding only in public level, which left him more frustrated than ever. Even friends should be allowed to hug, right? She'd kept a brave front when Gabe's hair started falling out, using the clippers to shave it off, while telling him how sick it would be when it grew back. Later that night, after Gabe was in bed, she'd made an exception to her no-hugging rule. As she'd sat on the couch, her tears wetting Jarrett's shirt, he'd held her against him, stroking the soft skin on her arm and repeating the assurances she already knew.
Gabe's prognosis was good. Losing his hair meant the chemo was working. All the suffering would be worth it in the end when the cancer was in full remission.
Oddly, comforting Riley made Jarrett feel better as well. 4 Saturdays after her first visit, the caseworker came to observe again. She stayed longer this time and asked more in-depth questions about their daily schedule. Gabe impressed her with his verbal skills, and Jarrett was so proud his chest hurt. Elena left without giving an indication when her next visit might happen, but she assured them everything seemed to be in order. Their lives were rocking along with only a few rough waters to disturb their boat. Though the next day, when all his sisters came to visit, had the potential to be a tidal wave. Not long after Elena left, Juanita called, saying she happened to be in the neighborhood and wanted them to meet another of her cousins. She arrived at their front door within minutes of her call. "This is Lottie's brother, Manny." One look was all it took. Jarrett didn't like him. The man oozed testosterone, from his pumped-up biceps to his bulging quads, and he aimed it toward Riley. "Manny's a photographer," Juanita said, beaming. "I thought he could take pictures of Riley and Gabe."
"You're right about her, Juanita,"
Manny said, his beady eyes raking up and down Riley.
"She's gorgeous."
Riley ducked her head. "My sister says I could be if I would put a little more effort into my looks. I'm not much on makeup." Manny stepped past Jarrett without so much as a glance, his hand rising to tilt Riley's chin upward.
"No, your skin is lovely without makeup. Don't cover it up. Wait till we get the light bouncing off these cheekbones. The camera is going to love you."
Do you want Gabe and me to change clothes? Riley asked, the flush in her cheeks making her achingly beautiful.
I may want both of you in white.
Manny pulled the camera bag from his shoulder as he followed her into the family room, but called back to Juanita, who was still standing in the doorway with Jarrett.
Did you want the father in any of the pictures?
No, just Gabe and Riley. Juanita stepped forward, but Jarrett stopped her, holding her arm in an iron grip. Shaking with fury, he murmured,
What are you trying to pull here?
Nothing. Her demure smile didn't fool him. Juanita was up to her usual scheming. This is my wedding present to Riley. I thought she would want some nice photos, so she'll have something to remember Gabe by.
To remember him? Juanita, Gabe isn't dying. He's got a 99% chance of surviving now that we're this far along.
She waved off his objection. I know he's not dying, but when you get permanent custody, you're going to divorce, right? Don't you think she's going to miss him? His hand went slack. Juanita slipped away, leaving Jarrett standing, stunned at the door. Why had he never thought of that? This must be the reason she'd become weepy almost overnight. His end goal had been to get Gabe healthy and adopt him permanently. He hadn't considered how it would affect Riley. Nor had he thought what it would do to Gabe to suddenly lose his mother. The truth almost knocked him off his feet.
Who am I kidding? I'm the one who's going to miss her most.
Maybe she would agree to stay married. He discarded the idea in an instant. A woman who'd sworn never again to kiss a man unless they were in love would never settle for a permanent, passionless relationship. And he was already having trouble keeping his attraction at bay. Her soft laugh filtered through the air. Jarrett moved into the family room where Riley sat on the couch, her bare feet curled beneath her, Gabe huddled in her lap. Manny reached forward, brushing a strand of hair off her shoulder.
Don't touch her! Baby, I've been waiting for a model like you all my life. We're gonna make something beautiful together.
Only a gossamer thread of self-control prevented Jarrett from launching himself against Manny and pummeling him in his smarmy mouth. Across the room, Juanita locked eyes with Jarrett and arched a single eyebrow, not a hint of shame on her face. He recognized that expression. She'd thrown down the gauntlet. If he wanted to keep Riley, he would have to fight for her. He couldn't go on pretending she was nothing but a friend. He stared back, unflinching.
You're on.
Chapter 18. Meeting all of Jarrett's sisters in one day wasn't exactly Riley's idea of fun. They'd left their kids with their husbands to minimize the risk of spreading an accidental infection to Gabe, though he would have loved playing with his cousins. None of these women had any idea their marriage was fake, and Jarrett seemed determined to prove it wasn't. He'd taken every opportunity to pull Riley into close contact, which then muddled her already frantic brain. His 3 oldest sisters hadn't stopped talking since they stepped foot in the door, and Riley was already having a hard time keeping track of the conversation. It was even more difficult when she was struggling to keep a straight face with delicious tingles shooting throughout her nervous system. The adults were all standing around the kitchen island, grazing on snacks. All except Riley. She was way too nervous to eat. "When are you two going to have a bambino of your own?" asked Gracie, who'd introduced herself to Riley as the oldest and the boldest, an apt moniker from what Riley had observed. She had 4 girls and a boy, the oldest in middle school. Riley rushed to set her straight. "Oh, we're not—"
"We're not going to tell anyone until she's past her first trimester,"
Jarrett said, sliding his arm around her waist as he snugged her against him, his free hand reaching for a piece of cheese.
"So don't be asking."
Gracie's hands clapped together. "Does that mean you're already trying?" He gave his sister a warning glare, and she gasped, probably remembering Jarrett might not be fertile. It wasn't a subject that came up often.
Gracie, that was a polite way of telling you it's none of your business.
The youngest and only single sister, Esther, broke a chip in two, dipping it in hot sauce.
Don't worry, Gracie, said Maria, second in birth order. You've got a big head start. You'll keep the prize for having the most kids.
And the rowdiest,
Jarrett added.
I don't know.
Maria shook her head as she chewed and swallowed a bite of carrot.
My 2 boys are louder than all 3 of Gracie's girls put together. Your boys are loud, Savannah told Maria, but Gracie's girls can scream loud enough to curdle milk, and my 2 are trying to follow in their cousin's footsteps.
Riley tried to push free from Jarrett's arm, but he held her tight, even bending to place a kiss on her cheek. The kiss probably looked casual to his sisters, but it left an invisible burn on Riley's skin. His aggressiveness had started yesterday when Manny was taking the photographs. In an attempt to follow Brooke's advice about being honest, Riley had confronted him about it after Manny and Juanita had gone. But the results had been less than optimal.
Jarrett, what happened to the physical boundaries we agreed on?
Come sit beside me and we'll talk about it.
He patted the couch, wearing an expectant look, waiting for her to comply before continuing.
I'm not sure we ever agreed. If I remember correctly, you just told me what the rules were.
But you know I don't feel comfortable with all the hugging and cheek kissing. That's way beyond platonic.
So you're saying you don't like it?
He'd asked, those dark chocolate eyes enticing her for more. Her palms had gone damp, and she'd wiped them on her jeans.
Brooke had told her not to hide her feelings, but she couldn't confess the entire truth. I'm saying it makes me very uncomfortable.
But why?
Because...
The word had stuck in her throat. Because there's no emotion behind it. I don't like meaningless physical contact, even if it feels good.
What if you were wrong? What if I told you there was meaning behind the contact? What then?
Then I would tell you you're confused. He'd frowned.
Confused about what?
Should she be honest? Even if the truth might hurt his feelings?
I'm sorry, Jarrett, but I think you're confusing me with Carly.
She'd expected to see pain on his face, but the emotion that finally settled there was anger. His eyes, almost black, narrowed to slits.
You think after all this time I still can't tell the difference between you?
That's not what I said.
It's not what you said, but it's what you meant.
His nostrils flared.
I'm not following your rules anymore.
What do you mean?
The platonic rule is gone, and there's only one way to put it back.
She'd attempted to swallow, but couldn't find a drop of saliva in her mouth.
What's that?
I'll stop when you look me in the eye and say you don't like it. You don't know what I'm thinking or feeling. It has to be about you.
Before she could object, he'd pressed his lips to her neck, electricity shooting down her spine, melting her into a boneless puddle. She'd tried to protest, but her mouth wouldn't form words. He'd lifted his lips a mere inch away, his warm breath tickling her neck.
Seems like you don't mind that so much.
We can't do this, she'd rasped. It's a bad idea, terrible idea.
Look at me.
The command in his voice had compelled her. His dangerous gaze had snagged hers.
Tell me you didn't like it, and I won't do it again.
Her mouth had opened and closed, but she hadn't uttered a word. Drat Brooke and her stupid advice. She hadn't been able to lie, even to protect Jarrett. So now she was in a pickle. Jarrett was being overtly affectionate, not realizing he was fanning the flames of a fire that could destroy everything they had. He'd stopped short of kissing her on the lips, and she knew why. She'd been very clear she would never kiss a man like that again unless they were both in love. At least he'd showed her that much respect. But other than that, the man was out of control. She was trying to listen to his sister's conversation, but Jarrett's fingers, trailing up and down her side, were wreaking havoc on her concentration. She clamped her elbow to still him, but it only prompted him to kiss her ear. "Maybe it's time for us to go." Esther dabbed her lips with a napkin. "Seems like Jarrett and Riley need a little alone time." "But not in that master bedroom," Maria said. "With colors like that, you'd have to be on drugs to get any action going." "I think that decorator was on drugs." Savannah popped a cherry tomato in her mouth. "But I doubt Jarrett spends much time looking at the comforter when he could be looking at Riley." "We're only going to be here another few hours," Gracie said. "I'm hoping Jarrett can hold out a little longer." Jarrett laughed.
I think my sister with 5 kids has no room to talk.
"Knowing Gracie and Philip, I'm surprised there aren't 6 kids," said Savannah. "As a matter of fact..." Gracie let her voice trail off. "Gracie, are you expecting?" Maria's jaw dropped open. "We only just found out," she said. "That's why I thought it would be fun if Riley and I could be pregnant at the same time." The sisters converged on Gracie, shouting their excitement. "Macon will turn 6 just before the baby comes. The kids are so excited," said Gracie. "Congratulations," Riley said. The thought that she would have to give Gabe up one day intruding on the happy moment.
I want you to hear Gabe sing on his karaoke microphone.
Jarrett led the group back into the family room, but Riley stayed behind to cover the snacks. A hand touched her elbow. "It'll be fine. Don't worry." Startled, she turned to face Gracie. "What did you say?" "I saw your face when we were talking about having kids," Gracie said. "Even if you can't get pregnant, you can always adopt more children. It'll be just as wonderful." "I'm only 33. I know it's riskier, but I should be able to get pregnant when the time comes." "Yes, but I figured with Jarrett's chemo and all." Gracie's voice trailed off. "What about his chemo?" Shuffling her feet, Gracie's eyes grew wide. "It's none of my business. I'm way too nosy for my own good. I don't want you to regret being an Alvarez when you haven't even been married for 2 months." "I don't think you're too nosy. I think you care about your family," Riley said, wondering how much damage Jarrett's chemo had done to his reproductive system. It wasn't the kind of topic that came up in casual conversation. "I do care." Gracie swiped at her watery eyes. "Stupid hormones. And you're part of our family now, so I care about you too." "Thanks." Riley returned Gracie's bear hug with an awkward pat on the back. She shouldn't get close to Jarrett's sisters. It would only give her that much more to miss when the marriage ended. But maybe that was part of being vulnerable, like Brooke had said. "It's nice knowing you care." Long after Gabe was in bed, as she and Jarrett stood in the doorway, waving goodbye to his sisters, his arms snaked around her. The moment the last car door shut, she twisted away from him. "Stop hugging me!"
You don't really mean that, do you?
He took a step toward her.
Didn't you enjoy that little kiss on the neck last night?
She backed toward the family room with her hands out to block him, her body shaking from adrenaline. Somehow she had to get away. "You said you would stop if I told you I didn't like it. Well, I don't like it!" Her voice quivered with emotion. She didn't know what to do. Somehow she had to make it until Thursday when she was scheduled to talk to Brooke again. "You have to stay away from me."
I promised I'd stop, and I did.
He was still standing by the front door, a hurt expression on his face.
I thought we were having fun, Riley. You're acting like you're afraid of me.
Her chest ached, She didn't want to hurt him. I'm not afraid of you, Jarrett, but I need some time to think. Can't we go back to the way we were? She walked into the kitchen and peered into the refrigerator. There's nothing to eat.
I have a chocolate stash.
His teasing voice came from behind her. You got more chocolate and didn't tell me? She marched into the pantry and searched behind the garbage bags. There's nothing here.
I didn't use the same hiding place. I was saving it in case I needed a bargaining chip.
A smile ghosted across his lips.
What'll you give me for my dark chocolate-covered almonds?
Depends. Her mouth watered. How big is the bag?
16 ounces, I think.
I'll give you $20. His arms folded, and he leaned against the counter.
Not interested. I'd rather have a kiss.
You know I can't kiss you. I already told you why.
Would it be so bad if we were affectionate? I think we both care about each other. Can't we just kind of date and see what happens?
You make it sound so simple, Jarrett. She studied the grain of the wood floor beneath her feet. But what happens if we take the boundaries down and one of us falls in love and the other doesn't? You know what that feels like. And so do I.
That guy you were in love with?
Head down, his sultry eyes peered through his lashes.
The reason you don't want to kiss me?
He's the reason I won't kiss anyone. She didn't dare make eye contact. Her emotions were so close to the surface he would probably read the truth in her eyes. Not unless we're in a committed relationship. He cleared his throat, and his tapping foot caught her attention. She dared a glance. Dancing dimples accented a crooked grin.
We are in a committed relationship, so I guess there's no reason I can't kiss you.
It's not the same. We're not in love with each other. Her protest sounded weak, even to her own ears. He took a step closer.
But aren't you attracted to me? I know I'm attracted to you.
The argument repeated in her mind as it had every second of the day since he'd been pushing the boundaries. It's not you he's attracted to. He's still in love with Carly. So what? Let him kiss you. Only one little kiss. What can it hurt? You're already in love with him. It can't get any worse. His arms were around her. She flattened her hand on the hard planes of his chest. She could have pushed him away. She should have stopped him. She didn't. Her control was gone. She squeezed her eyes tight. One glimpse and he would read the truth in her eyes. He would know she was hopelessly in love with him. His lips pressed to her forehead and trailed down to her ear.
You're so beautiful, Riley,
he whispered, sending a shiver fest rippling through her nerves. His heart pounded against her fingers. Hers beat faster. The feather of his lips traced the line of her jaw, somehow slicing the tendon that held her knees straight. But for the support of his arms, she would have collapsed to the floor.
I'm going to kiss you, Riley.
Even the rasp in his voice made her weak.
If you don't want this, tell me now.
I want it. Her voice wasn't working. Fortunately, he took her silence as an answer. His lips touched hers, warm, tender, caressing, then stronger, scalding, claiming. Something swirled in her head and burst behind her eyes. 1,000,000 stars. Her heart climbed into her throat. She couldn't breathe. She didn't care. She kissed him back, trying to curb her hunger. It didn't work. He knew. He had to know. "Papa?" said a small voice. Jarrett's lips jerked away, his arms still holding her up. He twisted to look behind him.
Gabe? What's wrong, buddy?
I thirsty.
With steady legs, Riley straightened, catching her breath. I'll get it for you, Gabe. She was proud her voice didn't quiver.
I can do it,
Jarrett said. It's my night. Riley hurried around the kitchen, finding one of Gabe's cups and filling it with water. What had they been thinking? They'd risked the marriage. They'd risked the adoption. They'd forgotten what was important. Gabe. Only Gabe. And Jarrett?
What?
He sounded as miserable as he looked. She almost lost her resolve. Then Gabe's scrawny arms wrapped around her legs.
Mama, I thirsty.
She handed Gabe the cup and looked at Jarrett, gathering her determination. That can never happen again.
Is that so?
His devastating eyes locked with hers. She couldn't tear her gaze away. Her pulse quickened, her hand rising to her clenched throat.
Riley, it will happen again.
With his eyes still pinning her in place, his lips spread in a slow smile.
And that's not a threat. It's a promise.
Chapter 19. Though it was Riley's turn for night duty with Gabe, Jarrett turned his ear monitor on before he climbed in bed. She was exhausted from spending the day with his sisters. Besides, he wasn't likely to get much sleep anyway. His mind was still reeling from that kiss. Was it because it had been a long time since he'd kissed a woman? In fact, after his last failed attempt at a relationship, he'd made a decision similar to Riley's, only he'd taken it a step further and sworn off women altogether. But Riley had awoken something in him that had been asleep for longer than he could remember. He couldn't think of another kiss that had fried his mind like that one. Even the first touch of her lips had been a rush, like he was unwrapping a secret treasure. But when she'd responded with a hunger that matched his own, his pulse had raced like he was running a marathon. He wanted more. Much more. He was beginning to think long-term, like forever, and it made him nervous. She was attracted to him physically, but that wasn't enough to build a marriage on. Even their mutual love for Gabe wasn't enough for a lasting relationship. He couldn't waste time worrying about the future. He could only protect the ground he'd gained. He wouldn't let Riley rebuild the walls he'd torn down. Not now. Not after he had a taste of what could be. When he'd told her it would happen again, he'd meant it. He tossed and turned on the bed that had been his since Riley had moved in, thinking of her lying alone on his king-sized mattress. Was she sleeping? Or was she awake, tearing herself up about letting him kiss her? He would guess the latter. Riley tended to overthink everything, just like he did. He'd always thought he needed someone carefree like Carly to take his mind off his worries. But he'd changed his mind. With he and Riley sharing the same concerns, the weight of his worries felt lighter. He loved nothing more than to make her laugh when she was stressed, and she did the same for him. Bran had questioned whether Jarrett had ever truly been in love with Carly. Jarrett thought back to the time when they were together. He'd never been happier or more carefree than when he and Carly were hanging out, relaxing at the twins' apartment. Money had been tight, but he and Carly had often chosen to spend time with Riley even when extra funds were available. In their few dates alone together, Carly had complained of boredom, unless she'd somehow persuaded him to go to a high-spirited party. "Let's go have some fun," she'd said. "You'll learn to love it." That he'd hated every minute hadn't been important. He'd thought he was working toward a noble goal, to come out of his shell, as Carly described it. Thankfully, he hadn't had to work on being social all that often. Usually, he was in his happy place, sitting beside Carly and Riley on the couch, watching TV. His favorite thing about Carly was the way she always made him laugh and forget the pressures of grad school. Or had she? A memory played in his mind, the three of them laughing so hard there were tears flowing down their faces. But it wasn't Carly who'd set them off. The triggering remark had been a sarcastic quip from Riley. In fact, she'd always kept them in stitches. Sometimes he and Riley would trade remarks until Carly was rolling on the floor. He sat up in bed, bored straight.
Riley. It was Riley. The whole time it had been Riley. Carly and I would never have worked. How could I have been so blind?
What now? Somehow he had to show Riley how he felt. She didn't love him, but their physical draw was undeniable. If she would only give him a chance, he would treat her like a queen. They had to be married for 10 more months. Surely she would eventually come to love him back. A small cry sounded in Jarrett's ear. Gabe. He hadn't been himself the whole day, not even working up much enthusiasm for the karaoke microphone, his favorite toy. At least Jarrett could get up with him and let Riley get some rest. He flung the covers off and reached for his prosthesis where he'd propped it by the bed. Hey. Riley's soft voice came through the monitor. Had she been sleeping in Gabe's room? Shh. It's okay. Mama's here. He warmed at the gentle tone she used with their son. He almost felt like he was eavesdropping, but he left the monitor on, listening to her sweet, soothing words as he lay back on the bed. She continued to croon, probably long after Gabe had dozed off. Jarrett was almost asleep, too. Then her words changed, though her tone stayed soft. I don't know what I'm going to do, she murmured. Your papa kissed me. Did you know that? I shouldn't have let him, but I did. Jarrett's eyes flew open, his blood pulsing in his ears. He sat up, wide awake. Riley was so closed with her feelings. He would never have another chance like this to hear her thoughts, unfiltered.
Keep talking. Don't stop now.
He heard a sniff. Was she crying? The problem is I'm still in love with him. I tried not to be, but I am. I think I always will be. Who was she in love with? His heart sank. It had to be the guy, the one who'd hurt her, the one she'd been in love with when the last guy kissed her.
She's still in love with that jerk.
What am I going to do? Her voice whispered in his ear. I can't tell your papa. It'll ruin everything. We have to stay together, Gabe, for you. We have to. Something spoiled swirled in Jarrett's stomach. Riley was in love with another man. She was only staying with him because of Gabe. Jarrett might as well give up. He pushed his hopes down, smothering them deep in his heart. But they wouldn't stay.
No, the other guy doesn't deserve her. He broke her heart. I would never do that. I'll make her see it. I've got 10 months to prove it.
After Sunday night, Riley could barely make a move without bumping into Jarrett. He didn't try to kiss her again, but he was constantly touching her, holding her hand, stroking her hair, rubbing her shoulders. Somehow he always managed to start before she could object, and once he started, objecting was the last thing on her mind. Brooke's phone call Thursday morning couldn't have come a moment too soon. A lot has happened since I talked to you, Riley said. I've been working on not hiding my feelings, but it's made me into a weepy mess. And then Jarrett... Gracious, I can't even say it. What happened? Brooke asked. He kissed me. Riley fanned her face. I'm so glad this isn't a video call. My face is bright red. I can't believe I let him kiss me. Who am I kidding? I not only let him, I kissed him back. But that's great, isn't it? Brooke asked. You let your feelings show, and he's showing you his. This is how relationships are supposed to work. But it's only physical for him. He's not in love with me, and he has no idea I'm in love with him. If he finds out, we won't be able to stay married, and Jarrett will lose Gabe. Wow. Does your mind always go to the worst-case scenario like that? Of course it does. There's no use worrying about the best-case scenario. I have bad news for you, Riley. You can't possibly control this situation. It's a relationship, so it involves two people. You can only control you. You can't control Jarrett or what he's feeling, just like you can't know what he's feeling. I know he doesn't love me. She choked, her eyes stinging. See, I'm crying again. I'm a hot mess. Did he say he didn't love you? No, he said he's attracted to me. That's code for, I want to kiss you, but I don't love you. Most people aren't very good at expressing their emotions, especially when they feel vulnerable. That's one reason you aren't supposed to read his feelings. I'm having a little trouble with that rule. Since he still doesn't know you're in love with him, I'd say you're also having trouble with the rule about not hiding your feelings. No, I'm totally showing all my emotions. I've cried in front of him and gotten angry, too. But you didn't tell him you loved him. No, because he doesn't love me. An exasperated groan filled Riley's ear. Someone has to say it first, you know. Brooke's formerly patient tone was wearing a little thin. Maybe he's in love with you and he's afraid to say it. You really think so? He hadn't mentioned Carly lately. Was it possible Brooke was right? The important thing is to be absolutely honest, Riley, whether he loves you or not. I guess I wasn't clear before, but in your case, being honest means telling Jarrett you love him. You're not responsible for his actions after you tell him. But even if he doesn't love you back, do you really think Jarrett's the kind of man who would get upset and destroy your marriage, especially if it meant losing Gabe? No, I guess not. So you'll tell him? Just thinking about telling him is giving me a heart attack. You can do this. Easy for you to say. It would have to be exactly the right time, Riley countered. I can't just blurt it out. Maybe the next time he kisses you. No, my brain turns to mush. Brooke chuckled. How about the next time he says anything about being attracted to you? Does he have to use that exact word? Riley! Okay, I'll tell him. Good. Does it have to be loud enough for him to hear? Riley! Fine, I'll do it. Ugh, just shoot me now. Chapter 20.
Matthew called. He wants us to come to his office this afternoon. He heard from Elena, and he wants to talk to us in person.
Heart racing, Jarrett paced in the opening of Riley's cubicle. It was after 4:00 on Thursday afternoon.
I've been in meetings all day, and I just got the message.
Elena? Gabe's caseworker? Riley was on her feet, the blood draining from her face. Is it bad news? Jarrett opened his arms, and she fell against him.
Whatever it is, we'll handle it.
Her entire body trembled with the same fear that filled his gut. He squeezed tighter, drawing strength from her as he gave his. How quickly he'd grown accustomed to having her as his partner. How had he made it on his own for 36 years? Riley was quiet on the drive to the office. probably as lost in worries as he was. Why had the caseworker contacted Matthew? Had Jarrett's application for permanent adoption been denied? If she'd seen an issue, why hadn't she talked to Jarrett and Riley first, to give them a chance to correct it? Was her decision final, or was there someone higher up? Would Gabe still be allowed to stay with Jarrett and Riley until his chemotherapy was complete? "I hope it wasn't something I did," Riley murmured. "I'd never forgive myself." He reached for her hand, wresting it away from her lap, and laced their fingers together.
"We're a team, Riley. We worked together and we did our best to love Gabe and give him a good home. This isn't the time to blame anyone or take on guilt you don't deserve. And even if we've lost this battle, I'm not giving up. There has to be some sort of appeal process."
"I'm trying to remember, but I can't. Was I snarky around Elena? Maybe she thought I wasn't taking it seriously."
"You weren't snarky at all. You barely even spoke."
"Was I too quiet? She probably thought I was stuck up." He tightened his grip on her hand.
"You were fine. If anything, it was because of me. Maybe she didn't like my cologne."
"No, your cologne is yummy. She probably noticed the awful colors in the master bedroom." He liked the yummy comment, but left it alone.
"The master bedroom? That must be it. One eye full and Elena wrote us off as nuts. Fluorescent red and orange."
"Don't forget the turquoise."
"Even worse,"
Jarrett added, though he had no idea what color turquoise was. "The other couple won't love him as much as we do." He heard a sniff and glanced over to see tear tracks on her face.
"No one could."
He blinked fast at his own stinging eyes. Now was not the time to lose control. Riley needed him. Then a terrifying thought struck. If they'd lost Gabe, there was no reason for Riley to stay married to him. He'd thought he had 10 months to win her over, but he might only have 10 minutes. What could he say?
"Riley,
Jarrett, They spoke at the same time and laughed.
Go ahead,"
Jarrett said. He needed time to think. "I was just going to say She yanked her hand free, crossing her arms and tucking it away. "To say I don't regret getting married, no matter what."
"You don't?"
"No." She tucked her plump lower lip between her teeth, and he had to force his eyes away before he had a wreck. "Because I love being a mom."
"That's good,"
he said, though he didn't mean it. Her statement only confirmed his fears. If they lost Gabe, he was going to lose Riley too. "What were you going to say?" she asked.
"That I hate that someone broke your heart. And that guy, the one you loved, whoever he is, don't give him a second chance."
Her belly laugh surprised him.
"What's so funny?"
"Nothing. Just that it's kind of too late. I'm already giving him a second chance."
"But you shouldn't. Not when he's already hurt you. What if God has someone else for you and you're so stuck on this jerk you miss the other guy?"
Moisture welled in her eyes. She must really be stuck on this dude. What could he have done to earn that kind of loyalty, even though he'd broken her heart? "You really think God has someone else for me?" Her hands twisted in her lap, the flickering lights and shadows of the parking garage strobing their movements. Jarrett pulled into a parking place and turned off the engine.
"I know he does. Someone who will love you the way you deserve to be loved." "Tell her it's you, you idiot."
He leaned closer, stretching his hand to cup her chin and tilt her face up.
"Riley,
A shrill tone pierced the air, coming from multiple directions. He fumbled in his pocket for his cell phone as Riley rifled inside her purse.
Amber Alert,
Jarrett said, scanning the message.
It's in Pueblo, not Denver.
His pulse was still racing as the noise died. Riley tucked her phone in her purse and opened the door.
Wait,
he said.
I was going to tell you something.
We don't have time. She swung her legs out and stood up. It's almost 5 o'clock. What if we need to file an appeal before their office closes? Her door slammed and she stood, shifting from foot to foot, motioning for him to hurry. He'd have to tell her another time. Just as well. The front seat of a car inside a fume-filled parking garage wasn't exactly the most romantic place to hear the words, "I love you." When they stepped off the elevator, Matthew's secretary ushered them straight into his office. At least they wouldn't have extra time to get nervous sitting in the waiting area.
Come in. I'm glad you were able to make it.
Matthew greeted them at the door, wearing a sheepish look. They hadn't seen each other since that fateful night when Matthew had offered to be Carly's fiancé, which had been entirely unethical in Jarrett's opinion. He'd yet to decide if he'd continue to use the man as his attorney once this business with Gabe was finished.
We would have come sooner,
Jarrett said.
But I just got your message.
Though he'd kept his expression neutral, Matthew looked at his extended hand like it was a venomous snake. He shook it for the briefest of seconds, then backed away.
I wasn't sure if you'd forgiven me,
Matthew said, as awkwardness floated in the air like a swarm of gnats.
Tell us what happened.
Jarrett ushered Riley toward the pair of chairs in front of the desk and sat beside her, holding her trembling hand.
We got the communication this morning.
Matthew took his place behind his desk, darting a nervous glance at Jarrett. His fingers flew across the computer keyboard, the monitor lighting his face.
I wasn't expecting her to make a recommendation this soon.
What kind of recommendation did she make? Riley's voice had a telltale tremor, and Jarrett tightened his grip. Though she seemed determined to take the blame, he wasn't about to let that happen, no matter what objection Elena had raised. Matthew looked up.
For the adoption, of course. So I thought we should discuss... Wait.
What was he saying?
Us? Elena recommended us for the adoption? Yes, of course.
Confusion flashed across Matthew's face.
Isn't that what you wanted?
Jarrett didn't remember standing, but suddenly he was, with an armful of Riley weeping against his chest. I can't believe I'm crying, she mumbled. I never used to cry when I was happy. He was equally baffled by this new, emotional Riley, but he was struggling to ignore the lump in his own throat. It felt so right to hold her in his arms. And now that they didn't have to worry about the adoption approval, there was nothing standing between them. Nothing except that other guy. But Jarrett would find a way to convince her she'd fallen for the wrong man.
All that worry for nothing,
he murmured into her hair, breathing in a fresh berry scent.
You and I are really a pair, aren't we?
Yeah, she stiffened, pushing away. Like you always said, we're two alike. He swallowed his frustration as she twisted out of his arms. He didn't want to argue with her.
Jarrett, I'm sorry I worried you,
Matthew said.
I thought I'd explained it on the voicemail.
It's okay, Riley said. We're just so relieved.
Not that I'm complaining,
Jarrett said.
But how did this happen so fast? Didn't you say it was going to take a year? I knew your emergency guardianship would last until Gabe's chemotherapy was completed, at least a year. At that point, if another couple had been chosen as the adoptive parents, you would have lost custody.
Matthew pulled out a handkerchief and dabbed his forehead.
The caseworker could have easily stretched it out the entire year if she'd wanted to. I never expected her to settle it this quickly.
Something was off in Matthew's body language. He was fidgeting. Jarrett's gut churned. Matthew was hiding something.
What's the problem?
Instinctively, he slid a protective arm back around Riley's waist.
You said you wanted to talk to us in person, so there must be an issue. Once the adoption is finalized, in 4 to 6 weeks, we'll file the divorce papers.
Matthew's words brought a gasp from Riley. Though she didn't move a muscle, Jarrett felt her slipping away, as surely as an ocean wave poured back into the sea. She would be free. Free to go back to the foolish man who'd already rejected her in the past. Free to give him a second chance before Jarrett had had his first. Matthew cleared his throat, his fingers picking an invisible piece of lint from his suit coat.
And if you want to date Carly again, I'll step out of the way.
Jarrett had no desire to date Carly. He didn't even want a divorce. All he wanted was Riley. But this wasn't the time to say it. What was she thinking behind those furrowed brows? Do we need to sign any papers today? From the way Riley's gaze was glued to the Persian rug beneath her feet, she must have found it fascinating.
No, but...
Matthew closed his laptop and rose to his feet.
Riley, if you'll excuse us, I'd like to speak to Jarrett alone for a moment.
I don't mind, she said, already fleeing the room as if she couldn't wait to get away from Jarrett. Whatever was going on in her mind wasn't working in his favor. He was going to have a lot of work to do once he got matters straightened out with Matthew. When the door closed behind her, Jarrett turned his stern gaze toward Matthew, who'd come from behind his desk to face him, an arm's length away.
I know you're upset with me, Matthew began, but let me assure you my intentions have never been less than honorable. So you're saying you didn't deliberately advise me to marry Riley so you would be free to pursue Carly? I told you marrying Riley was your only option if you wanted to finalize the guardianship in Puerto Rico the next day. You could have chosen to postpone the appointment and continue with your plan to marry Carly. But you sure jumped on the opportunity to be her public fiancé. I offered my services, which happened to solve both your problem and Carly's, though you didn't thank me for it.
The muscles bulged on the outside of Matthew's jaws. Jarrett had never seen him like this.
And now I'm offering to stand aside so you can have another chance with Carly, not that you deserve it. What did you say?
Pure shock prevented a sharp rebuttal.
You may fire me as your attorney when I tell you this, but I'm going to say it anyway.
Matthew's face went deep red, blood vessels standing out on the sides of his face.
From the beginning, you never expressed any interest in Carly other than how she could benefit you in gaining custody of Gabe. You didn't seem to give a flip that she was under stress, flying to California for that audition. You didn't even call her that day and ask how the tryout went. I was a little preoccupied at the time, since my son was starting chemotherapy, Jarrett retorted. And Carly never even asked about Gabe when she called me. That's probably because she already knew the details from talking to me. I called her every day, unlike you. You didn't call her at all, not one time. The biggest moment of her life, and you didn't care. She had to call you. And even when she did, 9 times out of 10 it went to voicemail.
At his sides, Matthew's hands curled into fists.
The truth is, you don't deserve Carly.
For a few seconds, the room was quiet, while Matthew sliced Jarrett to shreds with his glare. Then the light bulb came on in Jarrett's head.
Holy Toledo! You're in love with Carly. Yes, I am.
His chin jutted forward.
I love her, and you don't. You don't even appreciate what an amazing woman she is.
Laughter bubbled in Jarrett's chest and came out in a loud snort.
You're right, Matthew. I don't love Carly. Wait.
Matthew's eyebrows arched high on his forehead.
You already knew that? I didn't before, but I finally figured it out. Carly and I are way too different. I can't believe it.
He backed against his desk and sat on the edge, shaking his head like he was clearing away a heavy fog.
I thought I'd have to fight you on this. It's unbelievable. You know what? I think the two of you will be great together. From your lips to Carly's ears.
Matthew's smile drooped, along with his shoulders.
She's convinced she's not wife material. Sorry, buddy.
Jarrett clapped him on the shoulder.
I've got no advice for you. Communicating with women isn't exactly my strong point. Does this mean you're not upset with me anymore? Matthew asked. I was afraid I'd lost you as a client. Let me ask you this, Jarrett said. Can you honestly say when you suggested I marry Riley instead of Carly, you didn't have a tiny inkling it might clear the way for you and Carly to get together? It depends.
The corner of Matthew's mouth twitched.
On what?
Asked Jarrett.
On your definition of tiny.
Chapter 21. Riley looked up as Jarrett and Matthew came out the door. Instead of the bloody noses she'd expected, they were smiling. Matthew even patted Jarrett on the back. She wasn't sure what accounted for Jarrett's good mood. Was it solely the fact Gabe was going to become his legal son? Or was it also because he and Carly now had another chance at a relationship? The way Riley saw it, she had two choices. Option 1 was to fight for Jarrett's attention and manipulate him into a permanent relationship. She could point out that staying married to her would mean not having to share custody of Gabe. And she certainly wouldn't mind kissing him again. But what would happen when their physical relationship progressed to that of a true husband and wife? Wouldn't her heart be bleeding on the inside, always wondering if he regretted his decision? Wouldn't she worry that Carly was always on the back of his mind? Jarrett had denied being attracted to Riley due to her resemblance to Carly, but how could he truly know? Sure, when he'd kissed her, there was nothing fake about the attraction between them. Yet Riley had no desire to forever be the poor copy of Carly Malone that Jarrett had settled for when he couldn't have the real thing. Now was not the time for Riley to be selfish. If she loved Jarrett, she had to let him go. Deep in her soul, she knew what was best for him. He needed to spend time with Carly and decide once and for all if he was in love with her. And for that to happen, Riley had to let him have his divorce. Besides, his words from earlier kept playing over and over in her head.
God has someone else for you. Someone who will love you the way you deserve to be loved.
Had her long-time obsession with Jarrett kept her from finding the man God had chosen for her? Jarrett took her hand and tucked it in the crook of his elbow, humming as he walked her to the elevator.
I'll be in touch,
Matthew called, all smiles as he waved goodbye. Once the elevator doors closed, Riley tried to withdraw her hand, but Jarrett held it fast.
Can you believe it?
He said, ignoring her continued attempts to wriggle her hand away.
God answered our prayers. We're going to be Gabe's parents.
Yes, it's a miracle, that's for sure. She gave up, getting her hand free. You're going to be a great father. You already are.
And you are going to be a great mother.
On the weekends, I guess, once the divorce is final. A ding announced their arrival on the ground floor, and the doors slid open.
I don't want a divorce,
he said, moving off the elevator without relinquishing her hand.
And I hope you don't want one either.
It was so tempting to simply agree with him, but she had to be strong. She lengthened her strides to keep up with his. A divorce was what we planned from day one. Nothing's changed.
I disagree. Everything has changed.
Evidently, his walking speed increased in direct correlation to his irritation level because she was practically jogging to keep pace. "If you walk any faster, you're going to be dragging me on the ground."
"If caveman style is what it takes, that's fine by me,"
he said, with a lilt of humor, but he slowed slightly. "Fred Flintstone has never been my type."
"What is your type?"
he asked as he led her through the revolving door.
"What's the other guy like? The one you want to be with so bad you're willing to throw away everything we have."
"Everything we have is fake," she jerked, finally getting her hand away and stomping ahead of him on the sidewalk. "There's nothing to throw away."
"It started out fake, but there's nothing fake about what we have now, and you know it."
He caught up with her, his limp more apparent than usual.
"Look, Riley, you're overthinking this. I know that's what you're doing because I do the same thing."
"Exactly. We're too much alike. That's why you're in love with Carly."
"That's enough!"
A tug on her elbow yanked her to a stop. The cold fury in Jarrett's expression told her she'd gone too far.
"Stop telling me how I feel. I'm not in love with Carly."
He paused, his searing dark eyes holding her captive.
"In fact, I never was."
What was he saying? It didn't make any sense. His phone rang, and he gave an exasperated groan. He ripped it from his pocket, his face blanching as he viewed the screen.
"It's Lottie."
The fear in his voice was palpable, and icy fingers gripped Riley's gut. This was the first time their babysitter had called them since she'd started watching Gabe, and it could only mean bad news.
"This is Jarrett. What's wrong?"
Riley watched his face with growing dread as he listened to Lottie's response.
"We'll meet you at the hospital."
He disconnected and turned worried eyes Riley's direction.
"Gabe's temperature is 103.5, and he's been crying. Says his stomach hurts."
She grabbed his hand, and they raced for the car, Jarrett's limp unmistakable without his running prosthesis. "He'll be okay, right?" she asked.
"It's an infection of some sort."
The strain in his tone matched the expression on his face.
"We knew it could happen."
They made it to the car, climbed in, and buckled the seatbelts, the earlier topic forgotten as Jarrett backed out and sped through the parking garage. "We've been so careful." Riley braced herself as Jarrett took the turns at breakneck speed. "We washed our hands and used hand disinfectant. We didn't take him out around people."
"It was bound to happen eventually."
He rounded the last turn and screeched to a halt at the pay gate.
"I got 2 infections during my initial chemotherapy, but the docs know what to do. He'll get IV antibiotics."
Her eyes stung, but she quickly squelched her tears before they could make an appearance. She was back in control. Jarrett needed her to be strong, and so did Gabe. "So he'll be okay?" she asked. He gave a sharp nod, as if he didn't trust himself to speak. His hand found hers, and their fingers interlaced. She couldn't help noticing how perfectly their hands fit together, like they were made for each other. Maybe Jarrett was destined to be with Carly, but right now, he belonged to Riley. And she needed him. As they stepped through the hospital doors into the emergency room, the antiseptic smell hit Jarrett in the face. The ensuing surge of nausea was worse than usual, probably because he was already so anxious. Ignoring his swirling gut, he approached the sign-in window, relieved to recognize the nurse on duty. "Gabe's in treatment room 3, Mr. Alvarez. I'll open the door for you." The young woman, a cancer survivor and amputee like himself, had been a recipient of a limitless scholarship to attend nursing school. Any other day, he would have stopped to chat and ask about her wedding plans. But today, all he could manage was a weak smile.
"Thanks, Bree,"
he said, as she buzzed them through to the back. Lottie sprang to her feet when he and Riley walked in. "I'm so sorry, Mr. Alvarez. I didn't notice he had a fever until I woke him up from his nap. He slept for almost 2 hours, so I finally went in there and he was burning up. A nurse was setting up an IV bag for Gabe. Lethargic, he barely opened his eyes when Riley kissed his forehead.
"His skin is scalding," Riley said, her frightened blue eyes searching his for reassurance.
"What's his temperature?" The nurse answered her question. "It was 104.3 about 5 minutes ago, but we already gave him a fever reducer." "Is it dangerous for it to be so high?" Riley asked, with an almost imperceptible quiver in her chin. "A fever won't actually cause harm unless the temperature gets above 108, she said. "Don't worry, we'll keep it under control." Jarrett moved beside Riley and tucked her under his arm. Her body melted against him, filling the space that had felt empty before. In that moment, he knew she needed him as much as he needed her. Making her admit it was going to be a challenge. But Jarrett had never let any obstacle stand in his way before. 30 minutes later, when the orderly came to move Gabe into a room on the oncology floor, Jarrett remembered he hadn't called anyone to let them know what had happened.
"You go ahead," he told Riley. "I'll be up there in a minute after I make a few phone calls."
After a quick call to Cole, who promised to update the other 2 men, he called Gracie, the family's designated information center.
"He'll probably be fine," he told her. "But I can't help thinking with his immune system this low, a common cold is enough to kill him. I don't dare say that to Riley because she's already petrified."
"He's going to be okay, Jarrett. We'll get the family prayer chain going," she said. "And speaking of Riley, I meant to call you and let you know about something that happened while I was talking to her. I kind of let something slip I thought she already knew, but apparently didn't."
"What are you talking about?"
"She mentioned she planned to have kids of her own someday, and I suggested adopting more kids if you guys couldn't get pregnant, because of the chemo. From the look on her face, I'm guessing you hadn't told her chemo could hurt your chances. I'm sorry, Jarrett. I thought she knew." Something caught in his throat.
"Did she seem upset?"
"Frankly, yes." Her heavy sigh assaulted his ear. "I don't think it helped that I'd just announced being pregnant with number 6 when she may never be able to have any, but I'm sure you can work through it if you're honest with her. She might be more upset you didn't tell her than she is about not being able to have kids." His chest was hollow. The possibility of never being able to father a child of his own had hardly seemed important when the alternative was death. But Riley, who'd always loved babies and children, had probably dreamed of carrying a child and giving birth, like most women did. If Jarrett kept pushing, she might agree to stay married, knowing she could be giving up that dream forever. But who was he to take that dream away? He'd been so selfish. Thinking only of how much he needed Riley, he'd forgotten to consider all of her needs as well. Gracie said her goodbyes and he disconnected, his thoughts still reeling. Depression tugged at the edges of his mind. He'd been so certain he and Riley belonged together, so close to confessing his love. Now he realized if he truly loved her, he had to be completely honest and let her make a decision of her own free will.
"But not tonight. Tonight I need her by my side. I don't have the strength to hear her choice right now. In case she doesn't choose me."
Chapter 22. Riley cringed as thousands of tiny needles pricked her toes. The weight on top of her calf during the night had cut off all the circulation to her left foot. She shivered in the cold hospital air, only a thin sheet covering her. What had happened to the blanket? Her neck was cranked in an awkward position, her pillow missing as well. If she and Jarrett had proven anything last night, it was that they were both tenacious to a fault. Both of them had insisted on staying overnight, and neither would consent to take the only bed, a generous term for the convertible couch in Gabe's room. Riley knew Jarrett could have used his influence, demanding Gabe be moved to a larger room with space for a second guest couch, but that wasn't his style any more than it was hers. After arguing for 10 minutes, each claiming the right to sleep sitting up in the chair, Riley had finally struck on the idea of sharing the couch bed, which wasn't large enough to accommodate one person comfortably. And so they'd slept together, in their clothes on the tiny, hard mattress. He'd offered to wear his prosthesis to bed so it wouldn't freak her out, but she'd given him an impatient eye roll. She'd never been freaked out. She'd argued fewer legs meant more leg room. He'd grinned and responded that she would still only be allotted 50% of the mattress. Her initial plan to keep a respectable amount of space between them went out the window the instant they'd lain down, shifting to accommodate each other on the narrow space. When they'd settled in, she'd found herself spooned against Jarrett's chest, his arm draped over her side because there was no other place for it to go. The doctors still hadn't determined the nature of Gabe's infection, even whether it was viral or bacterial, so his prognosis was uncertain at best. Her fear alone would have been enough to make her toss and turn, but her awareness of her tingling contact with Jarrett had made sleep impossible. She'd dreamed of this moment, though she'd never imagined it under such terrible circumstances. His heat radiating into her back, the delicious pressure of his body against hers, his breaths in her hair. All of it had assaulted her senses. She'd lain awake for at least an hour, long after the rhythm of his breathing turned slow and even, with his right leg flinging itself across her calf. She'd never slept with a man before, and it wasn't at all what she'd expected. It was the strangest combination, a loss of freedom to seek her normal, comfortable sleeping position, along with a delicious security she could never have imagined. As his arm had tightened, drawing her even closer, she'd made no attempt to pull away. Instead, she'd relished the barrage of sensations, knowing full well it would probably never happen again. When she'd finally dozed off, it was with a comical thought she'd be able to remember long after their marriage had ended. I slept with Jarrett Alvarez. With the morning light came stiffness, a tingling foot, and the return of the gnawing fear in her gut. She'd hoped Gabe would have come out of his fever, but it hadn't dropped. Nurses had checked on him throughout the night, but his temperature had only gone higher. Beside her, Jarrett turned onto his back, simultaneously relieving the pressure on her leg and edging her off the mattress. She tumbled to the floor, her feet still tangled in the sheets. Only the fact that her pillow and blanket had preceded her at some point during the night saved her from bodily harm. Her pride was not so fortunate. The light flipped on in the room.
"Oh, are you okay?"
The concerned voice came from an attractive man wearing a white lab coat. Just her luck the nurse would choose that moment to walk into the room. She covered her face. She had a new, least favorite way to meet people. Jarrett's head appeared over the side of the mattress.
"Why are you sleeping on the floor?"
She struggled to move with her feet pinned above her, the needles in one expanding to the entire foot. "I'm not sleeping. This is a new yoga position. It's called downward dope."
"If I'm not mistaken, she fell off the bed."
The nurse extended a hand.
"Are you hurt?"
"No, but I can't get up. My feet are stuck." The nurse wasn't laughing, but she could tell he wanted to. She'd bet money when he got to the break room, the entire hospital would hear about her downward dope position. Working together, Jarrett and the nurse released her feet from the sheets, and the nurse pulled her up. She limped to the chair with one foot on fire.
"I'm Dr. Campbell,"
the man said to Riley, frowning down at her sock-covered foot.
"You were limping. Did you sprain your ankle?
Not a nurse, a doctor. What would come next? A bolt of lightning? It's fine, she said, vainly trying to smooth her tangled hair. Just laid on it wrong. My foot went to sleep. With a nod that didn't quite cover his smirk, the doctor turned to Gabe, who'd slept soundly through the commotion. But his lack of responsiveness couldn't be a good sign.
Did you get the lab results back, Dan?
Jarrett had snapped his prosthesis in place and moved beside the doctor.
Do we know what kind of infection we're dealing with? It's definitely an intestinal infection with gram-negative bacteria, like we expected. But the lab results showed gram-positive as well. We've already adjusted the IV antibiotics, so we just have to wait.
He took a stethoscope out of a sealed bag and put the ear tips in his ears, moving the bell end around on Gabe's chest and belly.
We'll keep him under light sedation to reduce the pain, so he's going to be mostly sleeping until we get this thing under control.
But you will, right? Riley said. You'll be able to stop the infection?
I normally don't say anything is a certainty.
Dan dropped the stethoscope into a bin marked unsterile.
But I'll guarantee you I won't rest until we get this little guy up and running around again. Thanks, Dan, said Jarrett. I trust you.
When he was gone, Riley sank back into the chair, wishing she could recapture that security she'd felt in Jarrett's arms. He made quick work of folding the bed into a couch and sat on it, bending forward to rest his elbows on his knees.
I need to tell you something.
I feel like I got called into the principal's office.
As if you would have any idea what that felt like. I'll wager you never got in trouble at school.
No, but Carly did, and some of the teachers couldn't tell us apart. Mom thought it was fun and dressed us in identical clothes all the way up until 5th grade when I flat refused.
The two of you didn't get along?
We fought all the time, but we've always been best friends. I talked to her about everything. Everything except her feelings for Jarrett. He sat up and pushed his fingers through his hair, his well-muscled chest rippling under his t-shirt.
We've never talked about children. Not really.
Okay. She couldn't imagine where this conversation was going.
Do you,
One hand scratched the side of his head.
Do you want to have children? Or maybe I should say, how important is it for you to have children of your own?
She was completely lost. Was he talking about Gabe? About visitation rights? I guess I'd say it's really important. I mean, I love children, but I didn't know how much I could love a child until I had Gabe.
Yes, but you didn't give birth to him. Do you want to have kids someday?
Was he trying to make a point about her age? I'm not in a hurry. I know I still have time, even though I'm 33. Why? Did Carly tell you I was complaining because I was never going to have a baby? Because I was only blowing off steam.
So you don't want to have a baby?
Eventually, yes, but not right now. He threw his hands in the air.
I give up. There's no way to do this but to come right out and ask you.
Go ahead and ask, because I don't know what you want. His chest expanded in a deep breath.
I know Gracie said something to you about the damage from my chemotherapy. I didn't mention it before, but I don't know if I can ever father a child. So, adopting Gabe, that's the fulfillment of my dream.
Her throat was all lumpy. She didn't dare speak. Poor Jarrett had lost so much, yet he never showed any resentment.
But I realized, with this other guy, the one you're in love with, you might be able to have a child of your own, to get pregnant and give birth to a baby. I thought that might be important to you, like Gabe is to me.
What are you asking?
I don't want a divorce, Riley.
Jarrett stood, pacing back and forth in the small space like a caged lion.
I don't want to share custody of Gabe, to see him every other weekend. I've been trying to talk you out of it. I think we'd both be miserable. But then I realized you might rather marry this other man so you could get pregnant and have babies of your own. Is that what you want?
When his intent sunk in, it knocked the breath out of her. He was hoping she would choose to marry and have babies with someone else so he wouldn't have to share Gabe. He was asking if she would give him full custody. Her empty stomach churned. Gabe was the son Jarrett had worked for and dreamed of. He might be the only son he could ever have. If she truly loved Jarrett, how could she take that away from him? If I did that, if I married someone else, could I still come to visit Gabe? She made no effort to stop the tears that poured down her face.
Of course you could. I'm not a monster.
He found her hands and tugged her up and into his arms, the place that had felt so safe only hours ago when they were sleeping.
You're Gabe's mother, and he needs to be with you even if you have 6 kids like Gracie. I just want you to be happy.
Okay. She sniffed, savoring his scent, the way his chest flexed when he moved, the feel of his strong arms around her. Something wet splashed on her forehead, and she looked up to find him wiping his face on his sleeve. Jarrett, crying? It never happened.
Riley, are you sure about this? He asked. This man, who is he? Can you trust him?
He's a good man, better than I deserve. She bit her lip to stop it from shaking. And I trust him, completely.
He hurt you before, right? He must have rejected you, or you'd still be together. How do you know he won't do it again?
The truth is, he's never hurt me. I've only hurt myself. She struggled to loosen her throat so the air could get through. Don't worry about me, Jarrett. Let's just think about Gabe and getting him healthy again. His arms dropped, and he turned, moving to stand beside Gabe, his tiny body dwarfed on the hospital bed, wires and tubes extending every direction. Jarrett's hand brushed gently on his son's cheek as the monitors beeped, summarizing a human life in a series of meaningless numbers. He looked back at Riley, his face crumpling.
What if we lose him?
She moved beside him, her arms around his waist. It was where she belonged, at least for the next 4 weeks. We aren't going to lose him, she said. He nodded, taking a deep breath, and his confident mask slid back in place. For a brief moment, he'd let her see him, vulnerable and hurting. It had been an honor. Now that she knew the depth of his pain, she wanted to do something, anything, to ease his worries. One thing came to mind, and all it would take was a simple email. She would send it when he stepped out of the room, before she lost her courage. Chapter 23. Jarrett walked down the hall to the supplemental waiting room, currently unoccupied, to make his phone call. He discovered Matthew had learned about Gabe's medical issues via a late-night call from Carly, who was currently in California.
I was planning to drop by this afternoon,
Matthew said.
You have papers for us to sign?
No, he said, in an offended tone.
I'm coming as a friend, and future family, I hope. But there is something I need to talk to you about. I got a confusing email, and I think there's been a misunderstanding. We can talk about that later, Jarrett said. I need to tell you something in private. I don't want Riley to hear. Okay.
He dragged the word out, as if he was nervous about what Jarrett might say.
When you draw up the divorce papers, I want Riley to get full custody. Are you people crazy? You can't do that. I can and I will. You're my attorney, make it happen. But, Jarrett... Oh, and she still gets child support, too.
Jarrett thought he heard a curse word, but he wasn't sure.
This is... I'll see you up here later, Jarrett interrupted. And not a word of this to Riley.
He disconnected before Matthew could protest again. Giving Gabe up would tear him apart. But better him than Riley. She needed Gabe, and Gabe needed his mother almost as much. Jarrett would see him as often as possible, and he hoped for more than 2 weekends a month. Of course, he would also keep a close eye on this jerk Riley was in love with. Though maybe he wasn't so awful. It was hard to imagine Riley having such poor judgment. Back in the room, he and Riley both tried to read a book to pass the time, but neither could concentrate. After scanning all the TV channels, they finally settled on the Weather Channel. A home improvement show had almost been chosen, but when a pipe burst, they'd both voted it too stressful. Food was delivered to the room for lunch. The taste was fine, if less salty than desirable, but neither of them had any appetite. It was hard to eat, knowing their son was lying on a hospital bed, attached to tubes, with some kind of bacteria destroying him from the inside out. "I was thinking," Riley said, pushing her plate away, only 2 bites missing from her hamburger. "Maybe that day your sisters came and we had all those vegetables out, maybe he went into the kitchen when I wasn't looking and ate something." Jarrett reached across the narrow table, covering her hand with his.
Don't do this, Riley. Don't try to trace it back and lay blame.
Her chin quivered. "But I keep thinking if we just hadn't had those raw vegetables in the house, this might not have happened."
We could if ourselves to death, believing we could have done something different, controlled the outcome. The truth is we can't control anything, especially when we're dealing with cancer. It's a horrible feeling, and I hated every minute of it when I was in the battle. It's the reason I like everything in my life to be in order.
He stroked the soft skin on her fingers.
But it's all an illusion. We're not ever in control, even when we think we are. That's what prayer really is. Admitting that we don't have control and trusting the one who does.
Her head moved up and down, 3 little nods, and she blinked, drying her eyes again. "You're right. I'll remember that." More than ever, having seen how soft she was behind her tough facade, he wanted to find a way to protect her. She'd made her choice, to follow her heart back to the other guy and a better chance of having her own children. Hearing it had hurt almost more than he could bear, but he hadn't let it show. He still had 4 weeks with her, and he planned to enjoy every moment. The thought of her leaving was depressing, but at least it was a distraction from watching Gabe lie motionless. If only he would wake up and flash that mischievous grin, grab his microphone and sing at the top of his lungs. At 2:00, the nurse came in to check his vital signs, as she had every hour since she'd started her shift that morning.
"Looks like his temperature came down a little."
It did?
Jarrett said.
How much?
102.6.
She pressed the digital thermometer to his forehead again.
"Yes, I get the same reading every time, so it's definitely come down."
Jarrett's heart raced. He didn't want to get his hopes up.
Will you tell Dr. Campbell? Tell me what?
Dan strode inside.
Is there a problem?
His temperature's dropped to 102.6. Riley moved beside Gabe and touched his forehead, as if she could sense the difference. Does that mean we cured the infection?
We can't say for sure, but chances are we've got the right combination of antibiotic cocktail. We'll do another blood draw, and if everything looks good, we'll stick with this regimen until there's no sign of infection.
Jarrett pumped his fist into the air.
Yes, thank God!
He spread his arms wide and Riley flew into them, almost knocking him off balance. They laughed and hugged, spinning in a circle. Then, without thinking, he kissed her. An accidental kiss. Just a quick peck on the lips. But in that fraction of a second, her lips had responded.
Or was it my imagination?
There was only one way to find out. He lowered his mouth toward hers, watching her crystal blue eyes, hoping to see permission to kiss her again. But it wasn't there. Instead, he saw raw passion, maybe even hunger. With blood pulsing in his ears, he brought his mouth closer to hers, mesmerized by the way her eyelids drooped in response. This time, when his lips touched hers, there was no mistaking the way her mouth moved to meet him. He wasn't sure why it was happening, but it seemed like a bad time to stop and ask. And since it might be the last time she ever let him kiss her, he might as well be thorough. Sensing her desires, he brushed his mouth across hers with a tantalizing, feathery touch, drawing farther and farther back, until she surged against him, her hands twisting behind his neck to pull him closer. He answered her in kind, one hand cupping her jaw, the other tangled behind her head as he feasted on her delectable lips. Her fervent response was his undoing. It was all he could do to stay on his feet. A flash of light caught his eye. Vaguely aware that others were in the room, he steadied his breathing, wondering how to end their encounter in a way that would make the kiss appear casual, rather than the act of a starving, ravenous man. In what he hoped was a stroke of genius, he moved his mouth up her cheek, planting soft kisses as he went, ending with a peck on her forehead. Then he switched back into hug mode and muttered about how happy he was Gabe was getting better. Limp against him, she mumbled her agreement. Still supporting her weight, he glanced over his shoulder, hoping neither one was paying attention. The nurse stood frozen, an IV bag hanging from her fingers. Arms crossed, Dr. Campbell lifted a single eyebrow.
If that's how you celebrate a slightly lowered temperature, you're going to need a private room when I tell you the infection's gone.
Riley went from sagging to rigid in 2 seconds flat, pushing away from him, chin tucked down to hide a face that had to be glowing red, while her fingers combed her disheveled hair. That kiss might not have been Jarrett's brightest move, but at that particular moment he had no regrets. So what if a doctor and a nurse saw him making out with his wife? They hadn't done anything illicit. Besides, the hospital staff wouldn't dare to smear the reputation of their biggest benefactor. A raucous cackle of laughter split the air.
"That's my boy, Jarrett. Looks like you finally saw the light, thanks to a little help from Manny."
He whipped around to face Juanita, standing just inside the door with a phone aimed his direction.
"I got most of it on video, but I got a couple of still photos to go along with it," she said, wearing a shameless grin. "Your mama's going to love this."
Juanita, you'd better be lying.
"Smile!"
Her phone flashed in his eyes.
On that note,
said Dr. Campbell as he shuffled toward the door, herding the nurse in front of him,
we'll leave you to do whatever it is you do when we're not here. Just remember there's no lock on the door.
Evidently, only he and Juanita found his statement funny, but they laughed loudly enough to make up for the others. Riley had to hand it to Jarrett. He'd done his utmost to distract Juanita from her relentless quest to discuss their marriage by recounting every detail of Gabe's treatment, some of which she suspected he was making up on the fly. Beside her on the couch, he carried on with great animation, his hands whirling in the air, adding some important remembered detail every time she attempted to change the subject back to their relationship.
So then they switched to an IV antibiotic cocktail with vancomycin and some kind of fluoroquinoline, and then...
Juanita's eyes glazed over as he droned on about prophylactic antibiotics and fungal infections. At least his monologue had given Riley time to get over her humiliation. Although, since Dr. Campbell had met her when she was hanging from the bed by her feet, and then witnessed her kissing Jarrett like a hormonal teenager, she rather hoped she'd never see the man again. As Jarrett started in on the issues with antibiotics and resistant bacteria, Juanita silenced him with a finger in front of his face. "I see what you're doing here."
I wasn't...
"Nope." The finger waved. "All I want to know is if my boy is getting better and how long he's going to be sleeping like a zombie. You answered that the first minute after I got here, and now you're just talking over my head." From her seat next to Gabe's bed, Riley yawned. "Yeah, he was putting me to sleep."
Thanks a lot.
Jarrett bared his teeth at Riley. "And I know why he's doing it." Juanita stood up and walked to the other side of Gabe's bed. "I've been asking him when he's going to give you a real wedding, but he doesn't want a big to-do." Jarrett let out a loud groan.
Not this again.
Why had Juanita been pushing him toward having a ceremony? She knew the marriage wasn't real. "I told him that's tough." Juanita raised her voice to cover his. "I told him you deserve a real wedding with a long white dress and a preacher to marry you the right way."
Riley doesn't like to be the center of attention in front of a big crowd any more than I do,
Jarrett said. "It wouldn't have to be like that," Juanita argued. "It could be small, just your closest friends. And Riley would look amazing in a bridal gown."
You're right, she would.
At Jarrett's declaration, Riley darted a shocked gaze. Big mistake. The heat in his eyes shot across the room and steamed her from the inside out. She grabbed the front of her shirt, moving it quickly to fan herself. Why was he doing this to her? If sole custody of Gabe was his goal, he shouldn't keep teasing her, making her not only wish a divorce wasn't imminent, but also that the marriage was real in every sense of the word. That toe-curling kiss had awakened desires she didn't even know she had. She couldn't keep going on like this for 4 more weeks. Brooke had told her to be honest. It was time to put everything on the table. Maybe having Juanita there would keep her physical attraction from clouding the issues. "There's not going to be a wedding because Jarrett and I are getting a divorce." She didn't have to look at Jarrett to know he was glaring at her. Juanita sucked in an audible breath, her mouth gaping. "But why? Everything is perfect. You get along great, you got approved to adopt Gabe, and from the looks of that kiss when I walked in, you're ready to start making babies together." "That's not enough to build a marriage on," Riley said, hugging herself to stop her shaking. "We'd have to be in love, both of us." "You are in love!" Juanita's hands went to her hips, her head wagging from side to side. "I know it, Lottie knows it, Jarrett's mama knows it, his sisters. You'd have to be blind not to see it, or stubborn as all get out." "You see the way Jarrett acts around me, and you think it's love, but it isn't. Not really." Rubbing her arms, Riley stood up, in hopes that moving around would help her stay calm. "He treats me with respect and caring, the same way he treats you and Gabe and Lottie and everyone else he interacts with. But that's not the kind of love you build a marriage on." Juanita gave her a "you are crazy in the head" look. "Honey, you may think he treats you and me the same, but I promise he's never given me a kiss like that one he was laying on you a few minutes ago."
Can I say something?
Jarrett rose to his feet and continued without waiting for an answer.
I don't know why you're putting this off on me, Riley.
when you're the one who wants to end the marriage? Tell her. Tell Juanita about the guy. The one you've been in love with since before we got married. The one you want to have babies with.
Juanita moved until she was standing in front of Riley, her expression filled with more disappointment than shock.
Is that true?
Riley had to be completely honest, even though it was mortifying to admit how long she'd been pining over Jarrett. She knew he would respond with guilt and pity. He might even offer to stay in the marriage. But she wouldn't give in to such a selfish temptation. He deserved to be happy. It's true. There's a guy I've been in love with for a really long time. Dry eyes and a steady voice covered the trembling mess she was inside. His name is...
Jarrett?
A man's voice at the door accompanied a knock. The door swung open, and Matthew stepped inside.
Matthew,
Jarrett said.
Now's not a good time. Why?
He looked at Gabe, lying motionless on the hospital bed.
Is he not doing well? No, Gabe's okay. Well, he's going to be. The antibiotics are starting to work.
Matthew took a wide berth around the hospital bed and offered a hand to Juanita.
Hi, I'm Matthew, Jarrett's attorney.
I'm Juanita, his guilty conscience.
Matthew and Juanita shared a chuckle, ignoring Jarrett's glare.
They made me slather that disinfectant on 3 different times on the way here, and again outside the room, Matthew said. I guess this infection stuff is really dangerous. Yes, it is, Jarrett said. It would be best if you left and came back another day.
Riley didn't have the nerve to be so rude to Matthew, but she secretly hoped he would take Jarrett's advice. She didn't want him to spill the beans about her email.
First, we need to clear something up,
Matthew said.
It can wait.
Jarrett's clamped jaw muscles flexed.
It's about the divorce, said Matthew. The one you told me you didn't want when you were in my office today. Right, Jarrett said. Things have changed. We'll talk about it later. But I got this email.
I think Jarrett's right. The closest to Matthew, Riley caught his arm, gently herding him backwards. We'll talk about this later.
The thing is, Matthew said, you can't both give full custody to the other person, so one of you must be confused.
Riley stopped, trying to make sense of his words. What are you saying?
That each of you sent a separate email stating you wanted the other person to have full custody of Gabe, so one of you must have made an error. It was Riley.
It was Jarrett. They spoke in unison, their glances clashing like swords. The whole reason we're getting the divorce is so Jarrett can have full custody, Riley said. It's his dream, and I want him to have it. In 3 strides, Jarrett was beside her, his grip turning her to face him.
That's not true. The whole reason we're getting this divorce is so you can be with this other guy and have a chance to have a family with him.
With both palms, she rubbed her temples, attempting to clear the fog from her brain. That makes no sense whatsoever. You're the other guy. So why would I get a divorce from you to be with you? He blinked. He blinked again. A crease appeared between his eyes.
The other guy is me?
Yes, it's you. It's always been you. But it's okay. I've had a long time to adjust.
But what about giving birth to your own children? You said it was your dream.
No, I didn't. You did. She shrugged. I want babies, but I don't exactly long to have a 7-pound object ripped from my body.
So you're in love with me?
His eyes were twice as big as normal. Yep, he was in shock. Good thing they were already in a hospital. Yes, Riley sighed. She'd done it. She'd spewed out her heart for everyone to see. Brooke would be thrilled. but Riley's stomach was threatening to expel her lunch. If this was what it felt like to be vulnerable, she never wanted to do it again. Yes, I'm in love with you, but I don't expect anything from you. All I want is what's best for you and what's best for Gabe. That's why I'm giving you full custody.
Riley, don't you see?
Jarrett's fingers lifted her chin, and her traitorous body got chill bumps.
You're the best thing that ever happened to me. You're beautiful, you're smart, you're a wonderful mother to Gabe. We belong together.
That's what I've been saying, Juanita piped in. It's about time. What was Riley supposed to think? He'd said some nice things about her, but it seemed like something he might say about a car or a house. He liked her, but he didn't love her. His heart would always belong to her sister. Jarrett, I wish it could be enough for me, but I can't live like that, always knowing I was your second choice. You're still in love with my... Jarrett's fingers pressed against her lips.
I swear, if you tell me I'm still in love with Carly, I'm going to sit down and eat the entire 3-pound bag of dark chocolate-covered almonds I bought you.
Ever so slowly, his finger pulled away. All eyes were on her, waiting for her response. Do you have it with you? She asked. Because I could really use a hit of chocolate right now.
Riley!
It was more of a growl than a word. Fine. She folded her arms, slamming them against her ribs. I believe that you believe you're not in love with her.
He'd better not be, Matthew said, because I'm about to propose to her.
She jerked her head toward him. I thought you two were already engaged.
That was for the media.
Lifting up on his toes like an excited kid, Matthew snagged a small black box from his pocket.
This time, it's for real.
You're in love with my sister, too?
I've been in love with her from the first time I heard her voice on the radio. Did you know last week she wrote me a love song? Her agent says it's her best one yet. It's going to be a hit.
He popped open the velvet lid, exposing a sparkling ring.
Do you think she'll like it?
He shifted his weight from foot to foot while she inspected the ring. A huge central diamond, surrounded by a dozen smaller ones. It must have cost a fortune. She'll love it, Riley assured him. His relief was palpable.
Now to figure out how to surprise her. I want to catch the whole thing on video.
Carly had written Matthew a song. As far as Riley knew, that was a first. Her sister must truly be in love with Matthew, and he was obviously smitten with her. She pressed her hand to her chest. Finally, her sister was going to find the happiness she deserved. Beside her, Jarrett cleared his throat. His right foot tapped on the floor. She was afraid to look at him. How was he taking the news about Carly and Matthew? He must be shattered. Risking a glance, her eyes met two dimples dancing on either side of the smuggest grin she'd ever seen. Aren't you upset? She asked.
Do I look upset?
He pointed to his smile. No, but you don't usually show your true feelings.
This is an extreme case of the pot calling the kettle black.
Juanita stepped up to wiggle her fingers between them. Excuse me, but I just want to say I never thought either of you were very good at hiding your feelings. I've known all along Jarrett was in love with you. But he's not in love with me, Riley said. He likes me. He likes me the way you like a new kitchen remodel. I'm beautiful. I'm nice. We work well together. My granite-covered island is to die for.
I'm also fond of your double ovens.
Smirking, Jarrett let his gaze drop below her chin. Stop it! Biting back a smile, she flapped her hand in a pretend slap. I'm being serious. He caught the hand, peering over her fingers as he pressed his lips against them.
How can I convince you what I feel for you is love?
Could it really be true? Trying to believe it was like ripping open an old wound. She stared at her hands, avoiding his eyes. I don't know.
I have an idea, Matthew said. Maybe you should read the email where he told me he wanted you to have full custody of Gabe. Doesn't that count for something?
Were you really going to give him up? She whispered.
I knew I had to.
He leaned close to murmur into her ears.
You would have been miserable without him.
Her eyes stung. She sniffed. Oh no, don't get emotional. You need your brain firing on all cylinders. Just tell her already. Juanita flailed her arms in the air. Stop pussyfooting around. Warm hands cupped her face, tilting it up until her gaze met his. Sultry brown eyes, unguarded, shining with unshed tears, opened up like a window to his beautiful soul.
Riley Malone, I love you. I love you so much I can't think straight. I know you think I was in love with your sister. I thought so too. But the other night it hit me. I was never in love with Carly. It was you all the time. You were the reason I loved hanging out at your apartment.
Could it be true? Had he loved her from the beginning? The pressure grew inside her chest, like her heart was trying to break through her ribs. His penetrating stare made her head spin, but she couldn't tear her eyes away.
You were the one who made me laugh, he said, who distracted me when I was too serious, who argued with me about everything, even the optimum temperature for a cup of coffee. You were the one who inspired me to plan 30 years into the future instead of fearing each day would be my last.
With each word, her old wounds began to heal, the scabs falling away to reveal fresh, new skin. So tender, she was afraid. He moved toward her, brushing a soft kiss on her cheek, the heady scent of his cologne assaulting her overwrought senses.
You're the only woman who gives me the grace to show my weakness and the strength to get past it. You understand me because we're so much alike. Our souls are cut from the same cloth.
He pressed a kiss to the other cheek, and her lips cried out in jealousy.
I love you, Riley Malone. You are my up and my down, my laughter and my tears. With you, I can face anything. Without you, I'm empty.
He took her hand in his. In an incredible feat of strength and balance, he lowered gracefully onto his right knee, balancing with his prosthetic leg. She was so impressed it took her a moment to realize what he was doing. He's going to propose. I can't believe this is happening. Her pulse pounded in her ears so loudly she could barely hear his words.
Riley Malone, will you make me the happiest man who ever lived? Will you be my wife and the mother of our children?
His image danced in her tear-filled eyes. Hurry up and say yes, Juanita said, her cell phone aimed their direction. My phone's almost out of memory. A smile broke out on Riley's face. A big one, and she couldn't make it go away. Yes, I'll marry you.
I hope Carly never sees this video.
Matthew rubbed the back of his head, a deep furrow on his brow.
I'll never be able to come up with anything to top that.
Propose using some of her song lyrics, Riley said. Carly will love it.
Good idea.
His finger tapped on his phone.
Excuse me. I'd like to have your full attention.
Jarrett's hand turned her face toward his. When had he gotten up from the floor? His hungry look stirred delicious tingles in her belly. His lips touched hers, and warmth dripped like honey in her veins. I love you, Jarrett, she said, as his mouth slid along the line of her jaw, tingles spreading in all directions. He ripped those amazing lips away, leaving her breathless.
I love you too,
he said.
Do you believe me now?
She pursed her lips. Maybe.
Maybe? That wasn't enough?
Well, at one point you mentioned some chocolate. Crinkles formed at the corners of his eyes.
So, if I give you chocolate, you'll believe me?
And maybe take me to a dance? He laughed. Going to a dance had been their old euphemism for staying home with a video and popcorn.
Dancing sounds good.
His lips curved into a sultry smile, his eyelids closing halfway.
I'm going to like doing the tango with you.
As she gasped at his innuendo, he flung her back in the classic tango dip, her head inches from the floor, his arm under her back, his lips touching the arch of her neck. She giggled, helpless to move. From her upside-down vantage point, the door opened and a pair of men's pants appeared. Her eyes followed them up to a white lab coat, topped by an all-too-familiar face.
I think, Dr. Campbell said, drumming his fingers on his arm, it may be time to get you that private room.
Epilogue. 4 years later.
Riley tried her best to smile, but it was hard with a distracted 7-year-old by her left knee, a screaming almost 12-month-old on her lap, and a grumpy husband standing behind her.
Let me move this strand of hair, Riley,
Manny said.
We don't want to hide that beautiful face. The camera loves you. Whose idea was this?
Jarrett growled between his teeth. Flash.
That's perfect!
Yours, Riley said, trying to talk without moving her lips. You're the one who said, let's have a combination birthday, anniversary, baby shower, and take a big group picture. Flash.
Yes, but I didn't say anything about family pictures. And I sure wouldn't have picked this photographer.
Flash. All the girls thought it would be great to get family pictures while we had Manny here. The other guys did it without complaining. Flash.
Okay, big smiles now.
Mom, are we almost done? Gabe asked. Almost.
Flash. Beautiful, Riley.
Flash. Jarrett's hand tightened on her shoulder. Down, boy, Riley teased. We've been married 4 years. You'd think you wouldn't be jealous anymore. Flash.
I'll be jealous of you when we've been married 64 years, he muttered. I waited a long time for you.
His fingers moved, tickling the skin on her neck. Stop it, she murmured. People are watching. Flash.
Turn those gorgeous blue eyes this way, Riley.
Flash. Twisting in a valiant effort to escape Riley's grasp, Hazel let out another angry scream.
These pictures are the best,
Finn called from the side, laughing.
Jarrett, you look like you need to take some Pepto-Bismol.
Laughter from all the others watching. Flash.
Careful, Finn,
Jarrett said.
Or you may not make it to your next birthday party, and it won't be CF that kills you.
More laughter. Flash.
Yes, smile!
Flash. Mom, I want to go play with Ford and Ellie. In just a minute. Watching Gabe, who never seemed to slow down for a second, one would never guess he'd once been deathly sick with leukemia. He'd been in remission for 3 years, and his prognosis was great. Flash.
Gabe, look this way. Show me that missing tooth.
Flash. Carly's voice came from somewhere in the back. Riley, you should have let me do your makeup. You don't have enough color on your face. When was that supposed to happen? Riley asked from the corner of her mouth. You haven't stopped nursing the twins all day. Flash.
Beautiful!
I do it every morning, she answered.
I prop Maggie on one side and Marcia on the other, and my hands are free.
Flash. That's it, Riley. Gorgeous smile.
Flash.
Let's see a smile on the old man's face. I'm 39,
Jarrett snarled.
I'm not that old.
Flash.
Okay, that's the last family shot. Let's get all the Phantom people in for the group picture. First, just the guys. Which arm do you want for this shot?
Cole asked, waving his neon green hand in the air.
I can change to the realistic one.
Shrek!
Brooke used her nickname for his green prosthesis.
Your other one doesn't look like you.
Wearing a red dress that stretched over her 30-week baby bump, she perched on the edge of the couch, braiding their 4-year-old daughter's hair.
Nicole, hold your head still or you're going to have a zigzag. I want to go play with Larkin, Nicole complained.
In a minute, Brooke said. We have to be in one more picture. She ignored the insistent tug of Tatum, her 2-year-old, on her skirt.
Make Finn wear the birthday hat, Lori yelled, as she chased after her 12-month-olds, Joseph and Ty.
They were crawling at breakneck speed, dressed in identical blue button-downs, paired with toddler khaki pants. Though their curls, one blonde, the other brown, made them easy to identify. Larkin, their 4-year-old, was playing in the family room, defiantly independent despite her blindness.
How's this?
Ever the clown, Finn struck a pose like he was a gentleman tipping his hat, except the hat was a black plastic fedora with the number 39 painted in glittery red letters.
And Cole should have his cowboy hat on,
Brooke called, still intent on Nicole's hair.
What about me?
Bran said.
With eyes or without?
Ew, Dad, don't be gross.
15-year-old Ellie gave an eye roll that would have scored a 10 in a teenager contest, dropping her head down to let her dark blonde curls cover her face.
He's so embarrassing.
At least he made Jarrett smile. That's almost as much of a miracle as MB. Riley winked at her husband, referring to the moniker they'd coined for Hazel before she was born. With their chances of getting pregnant so slim, they'd called her MB for Miracle Baby. But they'd already decided to add to their family with more adoptions. Flash.
Good one!
Flash. Flash.
Maybe a few without the hats.
Flash. Flash. Riley felt a tap on her elbow.
Can I hold Hazel?
Asked Lily, Bran and Steph's precocious blonde-haired 8-year-old. What she'd really love is someone to hold her hand and walk her around. Hazel toddled off, hanging on Lily's hand, thrilled at her freedom. Riley felt someone on her left and turned to find Stephanie, Bran's wife, whose belly was even larger than Brooke's. You look great, Steph, Riley said. How are you feeling?
Like I'm too old for this, she said,
rubbing the small of her back.
I've got a 15-year-old. What was I thinking, getting pregnant again?
You're not that old, Riley said. You just had Ellie when you were young.
Tell that to these feet.
Steph wiggled her swollen toes in her sandals. At least Brooke gets foot rubs from Cole. I bet Bran would give you a foot massage if you asked him.
We've tried it a few times.
Steph put her hand over her mouth and whispered to the side. His hands keep wandering away from my feet. Claims it's because he can't see. Riley snorted. Men, that's all they think about.
Tell me about it,
Steph said.
How do you think I ended up with this surprise package?
Flash.
Okay, all 4 of you give me distinguished CEO expressions. That constipated look, Finn said, like Jarrett.
All 4 of them fell apart, looking nothing like distinguished CEOs. Flash, 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 flash.
Awesome! The best shots of the bunch. Now, let's get all Phantom Enterprise families up here.
After retrieving the 7-year-olds, Gabe and Ford, from the backyard, the entire crew crowded in front of the fireplace, some standing in back on the elevated brick hearth. Brooke had a big blue cardboard heart for their expected baby, and Steph held up a pink one. Since they weren't part of Phantom, Carly and Matthew, each toting a twin, took charge of organizing everyone into position for the photo. Carly was in her element. Photo shoots were one of her favorite activities, though Riley hated them almost as much as celery. Carly had already regained her original figure, of course. Then again, her career demanded it. Riley was happy she didn't have to worry about a few extra pounds of post-baby weight.
Look up here.
Flash, flash.
Say cheese.
Cheese! Everyone yelled. Flash.
Queso!
A voice added. Probably Finn's. Flash, flash.
Fromage!
Said another.
Formaggio! Casa!
Flash.
I can't think of any more.
Bran's voice came from the middle of the group.
Jarrett should know some more,
Finn said.
He's the cheesiest one of us.
Very funny, said Jarrett. He'd taken quite a bit of good-natured teasing from his friends after Juanita had shared her video. 4 years later, he was still the butt of their jokes. Though Riley had it on good authority his buddies were just as sappy, if not quite as eloquent. Flash, flash, flash.
Okay, that's a wrap.
Yay! Ford and Gabe bellowed as they raced for the back door where their soccer ball awaited. Ford looks like a mini you, Riley told Branson, as the group spread out like spilled marbles.
So I've been told,
Bran said, smiling.
I have no idea whether that's a good thing or not.
It's a good thing, she assured him, eyeing their sons through the back windows. How do you feel about having a new baby? She could have sworn his broad chest puffed out another inch or two.
I'm a lot more excited than Steph is. Of course, I don't have to carry her for 9 months or give birth.
This crew is really growing, Riley said. I love that you guys always make the effort to get the families together. It really means a lot to Jarrett, too. He's not too open about his feelings, but he really loves all of you. You've been there for him during his worst moments.
Thankfully, we've been there for his best ones, too. Like your wedding. That was something we'd all given up on ever happening.
If I'm not mistaken, all of you played a part in bringing us together. She let Hazel slide down to the floor, watching to make sure she didn't get stepped on as she crawled away.
I didn't do much, but Steph and I would never have gotten married if the guys hadn't interfered. I owe them. I'd be a deranged hermit if they hadn't dragged me off to Vegas.
That's one of my favorite stories.
The thing is,
Bran said,
we're family. We've always been there for each other, and we always will be.
Riley sniffed. She'd started weaning Hazel, and her hormones were going crazy. But even without the hormones, the blessings of being a part of their multifarious family might have brought her to tears. Branson's hand squeezed her shoulder, his eyes appearing to focus on hers in his uncanny way.
We're really lucky, aren't we?
Blessed, she whispered.
Yes.
Jarrett finally found his wife in their bedroom, sitting on the bed with a tissue in her hand.
What's wrong?
Nothing. She dabbed at her eyes. It's just all the stuff out there.
What stuff? What happened?
Had someone hurt her feelings? None of his friends would do that on purpose, but Carly might have made a thoughtless comment. Just... Her hand circled in the air above her head. Just everything. All those friends and all those babies and more babies coming, and it's getting so big. What if it gets too big? What about when we all have teenagers like Ellie and we're all busy with activities? What if we aren't close anymore? Riley was way more emotional than normal. Jarrett's stomach lurched.
Riley?
He sat beside her and slid his arm around her waist.
Do you think it's possible you're pregnant?
No, I can't be. I haven't even finished weaning Hazel. She chuckled, digging her elbow gently into his ribs. Besides, we haven't even done it that many times. It's just my end of nursing hormones, I'm sure of it.
Okay, if you're sure.
But what if you're right? Tears flooded her cheeks. What if I'm pregnant again? What would we do? We're not ready to have another baby. We were going to adopt next year. We can't have another baby. She buried her face against him, wetting his shirt.
If it happened, we'd be happy,
he said, rubbing her arm.
How could we not be happy if God gave us another miracle?
She took a shuddery breath. You're right.
Let me see that.
He took the wadded tissue from her hand and blotted her face, kissing her cheeks and tasting her salty skin.
Don't worry. It's a waste of time and energy. That's why we pray, right? Because we are not in control.
She nodded, relaxing against him.
I love you.
I love you too.
Now, do me a favor, okay?
He said. What?
Go take a pregnancy test, just for peace of mind.
Okay, she said, just for peace of mind. 10 minutes later, Riley appeared at the bathroom door, her face the color of vanilla yogurt, a small piece of plastic dangling from her fingers. Her eyes dazed, her mouth opened, but no words came out. Jarrett's heart did a double backflip.
We're pregnant?
Before she'd nodded a second time, Jarrett was on his feet. He wrapped her in a hug and twirled her around off her feet until they both fell on the bed, laughing and dizzy.
I can't believe it, he said. This is awesome.
That's easy for you to say. You don't have to squirt out a 9-pound baby.
Maybe this one will be smaller.
Maybe it will be bigger.
You're so good at assuming the worst-case scenario,
he said. It's my special talent. With the return of her sarcasm, he knew she was feeling better.
Like mine is beating you at Scrabble?
You cheat.
If you mean I cheat because my brain is 5 times bigger than yours, I suppose you're right.
Your brain isn't bigger, but that ego is about to crowd us off the bed.
I thought you told me your special talent is hiding your emotions.
Brooke ruined all that for me. She and her stupid advice. Riley raised her voice to imitate Brooke. Be honest. Be vulnerable. Look where that advice got me.
It got you right here in the arms of the man who loves you more than life.
Jarrett brushed his lips across her forehead.
I love you so much.
Can you prove it? Her voice rose in challenge, starting the game they loved.
I've got chocolate,
he said. You could take me to a dance. Her rosy lips parted, enticing him to steal a kiss.
How about a tango?
He waggled his eyebrows. Now? She choked, her wide eyes darting to the open door.
Yes.
He stood up and ripped his shirt off, eliciting a gasp from his wife. He reached for her and pulled her from the bed. Jarrett, no, we can't.
But I have to tango with you to prove I love you.
With a flourish of his hand, he dipped her back on his arm, her head inches from the carpet, and she squealed with laughter. As he bent his head to kiss her, his prosthetic foot slipped. He wobbled. She dropped to the carpet, and he fell beside her, both of them laughing until there were tears in their eyes. Okay, she said, attempting to catch her breath. I think you proved it.
There's one more thing I can do,
he said, propping on one elbow to look down at her face. He moved closer, and her pupils dilated, her blue eyes darkening. His lips pressed to hers, worshipping her mouth with the reverence she deserved. Willing her to know just how much he loved her, he deepened the kiss, pouring out his soul. Still breathing in her essence, he pulled away and peered into the most beautiful eyes he'd ever seen, reading the love that was written so clearly.
Do you believe me now?
He whispered.
her lips curved in a blissful smile. Always. This concludes The Billionaire's Alternate Marriage by Tamie Dearen. Narrated by Jennifer Jill Araya. Copyright 2019 by Tamie Dearen. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Tamie Dearen and was produced in the year 2020 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.